topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Fix this up. Indeed. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest podcast. I am your host, Killah Priest, the Iron Chief from the Middle East. I'm on my business here. I say peace. By my side, I'm my co-host.
Yes. Rasul Law 7 from the Lost Children of Babylon.
Lost Children of Babylon. Yeah. Controlling the rocket and always on point is none other than A Dizzle AD.
Yeah.
Hey, Dizzle.
What's good? Welcome back.
We in the building, yo.
We got Mojito chilling right here. I didn't put him there.
Oh, they saw Mojito already?
Yeah, he just wanted to sit here. It's like he knew that we about to go on, so okay.
No, shout out to Mojito.
Yeah, man.
Got a really, I gotta get myself together. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Got a really good show today, yo. Got my man, the brother, Tehuti. We got the brother Tahuti coming through. Pardon me for that.
Tehuti is a ex-Nuwapian.
Ex-Nuwapian used to read
he's
for
one
the
of
doc.
That's right. He was one of Doc's teachers, one of the triad of Atum Ray. So
y'all trying to turn my show into the new into the new Nuwapu, the new Wapu.
Nah,
That's all.
Hey, that'd be hot. You got two Nuwapians up on here. You know what I mean?
Two ex Nuwapians.
So if you guys want to ask him about Pickle Man, y'all should ask him. he might can give y'all the answer to that.
Wow, that is exactly. We might set it off with that, man. Yo, shout out to the chat room.
Or at least an explanation, because you know.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta give us something, yo.
Get something on that.
Yeah, we get to the bottom of this rocket. To this pickle man. Yo, shout out to the chat room in the building. Jody is always on point. Indeed, she's up in the building. Jody, our moderator. We got to start saying Jody right off top. You know what I'm saying? Pardon me for that, Jody. So in the house is Jody. Shout out to the best chat room in the building. The chat room known as the Rocketeers and the Craftmen is in the building. Half and half. We got to do an album, y'all. We got to do something together. We got a question off top from Akbar Yeshua.
Akbarel Yeshua.
Yeah, I like that name. Priest, my mentor. Oh, peace, brother. Okay. Hey, listen, I told you, I'm not just trying to mentor. That's good if you see that, but I just speak from the heart. You know, a lot of times there's a lot of cats in positions that don't really talk from the heart, and they don't really. Why? Because I don't think they care or think about you. You know what I'm saying? They just don't. But it's very important. Knowledge is gained to share. It's gained to transform. That's we all a body, and we are a body together too. Indeed. So we share ideas, thoughts. There's a platforms where we can talk and we can just get things off. Like you was talking about earlier, you know what I'm saying? Talking about working out, stuff like that. Yeah.
Well,
I like it says littles.
No, I'm saying littles, whatever. Anyway,
still got to work them off, yo.
What I was saying, though, because I was primarily talking about a lot of these women, because what's the brother's name? Kevin, what's his name? Kevin
Samuels.
I've been listening to Kevin Samuels, man, for like 2 days, man.
He went viral. He went viral.
He went viral on it because he hits it right where it hurts for a lot of these women out here. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like I said, we was talking last week with Tori about, you know, a guy to see the big CEO of the company, like those guys that have, that, you know, got $100 million deep, $10 million, $15 million deep, 25, 35 million, $50 million deep CEOs that's working with that kind of money. No, they're not just going to get the average girl, man. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. But then again, you think about these girls these women out here, you know, that want everything. You know, there's a certain set standard. See, my whole thing is this, right? Even those kinds of women, those blue collar, they go for the blue collar guys. You know, the CEO, the business kind of guy, and all those guys. They gotta have a certain standard for a man. All those kind of women, they not even going to be able to get with the guy who makes $50 million anyway. They can't mess with a guy like that. Let's keep it all the way 100. You're not going to be able to keep up. You know what I mean? And Kevin Samuels confirms it for me. You see?
Yeah.
You know, and it's like this, man. You know, it's real, man. It's like, because if you got, come on, man. If you over 40-something years old, you know what I mean? And you got like 3, 4, 5 kids, man.
Right.
Why would the big CEOs mess with y'all, man? They not really, you know what I mean? Cap, you got a lot of you sisters out there. Y'all need to go listen to the brother Kevin Samuels, man. Cause he's right. He's right about a lot of stuff.
Tori's in the building. Shout out to Tori. I see Tori in there.
Here we go, man. Here we go, man. Here we go.
How do I always manage to come out? I thought we agreed that you wouldn't make general statements anymore, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
you just got on her. You just put her out there.
No, I didn't. I'm not.
You asked for this. You asked for that fight.
I'm not putting anybody out there. I'm talking about what Kevin Samuels was saying.
Okay. Explain to them who Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels is a brother that's on the
He went viral.
He went viral. He has his own YouTube channel, and he talks to women about relationships.
But check it out. Some of those women are bugged out anyway. Because if you have to call in to someone to let them tell you online where you at with your relationships and where you at, that means you in a world of trouble. Like when the time when you got to pick up, this is for Tinder too, man. When the time you got to pick up the phone and look through a tube, press whatever you do, press send or whatever, or however they do it. You know what I'm saying? And you're looking in the screen and you're sitting there waiting. You got your cup of coffee right here, whatever you're doing, and you're waiting for them to pass judgment on you. You got to look in the mirror at yourself because you're seeking validation outside of yourself. First of all, you're looking for another man's point of view on you. Now, what if you had a boyfriend or a guy you looking at, a guy that you talking to, and he end up just, he browsing, he was checking his email one day, and he goes on YouTube, and it says live. He goes up there, and he see you on there. You know what I'm saying? Hair half done and stuff on there. And you sitting up there like this, smiling, asking someone, where am I at? Am I a 10? Or judge yourself, because he cold too. You tell him to turn around and everything. That's funny.
I think that, listen, man, everybody is special, correct? Mm-hmm. Everybody is special, right?
Yeah,
we got to be able to, in my opinion, we need to be able to, some of us, I think some women, not all, some women expect too much. You know what I mean? They need to just kind of like come down to earth a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, elaborate on that. What you mean too much?
Because you can't just expect all this stuff from one individual, man. You know what I mean? He got to have the best job. He gotta have at least be making $100,000 or $250,000 a year, right? He gotta have he gotta have the looks, right?
Right.
He
so
gotta and not only that, he gotta have the money and the house and all that. You feel what I'm saying?
According you talk about preferences?
Yeah, like preferences. Certain women, not all women. You know what I'm saying? So
you don't think they should have a preference? Like they should.
You should have preferences.
Male should too.
You should have preferences, but you shouldn't base it solely off of material gain, or you just having material gain and just wanting to just be taken care of. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I'm not saying all women are like
well,
this. There's a lot of independent women out here too.
Beyonce let a lot of people independent.
Well, yeah, I mean you gotta be like that, but I think
But she got a man though.
She got a man. They both got money. So, but here's the thing: a lot of the times, it's like the financial situation.
Made a video about it too.
Yeah.
Almost single.
All single women.
He bagged her right after that. She got married.
Yeah.
Had 2 kids. All right, go ahead. You go ahead, bro.
I'm not saying all women are like this, but for the ones who are like this, I think that they need to kind of like, they need to be humble themselves a little bit, man. You know what I mean? Humility.
That's what you're talking about. Getting to the point. Humility. Yeah. We all got to be humble. Humility. I see what you're saying. You're saying that.
Okay, if you want happiness in life, you gotta kind of like, I don't know, man. You gotta make the right choices, and not only that, you have to. You can't have all these crazy expectations. Excuse me, expectations for the person. So I don't know. Not everybody's like that though. Not everybody's like that though.
Sue, we gotta make some noise. Sue is handing out life lessons by the plane.
Yeah,
You throwing them out.
Hey,
You making paper planes of
you know,
light lessons and throwing them right
right.
at it.
Kev
Yeah.
is right.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Kev is right.
Said, welcome to another episode of Rasul putting his foot in his own mouth.
I didn't put my foot.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
You know,
Man, y'all
I
make
don't
me
know.
laugh, man.
She tried to say I'm not talking about her. You know what I'm saying?
All right, hold
Okay, it's
on.
whatever.
Hold on.
No,
Let's shout out to Cosmic777. He made it turn blue. Thank you for that, brother. We thank you. Favorite hip hop album, last 20 years. Ra, KP, and AD. Let's do it in that order. What's your favorite?
What's that?
Your favorite hip hop album for the last 20 years.
Oh, for the last 20 years?
Yeah.
Favorite hip hop album? That's a hard one, man, because I have so many that I like.
Well, just tell me your favorite.
Maybe the Jizz album. Jizz is one of those albums I've always liked for 20 years. I'll give it the Jizz album.
Hip hop albums in the last 20 years. It's a good one.
Who's that?
Favorite hip hop in the last 20 years.
That's a hard one. I told you.
Yeah,
There's so
I'm
many
thinking
different,
for a
there's so
minute.
many people.
Yeah, because I don't know how a cat's gonna take it if I say, you know what I mean. Favorite album?
I'll
Like,
say the Jizz.
I can listen straight through.
The Jizz is like
That's a good one. That's a good
yeah.
one. Last 20 years.
Yeah.
With liquid swords.
Swords.
Yeah. That put me in. That put me in a little bind. That put me in a little bind because
You can always listen to that.
Yeah, because okay, now I got to go back to the first 10, break that down, carry the one, and the remainder. Let me see. Let me break it. You can skip past me. What's up, AD? If you ready for yours, you can help me out.
I like the Method Man 421. If you guys remember that.
I remember that. That was a good album. It got slept on.
421. Yeah, he
got slept on,
had
yo.
some Redman on there too. They had a particular track that I think was cool because it was unorthodox as far as the mix, where the snare was loud. And the first thing I heard was like, this snare's too loud. But then when I kept listening, I'm like, yo, this works though. It was and the kink was so loud, it worked. It was almost tribal in a way. I don't want to say tribal, but it was just loud and it kind of just went on top of the lyrics. But I felt it in the car so perfectly because it was kind of breaking rules. Like if I was mixing it, I'd be like, yo, this snare is too loud. But the way they mixed that was dope because it was different. And I like that. I think it's called Falling Up. Let me see. Fall Out.
Fall Out. Yeah.
Fall Out from
Yeah,
that
got two-
album,
got two
Method
clan
Man
members.
420. I loved it. And I love because of that track was dope. But I was able to hear that whole album all the way through. So in the past 20 years, I would say Method Man 421. Just because also that's my style. I like
421.
meth and red.
Exactly 20 years.
I'm into the meth and red style. You know, it's fun. I smoke weed. It's my world. It's silly. You know what I'm saying? I like it. But I also like the lyrical technique, obviously. So
Okay, y'all put me in a little box. I agree with you and you. That's a good one. See, that threw me off because I'm always thinking recent. So the last 20. So we got two Wu-Tang. So should we just make it? Let me see. See, I don't want to just be off and they be like, "No, Priest, that's 25 years ago."
Yeah, well, I think he's in that range. You can still be 25 years is still the same range length. You know,
I would have to go with you, bro. I would have to go with
the liquid sword.
Yeah, I would go with liquid source too, just because I would have said Cuban Links because I was thinking about Cuban.
I was thinking about that.
I was
too,
thinking
but I
because
said-
Cuban Links. Let me say this. Cuban Links is one of those albums that's fire and it's hard. Cuban Links and Supreme Clientele.
I would say the Cuban Link.
To
I
make
can listen that.
make it all even. Yeah,
I
Cuban.
can listen to that all the way through.
Supreme Clientele is a runner. Is definitely close. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think Ghost had more time to get into the pocket, but I just think that the first Cuban Links was best. So we'll go all three Wu-Tangs, and I'll pick Cuban Links.
Okay, good.
There you go. And shout out to somebody that sent us. Okay, shout out for Chris Gus. Guess turning in 2011. What you're doing? Still hoping for that psychic world vinyl lease. Yeah, we're gonna get that. We'll definitely get that going.
You gonna do a vinyl re-release on that?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's news.
Over here because I don't know where Smoking Wreck is at or who, whatever's going. If y'all out there, hit the brother up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. Oh wow, yeah. Honorable name Nas Illmatic. That's 20 years ago. That quick?
Yeah,
Coulda
Nas
definitely
is
said
25 years.
25. See, that's what I don't want to think of.
Nas is definitely 25.
Stillmatic. He said Stillmatic. My bad. I
Oh,
didn't see that,
Stillmatic.
Yeah, Stillmatic was a great album.
That was a great album too. I like that album.
But we already picked. There we go. Carter. What's that? Terrell says he loved Liquid Swords, but Carter 3 was the best album.
Yeah.
Carter 3 was good. Yeah, it was definitely good.
I do
Wayne?
like
Wayne?
I like Lil Wayne's music too.
Liquid Swords. First of all, you can't compare them two records, yo.
Yeah, they're kind of
You can't
subgenres
compare-
of hip hop.
You can't compare no fucking Wheezy records to no Liquid
That's
Swords.
true.
Yeah.
Conscious rap.
I wouldn't even say that that's conscious rap, Liquid Swords. It just doesn't sound.
Who said conscious rap?
I'm saying Liquid Swords would be more conscious than.
It's conscious, but it's more like.
By
I mean,
comparison.
I guess you could say
It's
that.
hip-
Just-
It's hip hop, lyrical, like.
just
yeah,
by comparison.
Yeah,
Nah, it's lyrical. And then it's lyrical. Well,
That
Lil
record
Wayne's
has
lyrical too.
That record has a dark
But it's-
sound to it, though. The
Yeah.
Liquid Sword, yo.
Yeah, it was.
That's
it was,
something. There's something about the way that the RZA mixed that record.
Yeah.
And the way
Started off.
Yeah, the way it starts off, it really sounds. It's really eerie.
Choose the ball.
Yeah, it's a real eerie record. And if you listen to it all the way through, especially on vinyl, it's awesome. It's awesome. So I disagree. I'm sorry. I disagree with that.
That's cool.
Wheezy's dope.
What you want to say? All right. So before we get started, because we didn't even get started yet,
Yeah, no.
let's do our ceremony, our tea ceremony. For y'all who's drinking coffee, definitely come up in the building. Just get your cold brewed. If y'all drinking whiskey, you can bring that too. You can put it in your coffee and make an Irish car bomb.
Oh yeah.
If you're drinking,
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Irish car bomb.
Irish car bomb. That's when I was hanging out OC. The white cats, Tommy and yo man, you ever did an Irish car bomb? Yeah. Yo, AD, you got to do that for them.
I get a whole cup of gasoline.
Jason Henry, honorable. Yo, make sure y'all hit that super chat, brother. Hit the super chat. Tell people that we over here is about to get really, really heavy. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get real fun at the same time. Yeah, we got the guests on the way. Tahuti's coming through. And he was the reader for York, right?
Yeah, he was one of the triads of Atum Ray.
Right.
And
So, damn.
what Doc did was he set up in various different cities, right?
Yeah.
Chicago,
Yeah.
Philadelphia, New York, Atlanta, Texas,
Right.
Florida.
Right.
All of them had triads.
So triads is what, like
The three.
who brainwash who though?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying. No, those are the guys who talk to the students, right?
No, they were just kind of like, yeah. I mean,
And the students,
yeah.
okay.
And they were like, question and answer class.
Right.
And stuff like that. That's what they would do. And they would go out and propagate and do lectures at different temples around.
So they were like officers, like they were like the officers.
Yeah.
What's the name? Yeah.
And they would go and teach.
Good looking, Roberto. Could you play the my fourth song? Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, make sure y'all hit us with AD. You see that? Make sure y'all hit us with the if y'all want us to play anything, I could have a donation like $20 and we'll play it and give you our best
Our feedback.
opinion. Yeah, feedback. His name Morales. What's it? Morales Lord on SoundCloud. Peace. My name is Morales. Thank you. You're welcome, brother. We're gonna play that before we get in. I got a couple of shout outs too to make. I got some bad news. I hate to do this when a brother just said play his music, but
We'll have it queued up.
you have it queued up? Yeah, My condolences go out to the families of Label S. He was a MC that I did. He's a big fan of mine, but on top of that, he was a good brother. You know what I'm saying? A good first. He was a good human.
Yeah.
And he passed away over this week, and we did a song called Lyrical Nirvana. And they have reached out to me. He's working with Ninth Prince. So condolence to his family, his wife, and to his children. That's real talk right there.
R.I.P. to that brother.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. And oh yeah. Let me see. I got one more. I hope it don't play. Oh, Frayed Moon. This guy hit me. Shout out to Frayed Moon if you listening. I got the music, bro. So that's cool. Shout out to Frayed Moon, up and coming producer. I got your music.
Okay.
And will be done. That will be done. That will. Who's Benjamin Grimm, man? Somebody snapping?
Somebody else.
Okay, let's stick to it. Magnum Force. Power is my favorite. Oh, shout out to Roots Arnold. Thank you for coming from the UK. I think I see an E by it, so that's a euro. So we got like 7. Danny Salinas, what up, bro? Can we put a few minutes on Killer Priest Mystic, please, for the chat? Yes, we could. Yeah. But what about
on the first.
we still gonna play that dude. Okay, we're gonna do the other dude. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's do the tea ceremony first, right? So let's do the tea ceremony. Let's get already ready. Let's get everybody ready in here. Where's Gina at? I ain't see Gina. All right. Oh, something's in my teeth, man. Trying to get it out, yo.
I've been practicing it for many years.
Tea for you, tea for me.
Indeed.
My man do magic too.
Yes. What kind of tea is this again?
This is pomegranate white tea.
Pomegranate white tea. Okay.
Yeah, pomegranate white tea.
All right.
And it's called beauty. It's called beauty tea. Beauty. But it's called beauty tea.
Beauty tea.
Yeah, we want to call it beauty on this show.
Beauty.
Beauty. And AD, you doing your cold brew? Doing your coffee?
Yeah.
Oh man, you know what? One day I got to switch up and just do a shot of coffee, but I don't want to fly around the place. You know what I
I've
mean?
been watching that. You ever had Ethiopian coffee?
Ooh, that's
mostly
a slow
strong?
steep.
Yeah, mostly
Strong?
Yeah. That's the best. One of the best. I say Korean too. Korean got a good taste.
A lot of caffeine. You gotta be ready for that.
Yeah. You know that's right across the street from me.
I know.
So I've been doing the Ethiopian coffee for a minute, and they got Somalian coffee, but the Ethiopian coffee is very good. But AD should know all about coffee. He's Colombian, so
Yeah,
Colombian.
Colombian.
Yeah,
coffee.
but I still gotta take it easy. I mean, the cold brew is cool,
Yeah, Colombia got that good coffee,
but I gotta water it down.
but the Ethiopian is that ground earthy, and they got tea too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Of
but it's
course they do, of course.
mostly black tea.
Black tea.
And that's not a joke. That's a pun on the word, but it's black tea from Ethiopia.
Right.
And it's real because everything's real ground, groundish.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. Shout out to Fram Dog. Peace to you. Tahuti will be on his way soon. He'll be here. Peace. So we'll get some stuff out. All right. I ain't see the toast yet.
Man.
I told you it's over though. Just tell them how it tastes though. You can tell
It tastes good. It tastes really good.
Long life, be prosperous. Forget narcissists. They're in your life. Ignore them and get them out of there. Be you and be the best version of yourself. And may this tea taste like your success. One love. Oh, good fortune tea.
That's good.
Yo, this is banging, yo.
I like this. This way you got this from that place, right? I was with you that day.
Chados.
Chados, right.
I think
Right.
I think Chados mean tea master, something like that, like a tea master. Call him a Chado. Look, Chato. Got this right here.
Chato. Oh. Oh, okay.
All the Tea in China. It's a good book if you want to learn about tea.
Wow. You gotta try that out.
Yeah, it's written by Kit Chow.
What was that one place we used to go to in West Hollywood?
That was a tea bar.
Man, that joint was off the chain,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
We used to
tea.
always be up in there.
Yeah, it was a tea bar. If you got any tea, but you can't go now because it's quarantine. But
They closed it. It ain't there no more.
yeah, I plan on opening up a tea bar soon when everything open back up. If everything open back up, you know where we at right now. If they close everything out, let me just be honest. Real moment.
It's a quarantine.
Should I blow the whistle one time?
Game of life against a foreign team.
Hey, yo, yeah, you spit like the Morris King.
Oh,
Okay.
I can't be rhyming around Priest, man. He always has me beat.
We add up. No, we just add on. Whistleblowing moment. They want all of our rights. They took all of the rights. The whole thing is to make sure that we don't have anything and they have all the power and that we all remain asleep.
Exactly.
It's snowing right now in Saudi Arabia. It snowed in.
It snowed. Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Snowstorm.
Snowstorm?
Not just snow. Snowstorm.
Really?
Yo, it's snowing in Texas right now.
It
Yo.
snowed in Texas, yo.
It's global warming.
Them cowboy hats catching snow.
Global warming.
Global warming means heat, bro.
I'm just saying, it's global warming, you know.
You been tapping on it. Oh, yeah. It's all good.
He mean climate change.
Yeah, climate
You want me to
change.
use that? I can say.
Yeah, climate change.
That's the political way of saying it. Climate change. Okay.
Nah, we just. All right, yo, just a moment. I was just giving a moment of this thing. Moving right along. Before he get here, let me see. You got his because it's 5:30 now. He seems like a brother that's always on point, on time, because the way his voice is.
You gotta ask this brother right here.
Oh, here he goes, right here. He hit us 9 times.
Oh shit, he downstairs?
Oh, thanks. I'm about to pull up. He's about to pull up. Should be there before 6. Okay, I'll hit him with the okay.
About a half hour.
Yeah. So we're about to get into something. You know what I'm saying? Just looking at the chat room right now before we get into something. Yo, so we was talking about last week. We was talking about being the best version of yourself, and people that and I don't know why I'm saying this. You know, I like to speak from the heart, especially when I start drinking tea.
Right.
There's a lot of people it don't have to be straight up relationships. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Astrologist. It don't have to be straight up, but it's some sort of relationship. It don't have to be just your girl or just your guy. You know what I'm saying? It could be your kids. It could be your kids. It could be your parents. It could be just friends that's around. Sometimes when people come around you, and I don't know if y'all all get this, but do it feel like like the environment sometimes is chaotic and it kind of like pulls you out of your it's almost like pulling you out of your zone.
Yeah.
Where people like they kind of get you riled up a little bit, but you have to be cool.
Yeah.
You feel that too?
100%.
Yeah, right? It's like something that's going on around.
Well, we just came out of Mercury retrograde.
We came out of it?
Technically, it stopped yesterday. We in the shadow right now, but like everything's supposed to move forward as of today. So you should be having less communication breakdowns as of today.
Yeah, what is that? Why? That's what I'm saying, man. We ask this question inside, like, yo, man, what is all of this this negative type of vibe and it comes from all over. You know what I'm saying? Not just you locked in, huh?
No. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, it comes from all over. And I like what you said, AD. I forgot about retrograde. But sometimes we kind of like put the problems on ourselves. And I just want to say that it's not us. It's not you. It's the environment that you're around or that's happening around you. And we put all of this blame on ourselves instead of letting that energy flow through. Certain things you can't change. Don't try to change. Just let it flow through.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can add on what I'm saying. I'm just saying, personally, it's just like, okay, this is happening, just like retrograde, like you said. Now, you can, because we always react off of emotions, yo, reactions. We got to stop reacting off of emotions and slow it down.
Yeah.
Pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Try to figure out what's really going on with this situation, because it might not be you. We be in our head too much. We think too negative of ourselves. We don't even look in the mirror sometimes because we hate what we see. Who taught us that? Why? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
That's not true.
no.
You're not living in reality when you're not living your full potential. You know, you got to start believing in yourself and start looking up on us. We are taught not to look on ourselves, and it starts when we were young.
Yeah. Well, you know, the society that we live in is designed for you to be insecure about yourself.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? The society that we live in.
Right.
And it's designed that way. So a lot of people can't make it out. A lot of them, I hate to say it, 99% of the people that you meet in your life, excuse my language, they're full of shit. Most of the people.
Right.
It could be a relative. They full of shit too. So I think that because we have individualism, you got to love thyself first. Then from you love yourself, then you can know thyself. That's the second part of it.
I think it's the opposite way around, but it still works.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times people can't overcome. Right now we have they call it the social dilemma. With Instagram, Facebook, well, Facebook is getting played out, but Instagram, TikTok, and the likes. What else they got out there? You know what I'm saying? So, but TikTok and just Instagram in particularly, I would say, are a part of the social dilemma. People go crazy. If people got Instagram pages, imagine if they got locked out of their Instagram page, they would lose their damn mind.
What would happen?
You know what I mean? They would lose their mind because they couldn't get into that, back into the matrix, back into the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So the social dilemma is the cause of, but we're programming this thing, the algorithm, by just using our phones. We're programming the chip.
But
We're
why
feeding it
though?
and
Why?
feeding it.
Because have we been taught this thing? I mean,
Well, yes, we've been
started
taught
with the
to
kids.
calculate. We've been taught to calculate things. You know what I'm saying? And now they calculate. Now machines are starting to calculate data from the human mind. You see? That's what's going on.
Think about it, yo. Just think about it for a second. Don't react. Sometimes negative come into a lot of people. I know I got that. So negatives will come around you, and it's not you, because you're trying to question yourself, and that's what the deceiver. And when I say devil, I mean deceiving. I don't even mean that, because I told y'all that we're gonna build on that. We built on that last week. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alan Caswell. Pardon me. I have a ton of herbs and mushrooms. If you have the P.O. box, I'll send a care package and y'all can do a mini review. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Do that.
Now, are these magic mushrooms? I mean, he ain't talking
Yeah,
about
right.
sending no white button mushrooms.
Nah, I don't think he's talking about mushrooms and
He
with
talking about
eggplant.
tea.
You
Well,
think
he
talking
did
about
say
tea?
mushrooms. Like he said, I got a ton of herbs.
Herbs and mud. That could
and
be straight up
mushrooms.
cannabis. And
Yeah, I think he's talking about
magic
regular mushrooms.
I don't think he's talking about regular mushrooms.
Nah.
He
He
ain't
be
said
talking about
no.
the reishi.
I don't think he's talking about herbs. I don't think he mean thyme and
Thyme and oregano.
Yeah, he's not talking
Some
about oregano.
shiitake.
Yeah, brother, you can send that to us.
Email info@killerpriest.tv.
Yeah.
I'm probably not gonna really mess with that though, because
Oh, he said no. He said nah. He was talking about. Shout out to
mushrooms is
Ray.
a special ceremony. Atum Ray sends $20. Play peace, God.
Yeah, we got that in the stash. Hotep, right?
Oh yeah, Hotep.
Yeah, Hotep.
Hotep.
Okay. Medicinal's not hallucinating.
Medicinal,
mushrooms.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not hallucinating. I mean, it's according. Certain people's minds can't do certain things.
Yeah.
They're already open.
I try to do it once every 6 months as like a mental cleanse.
Is that 6 again?
Yeah. Every 6 months, 12. Cut in half, but yeah, every 6 months, kind of like a mental cleanse.
Yeah.
Every time I do mushrooms, it's like it starts prioritizing in your head what's important, and all the bullshit kind of just falls away, and you realize, oh, I gotta focus on this, focus on that. It's a cleansing. It's a mental cleansing. You know, I only recommend about a half-eighth with some oranges and chocolate.
You talking about a half-eighth of mushrooms?
Half-eighth of mushrooms, yeah. That's a good dosage. Now, some people who do it a lot are probably going to need more because of their tolerance level. But the vitamin C from the oranges and the sugar from the chocolate will increase the visuals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, so you eat your shroom with
chocolate,
oranges?
Chocolate or orange
chocolate and
juice.
oranges for the vitamin C and the
orange juice makes the
visuals better
visuals
because of the
better,
vitamin
as they
C.
say.
Oh, you done it?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
many a
orange
times.
juice.
Yeah.
And the sugar also helps with digestion because it's kind of a poison in a way. Your stomach thinks you're being poisoned, so you can get stomach upset.
Get stomach upset. It's kind of like if you take ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, they go through a whole
Yeah, I'm not ready for that.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. They just go through a convulsion almost.
Yeah.
So they gotta get it out of it. Once they get it out of their system, then they actually go through the trip, as they say.
Have any of y'all ever heard of a hallucinating honey?
I mean, I'm sure it's there.
Hallucinating honey? I believe
Hallucinogenic honey.
I think I may have heard of it. I can't recall, but I think I've heard of this before.
Yeah, it's these wild bees from the Himalayas. They're killer bees. You can pull them up too. You could, we gotta play that. It's these Peace Goddess by Killer Priest. So it's these crazy bees that live up in the Himalaya. My man put me up on it. Footprints. So yeah, these killer bees, they wild, and they only go to poison plants. They get this honey and they put it up, and we can watch a little bit of that. That'd be fun for the day before we start going into the Neterus and going to the astral plane. They put this, the honey, right?
Right.
So they make the honey. You eat, then these guys go up there, they put the smoke on the bees. I wonder why smoke calms bees down. Oh, I remember why.
What's that?
Because the bees are so intelligent, they're on point. They know if it's a they think that it's a forest fire, so they don't sting. So they go into protecting the hive. They go into this state of okay, just protect. Don't sting anything and just be cool. They go into this docile state, and then you can take the honey out of it, and then they eat it, and this guy bugged out. Shout out to 444 Pedro. The new Ghost Hammurabi. Oh, yes, exactly. The new Ghost Hammurabi, that's from the album called Lord's Son.
Lord's Son.
Yeah.
Kneel before Lord's Son.
Yeah, that's from my album Lord's Son. It's not even a secret no more. It was. Was, but hey.
That album is going to blow your mind, man.
Man.
It's fire.
Thank you so much, bro. That's probably one of my
Are
favorite.
you finished?
Huh?
Are you finished? The album?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Okay.
Can I get you on there?
Yeah, you can. That was what I was asking.
I know, man. Nah. We got some. There's always room. It's why it's always good to do it early. You know what I'm saying? Starting early and stuff like that. We still got divine intervention, shroom joint, which is the mantra.
That's already done.
Yeah, all of those is done. Well, Lord's Son is done too.
Okay.
Technically. Yeah. Technically. So we close. And then we have priest descent into the underworld.
That's what you call it? Priest
No, that's
descent.
another. Yeah, that's the other one. It's more darker, but it's
That
darker.
sounds like we did an album, The Lost Children. We did the words from the duet.
Okay. Hey, let's honor the chat room as we had toast together and we doing everything together. Let's start playing some of the requests in a row. Tori in the building.
Big up to
Where's
Tori.
Gina at? Damn, Gina.
Jody Jude.
Let's go to
Shout out
everybody
to Jody Jude.
who shouted. Who shouted? We're gonna play. Oh, David Flores in the building, no doubt.
Big up to Dave.
Pagan, Lord's son.
Yeah.
Came from Lord's son. Back in
Okay,
the
so
days.
we're going
I know,
back-
right? Want some more, right?
This is good.
banging.
This right here is off the chain.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front.
We're going back to that first super chat by Mo Reels, who requested a track from a SoundCloud, the Mo Reels Lord.
Let's play more reels, bro. I like it already.
Don't blink so slow. slow. Just breathe in the air. It's blind to the immediate evil. Technique seems weak until it destroys your whole temple. I'll take all the gold coins from Warrior's brown bag. Don't slip on the stairs. Ouija board spirit still playing there until it reaches its term. You could hear the children's laughter. Spooky it may be, or maybe you're just stupid. You need more aspects. Liquor is my favorite poison. Nah, listen to the tune. Biggest star is the hidden god. Some call it fruits, some call it seeds, or maybe it's just roots. The essence of my music. I took life for granted until I understood the meaning of high power. Feels strange sometimes. Uncle saved me, mommy raised me, daddy left me. I can't wake up, my tummy ache. Nah, don't be fake. My spidey senses up and all be well till we all meet hell and link up for show. No doubt, apply everything I learned from my elders. Please listen to me, Lord, before you spare my soul. Please listen to me, Lord, before you spare my soul. Please listen to me, Lord, before you spare my soul.
Yeah, that was
All right.
pretty. It was pretty dope. All right.
Yo, that was dope, yo.
Yeah. And what's his name?
Start with AD. We
Going
go
reels.
Let's go into the cipher.
You know I'm gonna go right to the production talk.
Go ahead, do your
I would
thing.
just turn the bass up as far as your EQ on that. Just get that bass so we can feel more thump.
Turn up the bass.
You know what I mean? The sample's cool. I would just turn that bass EQ cool. The snare's fine. I like the mix. I like the way the vocals are sitting on top of the track. I would just turn the bass up on the EQ. Other than that, it's cool. I like your lyrics. That's dope. That's my input.
Yeah, I
Turn up the bass.
I would say
Turn up
that.
the
Let the
bass.
knowledge be born.
That's-
My name's the R. But
Well, I like it. I like it. Overall, I like it. You know what I mean? I thought it was dope.
that's it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. That's it.
yeah. It's
Whatever.
dope. It's dope.
I like it too, man. It gave me a vibe of Adrian Young. I like it. I like the lyrics because it sounded to me that it was from the heart, and it's like it was like I could feel it's believable. It's believable, and I could see his struggle through that just one song.
Right, right. He definitely let us know in the lyrics, you know.
But we all give it a what we giving
Give
it?
it a
We should
yeah,
be
thumbs
ill in thumbs up. Pyramid.
pyramid. Yeah,
Yeah,
pyramid.
We all give
it
you a pyramid up, yo.
If
Don't
it's
think I'm
whack-
throwing Illuminati
If it's
sign
whack,
up.
you get that.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, if it's whack, you get the half of the pyramid.
Yeah, okay. Full
If it's
pyramid.
yeah.
What you think? I don't think I'm throwing up. Cats be like, oh, priests are on there throwing up Illuminati. Man, forget it, bro.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not Illuminati
Yeah,
signal.
yeah.
That's from Egypt, right?
Of course.
It's a pyramid.
All the signs. Sacred signs.
Yo, shout out to that was dope. So we give that a dope. All right, what's the next one?
Okay. So that was more reels. The next one we had was to play one of your tracks, Mystic, for the chat. I think Danny Salinas was the one that.
G13?
Beyond divine intellect.
Yeah.
Body.
Which one is this?
The almighty priest.
It's an
I
EP
remember
I
this
did
song.
with
Body.
G13.
I remember
body.
Yeah.
G13.
France. Big up to France.
I like that owl sound.
Preach the goblin, the ghetto, the streets be robbing, I'm throbbing. Enter my head, remove the cobwebs. You see a large bed, filled with harlots, just do the knowledge, don't mind them. Sit down, your palms are red. I'm your mystic, black fingernails, blue lipstick. Who is this? You hear music in the background. You see bats and hear sounds, you're trapped now. You see wolves and bloodhounds, you see the reaper in the hood, you still a thug now. I turn the streets to graveyards, remain in the caves for eons. Left ashes and clay jars, put them in the tombs of mummies in foreign countries. Slept under the stars monthly, starving hungry. I pray to God on one knee. These old quasars confront me in the heavens. I'm one legend, priest to genie. Many sheiks have seen me, many gypsies are misty. Present from the pharaohs themselves, share their
got a
gifts,
secret admirer.
made wiser and curious. My spirit lives, receive scepters from my ancestors, buried beneath the sand treasures. Shalom of one measure.
That's it. My verse for that one, yo.
I inherit this Jew. Never sit with a fool. Never eat with the goons. They'll poison your food, ruin your mood. Enter the room. The name body should rule.
Shout out to Aguilar.
I inherit
Big up
this
to
Jew.
Oh, Aguilar did
Never
the
sit
beat.
with a fool.
Nah, he
Never
hit me.
eat with a
G13
goon.
did.
They'll poison your food, ruin your mood. Enter the room. The name body should rule. The name body should rule. Turning the
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. I got fire all on the flames. Yo, good looking, yo. That song was done out in Brooklyn. Before when it was starting to blow up.
Right.
The area of Williamsburg.
Oh,
With my man G13. Shout out to France. He did that. He from France. G13 goes back with us for a long time.
I remember that track. I remember listening to that. Yeah.
Yeah, we did an EP. Let's do it.
All right, the next one we got is Peace God.
Oh, yeah. My favorite album.
I'm feeling that. I love it.
Oh, man.
Got New York right there.
The streets, the Lord of hosts, and a portal for ghosts. Born to be a mortal face buried in mountains of cold. Through 700 winters, Black Fridays.
I got this on.
The wind hurls on. Through Heron's sea, we bear arms. The beast is updated. No ancient Babylon. Just a computer that skeet lasers. A freak of nature that stole our peace. Replaced our street with gangsters. No longer 666. It's 9 digits. Mind physics. Define rhythmics. Science fiction. Psychoglyphics. The news is now YouTube. Every eye glued. Survival. Satan's the god of the new Bible. The lake of fire revivals. Graven idols. Obama's Moses. A Red Sea of refugee soldiers. The crucifixion of the old Jehovah that blew out millenniums and rolled jeeps over. The sky is beige today. The color of that dead man's skin is gray. Breathe life in them. Stand up, come out of them graves. Young hood daughters that hold the king's force. Keep turning, stay in your orbit. Y'all love the diamonds. Anklets, baguettes, reflex. But it's y'all light that's truly shining.
Gotta give Psych Walker his flowers now, yo.
Yeah.
God, rap.
Lord up.
Yeah, it's dope.
No doubt, yo. No doubt.
That was awesome. That was cool. Taking it back.
Yeah. Nawapi and Messiah, AD, now we talking. Light them up, chat room. Yeah, exactly. Yo, this is the most favorite. Make sure y'all hit that chat and just subscribe. Tell them we over here, we building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that was good. The tea, yo, man, the tea is good.
I got like what is that taste to that? It's like a rosemary kind of taste like to it.
Yeah, you sure?
I
think you tasted something else.
I don't know.
It's a mixture.
Oh.
A mixture of that, too. That's pomegranate. Yeah,
Pomegranate, right.
Yeah. Yo, so we're going to be talking about some crazy stuff, man. This brother is coming down here, and I can't wait till you get here, man. We're going to be talking about the Neterus, and we're going to be talking about the his debate, what he used to do. From you, when he used to speak for, I know he used to read for, I didn't know Dr. York had readers.
No, he didn't have readers. He had teachers. He was a teacher, but he also had teachers that taught other classes. Like, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
So
I'm going to wait to hear from him. Yeah, because that's what I
triad-
swore he told me he was a reader.
Not a reader, he's a teacher.
Right, got you.
That's not a reader, you know what I mean? So they would go out and, like I just said, and teach the doctrine to people.
Oh, okay, got you.
But he had 3 people set up, so each one of them would teach a subject matter.
Right.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
triad. The triad of Atum Ray. That's what they were called.
The triad of Atum Ray that's like 3 of them?
Yeah. The triad. The Trey. 3.
It was 3 in each?
3, yeah, it was 3 in each. They had
Oh, shoot.
they had, in each city you had a triad.
El Mob for life, huh?
In each city you had a triad. So you had one in Philly, you had one in New York, you had one in Edenton, Edenton, Georgia. You had one in Atlanta, and you also had one in Texas. Wherever they had the stores at or the communities at, they would pick 3 people out the community who they thought was qualified to teach, and they would become a part of the triad. So yeah,
I'm gonna ask that brother when he get here because I wonder how Dr. York chose them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Would you have a certain light? And I'm not trying to be funny, but
no. You had to have you had to know the doctrine. I mean, I think Tehuti was a triad member, so that means he lived on the land. I never lived on the land, so I think that
Why not?
I just didn't want to.
Smart man.
Yeah, but you crazy. Priest, you
Nah,
wild. That
shout,
Truth Seeker, yeah.
shout out to Truth Seeker in the
Yeah, your
building.
verse is coming, man. Don't keep texting me about that verse. It's coming.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out to
Self-initiation into the green light.
yeah, shout out to El Mob, my man Deranged Nut. We go way back, so that's family right there. He in the building too.
What was his name?
Deranged Nut.
These nuts.
Great.
Got
He from
him.
El Mob. He's yo, he crazy, man. Deranged Nut. We go all the way back. I used to manage. I used to manage the group.
What?
It was a group called El Mob.
El Mob.
And he's still my El Mob for life. It turned from a group into like a set. For real, it started as a rap group and then it
And then
turned
it came
into
to like an actual gang. It transformed.
It became a set.
Transformed
because
into
the gang,
gangs.
because the group was off the hook. The group was just it was gangsters. Well, they were crazy, and Deranged were more like on a positive tip. Deranged
Right.
Nut was always on some he was always like into knowledge. Always into knowledge.
Oh,
You know,
yeah?
You always have that I'm black and I'm black brother in the group. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that was the range. You always got one of those group, and then you have one brother with the glasses on. You know what I mean? Like this with the kufi. So-
He was just like,
yeah, he was doing a lot. Yeah, exactly.
he was just standing
Exactly.
My man.
Exactly. Thank you. What we need to do. Sunflower
what
seeds.
we need to do
Yeah,
is
exactly.
this. God.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying. But yeah.
Every group had a Professor Griff. You know?
Oh yeah, Griff is a wild bull.
Who,
You ever
Griff?
hang out with Griff?
Nah.
The Griff, man, he
Love to meet up.
yeah, he's a great guy, man. Griff is a great. He lived in Atlanta.
You hung out with him?
Yeah, a couple of times. You know, he got a lot of knowledge, man. Some of the information that Griff got,
Sure.
he shouldn't be on video even talking about that stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's that deep. Cause you know they tried to take they got it out for him. You know, the Jewish community, they got it out for him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know.
He bagged Genuine chick.
If you don't respect our sisters,
He did.
Yeah, pull it up.
Y'all been doing it to us.
Pull it up. Yeah, these
Who that
brothers.
supposed to be?
Make sure they can see it. They can see it?
Yeah.
Check it out. This brother right here.
Sing the right rhymes. That's the
Take
way
it back.
the ladies,
I
right?
think you missed it.
Let me out. You get it? See, that's our problem.
Right there.
If we don't respect our sisters, who will? Yo, we doing it to ourselves.
He shouldn't even be.
My brother.
This guy shouldn't even be in the club, man. That's the problem, man. You can't have a guy like that in the club, man.
No, that was the irony. That was the funny part because they roll with you everywhere.
Respect yourself.
They just
Yeah.
want to drop jewels in the
You
middle.
can't just in the middle of the club. You can't just trying to drop jewels in the middle of the club. You know, in my opinion,
That's a bar. That's not
you
even
know,
a club.
Yeah, it's a bar, right? You know, so you can't just be dropping jewels in the bar, man. That's kind of wild.
He's laughing. That's Portrait. That's El Mob right there. That's Deranged Nut. He's laughing. Yo, he was just like that too. Yo, man, I don't know what it is. You know, like, yo, get off that punk stuff. Yo, what's in my teeth, yo? I might have to take a break because something.
It's that pomegranate.
That's teeth. Oh, okay.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
other one.
They said that's me.
You might have got them seeds.
It's sunflower seeds, yo.
Well,
All right. We appreciate the knowledge dropping in the comments. Yeah. Yo, man, let me talk to the comment. Let me talk to the chat room because y'all in here dropping some stuff in here, man. Somebody said Rasul chill. Rasul wilding out again. What?
What am I wilding out?
But
He said, "Earth and the smell of these bodies were perished before the rebellion." Man, come on, man. See,
Hey,
here we
you
go. Here
can't
we go.
drop
See,
jewels.
you see this
hey,
guy
you
right
can
here.
drop jewels anywhere.
You see this
Look
guy
at Bliss,
right
look
here.
at Bliss Alona, boy. She be dropping. You heard what Sosa say?
What she say?
You can drop jewels anywhere.
That's right. You can drop jewels anywhere. But here's the thing about that, man. You can't just be sitting there, everybody having drinks, we drinking tequila, and all that stuff in there, and then you want to start talking about ancient Egypt or, oh, you're not supposed to be doing that. And this motherfucker he was smoking a cigarette. So if you that righteous, you shouldn't even be smoking nicotine, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You smoking a nicotine cigarette, nicotine
but
in
that's
the
the
bar,
fun-
and they having a drink. You shouldn't say nothing.
But that's the
Come on,
funny
man.
part about it. Yeah, it's the funny part about it.
Nah, you can't just. Sosa's talking about Yeah, you could drop jewels anyway, but now you
Yeah,
can't.
you
See
could.
now you see Sosa's probably one of those girls that probably be in the corner. You probably bust it up and talk about some stuff in the corner. It's like, oh, this guy,
I got
this
you,
guy is
Sosa's.
spiritual.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy right here is spiritual. And it's guys like that. I used to
Why
be
you
like,
gotta
I'm
come
sorry.
down,
I
yeah,
used.
brother.
I'm sorry. I get.
I know the
I
alcohol
used
start
to be
flowing.
like, I'm
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
saying.
go ahead.
I used to be like that. Like I used to be like, I mean, I go to the club, go to a little jam. You know what I mean? We go over there, and then you be over there, and you see a chick. And you boom, but that don't really happen all the time. Though.
What was the boom part? What you said?
Like
Did you what?
you put your game down, not game, but you start building with the sister. And she builds.
You
with
talk about regularly talking to chicks inside of a club?
like yeah, like sometimes I used to do that back in the days when I was a young boy. I used to do that.
Well, that's a regular thing. Talking to girls in the club.
No. But you can't be. Start talking about. Yeah, you can start talking to mathematics in the club or start spitting a 120 in the club. Come on, man. That's not the place and time for that, man. Let's keep it real, yo. We in there, you want to get a drink, I want to get a drink. It's good to take a shot. You might have spit and you sound like you study this, because it's
You're
slang.
in the wrong place, yeah.
You're
Time
in the
and
wrong
place,
place.
yeah.
It's time and
That's
place.
true.
You can't do
With
that.
that.
Now here's the
Yeah,
thing.
you're in the wrong place.
It's very
But-
seldomly. It's very seldomly you'll meet a girl like that in there. They want to hear that in that environment.
Yeah.
Very seldomly.
Usually that's the Gemini. If you're around a Gemini girl, you can start building like that in front.
Yeah.
She'll like that mental stimulation.
Yeah. So
Man, yo, back in the day, we went to a strip club one time, yo.
right, go.
No, for real. And there's one because there's always a stripper that probably you're not interested in. I don't mean this for the strippers out there, but we was at a strip club, and this one chick came over to me, and I wasn't into it. You
want a lap
there
dance?
because it was a bunch of us. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was up
right.
in there. It was like an after party and stuff like that. So the chick, you'll never guess what she told me she was doing, bro.
What
While she was in there, you heard this story. She
I don't
said
think you told me this one.
she said she was stripping for the Lord. Bruh. She was stripping to gain souls. I never heard nothing like that in my life. And I was like, yeah, she said that she's in here to win souls for God.
Yo, you hear all kinds of stuff like that because I remember when I was in
Go ahead.
Atlanta, right?
Mm.
And you hear all kinds of shit from
Spot
these chicks.
for you.
Listen to me, you hear all kinds of stuff from these girls in Atlanta, man.
Right,
You know what I mean? It's actually like being a stripper in Atlanta.
right.
Yo, that's like the norm.
Right,
It's like
yeah.
the norm. Like you talk to the girl be showing you a fucking pussy and the whole nine. She's
Oh,
shaking
shoot.
her head. She doing all that, right? And then
Right.
she'd turn around like, yeah, well, I go to Georgia Tech. I'm in here for
You talk about the
engineering.
classic.
I'm in here for
classic,
engineering. But she's showing you a whole twat.
She talk like that though?
Yeah, that's how some of them have that the proper, they talk like white girls. Like, how you doing,
What club you in Atlanta?
In Atlanta. Not all of them be sounding like that. You got a lot of girls. Not a lot of them. Here's the thing. It's not a lot. You
club
meet a
you
lot
been
of. Yo, come on. I've been in all of them, yo. There's a lot of them in there. Not
I wanna
all
know-
of them are
I
like
want to know
that.
about this one though. I want to know about
Not
this
all
one.
of them about. I think I was in. Where was I in?
The Gentlemen's Club? I mean, they all gentlemen club. But that
No,
was
there's
like
one called the Gentleman's Club.
secretary.
Strip club there. But what was that? Follies. Anybody ever been to Follies in Atlanta? You ever been to that one?
Nah.
Yeah, I was in there. Follies. Yeah, that was a wild one. But anyway, she was she was going to school for engineering.
Right.
And
in the meanwhile,
she
was
was
excellent.
shaking her booty.
Yeah. You like,
And
you
when
said, let me do some work.
when I went home, I thought about that. I said, damn, this chick is a sophomore in Georgia Tech, engineering student, right?
Right.
And she in here shaking her ass. Excuse
Yeah.
me, YouTube.
I always tell them because you're in the performance, you're in the entertainment industry. So right now you're not Priscilla, you're Kiki. Priscilla is in the car still. Right now you are performing as Kiki. So Kiki can be whoever you want her to be. Because it is the entertainment industry.
That's right.
The Gentleman's Club is a fantasy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
It's a fantasy. So
Messages from
she's
the pimp.
performing
Right.
as Kiki.
Uh-huh.
And I said, don't worry, because this is not Priscilla right now.
Right.
Kiki can be whoever you want her to be.
Wow.
Once you leave here and you counting your money at home,
I'm
now you're Priscilla.
gonna keep it real.
Wow.
Some of them chicks, them college chicks that go to Georgia Tech and and the rest of them schools, they actually like stripping. They like it.
Oh yeah,
they
they love
like
it. It's freedom for them.
They
And then
like
the
it.
pole work,
They
if they're good at
they
the
all
pole,
about it, man. They all about it.
exercise.
It's actually
They like the pole. They like to slide up and down the pole.
Yeah.
They love it. They love it. So, I just find it strange that they end up in these strip clubs. These engineers, doctor, they go into school for
Yeah, because once you win that
Brain
club,
Saying, don't get nervous now.
I'm just saying neuroscience.
Neuroscience.
And, you hear these things and they shaking their head.
Wait a minute, hold on.
there's
A
some
neuroscientist?
there's some
Yeah.
smart dancers, man. There's some
Yeah,
smart dancers.
all
out
kinds,
there.
man, all kinds.
But they're able to
She wanna
separate.
work on your
Yeah.
head. Uh-huh.
They're able to separate.
Well, I think they do. I think they do it because they make the extra money on the side. So they got expenses
all kinds
and
of
different
cash.
things like that.
Oh, so now you understand.
Yeah,
It's like y'all getting to understand.
Well, that's what they told me. I mean,
Right.
I had a girl tell me this. So it is what it is.
Yeah, once you're in there, it's a very normal environment to them. Do you know what I mean? It becomes very just like I might as well be at Kmart because they get so used to it working in there every single day.
Yeah, well,
Gina came in the building. Gina said, "Open your mind, Rasul."
yeah,
She
I
about-
did. I did.
Jody said, "Yup." Queen City.
Yeah, all right.
Yo,
Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying,
I think
you
she
open
meant
your
that.
mind.
Well, they
You
say
should-
open your wallet
Open my wallet.
when you're in the strip club.
Yeah. Hey man, it is what it is. I had firsthand experience because I lived out
First
there.
hands.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Being out there with in Atlanta and the whole culture out there in Atlanta. So y'all can't tell me nothing. I know how they is out there. You know what I mean? Yeah, the women outnumber the men out there. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
On the planet.
I always tell people this: if you can't get a girl in Atlanta, you crazy. You got to be the lamest dude on the face of the planet Earth. If you can't get laid in Atlanta, I don't got no respect for you.
Right.
I don't got no respect for you.
Hey, baby.
Right.
I had some bad Johns out there. Besides Hafiz, damn, I shouldn't be saying that,
Oh, we back to Hafiza?
I had her, but I had a few other chicks out there too, though.
Hafiza knew it?
No, she ain't know that. She don't know nothing about that. But you got
She
some
know
bad,
now, though.
beautiful women
Uh-huh.
out there. Beautiful women out there.
Atlanta, yeah, man. Atlanta's its own little world, bro.
Yeah, it is. I had to get the hell out of there.
Tomb Ray, shout out to him. Shout out to Medicinal. Yo, Zosa's like, what? Where did that go?
What'd she say?
Oh, man. Trouble Man said he going to Atlanta tonight, right now.
Oh, word? Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful women out there.
Just drop
but,
Rasul's. Could they drop your name?
Yeah, you probably could. Yeah.
Just drop your name at the door?
No.
could? Oh, just
you
drop-
can't do that.
Say,
There's
Soul,
some
you
of the
get
homies
half
out
off
there,
the
yeah.
drinks.
The homies out there.
How's a strip joint when you, they're wearing a mask, though, right? That's
I
funny,
never
that's
been out
ironic.
there when I couldn't imagine being out there with a mask. But
It's like going to a strip club in the daytime. It's almost like those are the weird dudes. Cats who go to the strip club. They go into strip clubs in the day out in Atlanta, right?
yeah, oh yeah. That's like the big thing. Like you go in Atlanta, you go in the daytime. It's like a different zone. They have like zones: daytime zone, middle afternoon zone. Then you have the evening zone. Then you have the middle of the night zone, and then you have the after hours zone.
After hours.
Yeah, the after hours zone.
shit.
The after hours
That's
zone.
when the ballers come
that's when-
in.
Yeah, that's when it really goes down in the after hours.
Club stays open until 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning.
Damn.
Sometimes 7. Some places 11 o'clock. It's just a rotating situation. You just, you just go. That was like the thing. I never understood that because you like, yo, where we going, y'all? Yo, we going to the strip club. He was like, God damn, man, it's 12 o'clock. He's like, yo, it's 1 o'clock. We going to the strip club? Or we going to go get something to eat?
You
And
want
you
to
can go out
lap
there
dance, mister?
and have some wings, have a whole platter of food,
And seeing some legs.
and look at some legs. You eat your chicken wings and looking at some ass.
Shake it, baby.
That's wild. That's wild. I've always thought that was unusual. You can't go nowhere else in the United States and do that. Only down south, yo. I know they probably got it in Houston, Texas, or like other southern states, but Atlanta's just
That's
on a
south.
whole.
That's south. That's southwest.
Yeah. Atlanta's on a whole nother level though.
Houston, Houston is on the yeah, they all man. They got
They
some
kinda crazy. Atlanta's crazy. They be turning women out too.
turning women out.
Yeah,
Like what?
It's like it's just I just think that like out there, like you know, like I've been to strip clubs before, like in Philly and stuff like that.
Got you.
But I never been to a strip club in Atlanta. So when I went in there, was my first time actually going into the strip club in Atlanta, that shit was
Blowed you
crazy.
away.
It blew my mind, yo.
You saw real
Like they get butt naked. They take everything off.
right.
Everything. You don't get that.
Well, I don't want.
You don't
in
get
Philly.
that in Philly. I
No.
mean, they don't do all that. And
don't
out
got no
here,
slut. What you was going to, like,
even
high
out
class?
here in LA, and even in LA, right?
Hold on, you was going to high class?
He's telling you to call him.
Oh, Tootie. All right.
Yeah. Even in LA, you can't.
His brother was
You
going to
can't-
high class strip joints in Philly.
Yo, a lot of the strip clubs they don't take everything off. They might show you a little something, but they not.
Oh, that's a titty bar, right?
Nah, man, these are strip clubs. Even the ones in what was the one I went to? The one out here in LA. The LA one was whack, yo. Wasn't that good.
Is he downstairs?
He just wants you to call him. I don't know what he said.
So you know.
What's up, my brother? Peace. You here? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, just ride down that spot till you get to E. So you get past the guard?
I gave him the instructions.
It's real on the show, yo.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Where were you at?" Shaking your head, man. It wasn't no Jones like this Atlanta.
It's the
joint.
realest show right here.
Somebody said Money
What we doing?
Mar. Nah, man. It
I just
wasn't
got off
like
the
that.
phone.
Like I ain't been out there. Listen,
Were they getting
I've
at
been-
you?
one brother from
You
Philly.
gotta have tough skin because they gonna get at you. bro. You
I
can't
ain't
just be dissing the chat room because
I
they
ain't
get at
dissing
you.
him, yo. I'm just saying, like the one I went to one on City Line Avenue, yo, and they didn't have the strip club down there. They didn't really have. It was whack, yo. It wasn't like an Atlanta strip club. So they get it in. They get it in Atlanta.
Philly?
No, I'm talking about Atlanta. The Atlanta joints, they get it in.
Yeah. Peace so hard. Peace you. Peace. Yeah, I'm getting my mind ready because we about to go and we about to blast off. The brother is real close. Brother is real close. I mean, like downstairs
Oh yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
So he getting real close. Yeah. All right, so we about to blast off tonight, man. We're gonna get into some real good information, and we're gonna go into a lot of stuff, which is good. We get to talk about a lot of good things on here, and then as long as we all just come along and just enjoy the ride, you know what I'm saying? It's a good thing. AD just bounced again. It's a good thing. I always love having an open mind to see where we at, man. It's always good. Somebody said rest in peace. Oh, ATL Freaknik. Yeah, I remember the Freaknik. Yeah, it's old school.
Oh yeah, the Freaknik was wild. I never been to the Freaknik.
Yeah, that's my
How
time.
was that? What was that like?
I was Girls on Shoulders. Remember what was got to host the Girls on Biggie Smalls? What he said, Girls on Shoulder. It's the same thing. It's just like a pool party. It's like the same thing. It was just it was savage. It was just straight up just crazy, yo. It was just no rules. Morals was out the door. If you came there with morals, you'd probably be put in a cage or something like that. So morals is the last thing you need into that place. It was crazy. So it was definitely a moralist party.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Jump on you talk to a chick, she might just jump on the back of a motorcycle.
The motorcycle just started.
Yeah, and she pop it, you know what I'm saying, on the way down. You thought she was talking
God.
to you and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's
crazy.
home of the Freaknik was the beginning of all the wildness. Yep, 93. Somebody knows what time it is.
Yeah.
93.
I wouldn't.
All right, the King of the Lions Den is coming in. That's what we're going to call him, the King of the Lions Den. He was at the Lions Den. He took on, and then he came on Sinetta. Shout out to Sinetta. Sinetta is one of though he is the pioneer of all this stuff. He did things that I always thought about, and I always wanted to talk to RZA about, and I brought it up to Jizza. Sometimes I was like, yo, when we get together, how come, we get all these schools of thought? have everybody down together and put everybody together and build on something. But it's something when you get schools of thought and a bunch of, brothers with knowledge, and I say brothers, it somehow turns right back into church. You know what I'm saying? It's like one handful, it somehow it just slides right in that way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you got your backbiters, you start talking. We got to stop. Like you said in Atlanta, everybody was talking about, and I'm gonna get on black people too, because we got to get on our own selves too. We got to start doing way better, way better, because we are terrible. We got to start fixing ourselves, and you can't fix anything until you fix yourself.
Exactly.
Went out to Atlanta and it turned to the Sodom and Gomorrah.
It's on the Sodom and Gomorrah. I kind of
Begging
think
for
that
them.
they have a good community.
They might not want us back in Africa, yo.
I don't think that
Because we're corrupt Africa.
we don't
go out
need.
there and
We
there'll
don't
be
need
freaknik parties.
Yeah, we don't need none of them Africans or black folk over here, right? Some of them who don't got no knowledge of themselves, anything like that. We don't need them coming over here, over to Africa, man. You got to get some information about Africa first before you want to just get on a plane and fly over there.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? And don't just do it just because or everybody else is doing it. You got to do it because you want to do it, or stay your black ass over here. Because at the same time, we can't be playing games with this information. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people, I've seen. You see that one? I hate to call him out.
Bro.
One guy.
Oh, peace, my brother. Yeah, indeed. You a tall brother. I didn't know you was that tall, yo. It's like
6'4.5", and I used to be 6'2".
wow. I thought when brothers drop knowledge, I thought they was often short.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, a lot of knowledge. Because short cats, they put the caps on top of the stone. Peace, bro. Yeah. Right. Shout him out.
So
Yeah, he be over here. He just walked into the building.
People got to get an understanding of Africa, man, before they start going over there and stuff and throwing on and putting on the attire.
No, I'm saying
learn something before you go over there.
Yeah.
And that way you can have a dialogue with somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got to have a dialogue.
Yeah, rest in peace, Prodigy. Somebody shout him out. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe. We about to blast off into the next galaxy.
Blast off with your mask off.
Yeah, with your blast off with your mask off. That's right. Exactly. So yeah, somebody said, she said short knowledge. Atlantis, 6'4", yeah. He tall, yeah, exactly. I didn't know he was that tall. Somebody said Nephilim, Nephal. 20 murders in Atlanta this week. Yeah, man, we embarrassing ourselves, yo.
Atlanta's kind of right now is lawless over there.
Yeah.
They don't really have a big police force anymore because of what happened with George Floyd. Half of the police force quit. So they don't really have a lot of police on the street. So now, he's got a bunch of hooligans running around in Atlanta, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, killing each other, killing people, killing each other in the mall. There's just a bunch of crazy stuff going on out there.
Right.
But, it is what it is.
No doubt. Yeah, you used to play, I'll wait till you come over here. You used to play basketball or something?
No, I've actually never played basketball in my life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I never played basketball because the school I was in, they were trying to force me to. And the principal told me that if I played basketball, he would work on my grades.
Oh, wow.
And then I realized it's just a stereotype.
I'll wait for you to come over here. That was good. That was good. Yeah. We locking in, yo. Yep, so ready to hear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we about to go in. Let me see. Yeah, so what you was what we was talking about? Oh yeah, bettering ourselves, doing the right thing, and anytime you want to start to build, you have to always start with self.
Indeed.
Self-control. First thing, self-control. And
me myself, I had to learn self-control a long time ago. You know what I mean? I didn't have no self-control back in the day when I was a kid. I was wild.
I can see the chat room. Yeah, you was wild. Yeah.
I was a wild kid back then. So I had to learn
What you do?
self-control. I was just getting in trouble a lot. I was a
Yeah.
little kid.
You're a busybody.
All right, Priest, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's bring them
Hold
on.
on.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce them. Yeah. Yeah. Tehuti Hotep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tehuti. Yeah, man. Peace, my brother. Good. All right, man. Look how tall his brother is. Yeah, how you want to do it, yeah. Yeah, man. We set it off that way, man. It was good.
Just a little bit. It seems
Oh, yeah, AD.
no lower. Quite, it seems like I'm in a concert.
Concert of knowledge.
That's okay. Yes.
The
I
conscious,
hear myself.
instead of the Carnegie Hall, it's the conscious hall.
The conscious hall. Yes.
Yeah, the conscious hall, man. What's good with you, bro? How you been?
Everything is well. I feel great. Thank you, brother, for having me on the show.
Yeah, the brother reached out to me, one of your students or something like that.
Yeah, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at reaching out to Killah Priest. And I want to give some shout outs to some people. Shout out to the Lions Den. The Lions Den is a debate league that I'm the champion of. And I came in there just for an interview.
Right.
And when I got my interview, there was a champion, an existing champion,
Right.
and he got a little, I guess, egotistical, and he said, do you want to? He called himself the Kemetic Killer. So he called himself the Kemetic Killer, and he found out that I represent Ma'at, and he said, would you like to battle me and commit suicide for the belt? And I didn't come for any kind of belt.
Man,
I just came for an interview.
Already interesting.
Yeah, and he and we said, yeah, he called himself the Kemetic Killer. Hadn't killed one Kemetic ever, but called himself the Kemetic Killer.
Listen, I mean, while you're telling your story, this is a chat room, so they're gonna be interacting and
Oh,
stuff like
the
that.
purple?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, all of it.
Oh, good.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
So I came in and a couple weeks later, we had a debate called Ma'at versus the Torah. What is better for the community?
Right.
And the judges were picked. It's 4 out of 5 of the judges were Bible believers.
Right. Whoa, that you went into the thickness.
Yeah, for the judges, there was one brother who was kind of atheist, pro-black atheist, and the rest of them were Bible believers. And I went in there, and it was pretty ugly.
Terrible. It was terrible.
It was pretty ugly. The judges were saying that I killed him. The judges, only 2 judges voted against me.
Yeah.
And they said the reason why they voted against me is because he asked me a question. He said, "Do you follow Kemet?" And I said, "No."
Right.
And the judges said, "How can you be?"
You don't follow commit.
Right.
Okay.
So they asked me that.
That's weird.
Right. To people, it's weird. So the judges struck me points for that. So they
Right.
said, "How do you not follow Kemet?" So after I won anyways, and so the judges said, other than that question, the judges said I won. The judges said I lost. Behind the scenes, he told me that I 3-0'd him.
Right.
So the question was, do I follow Kemet? And I said no. And an Israelite brother asked me that a couple days ago. He said, "You must be fake. You don't follow Kemet. How you practicing Ma'at?" And I said, "What are you, brother?" He said, "I'm an Israelite." And I said, "What's the name of King David's country?" He said Israel. I said, "Do you follow Israel?" He said, "No, you can't follow a country." I said, "Is Kemet a country?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Exactly, and I don't follow a country. I follow the laws of Ma'at." So there's a thing called the Torah that Hebrews follow. That's not the country. Inside the country, people may do what they want. If you hold somebody accountable to the actions of a whole country, you're going to fail, because people can commit all kinds of sin, all kind of murder in a country. But what you're supposed to follow is the laws that's in front of you, and hope that the country is following it with you. But no, I don't follow Kemet. I follow Ma'at. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Somebody said him and Ngozi. I already have Ngozi. Oh, that's right. Ngozi called me last night asking about you, yo. Word. This could be too crazy. This probably got to be a part 2 or part 3. Dang, hearing your voice and stuff like that, I know that this doesn't matter, but in the conscious community, crazy, it does matter. You know what I'm saying? With your voice, you like soft-spoken and stuff like that. So, dang, you like a different type of... I would think you'd have lost if hearing your voice and stuff like that. But...
People ask me on the phone if I'm white or Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
If you're East Coast Puerto Rican, up here it's Mexican.
Yeah.
And they're not used to a mellow, because I was raised up by martial artists. I did martial arts. My teachers as far as magicians are calm. I was once under Malachi, and so I realized that if you're just dealing with facts, you shouldn't become too emotionally involved, because when you're thinking that way, your testosterone, your adrenocorticotropic, everything starts to unfocus in the neurons, and you can't actually formulate sentences correctly, and you start becoming so emotional that you'll end up losing a conversation. That's why nobody that I know can beat me in a debate staying calm. I challenge people to debate me and don't call me a name, and stay calm, and we'll just see the facts.
Yeah, I saw that with you and Zion Lex.
Oh, he made a video about me today. Yeah, he's working on it. It's live. It probably just ended. He did a video on the Myrna Patah Stella.
Oh yeah. This brother is off point. Yeah, man. Oh man, I got so many questions, man. Yeah, you and Zion Lex. So your Genesis, your beginning started with Dr. Malachi Z. York.
My beginnings actually started in the Bible.
Okay.
With most of our beginnings, we started.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I know what you're, because you're saying the conscious beginnings, but
Yeah.
my beginning started in the Bible, and I started listening to KRS One. Why is that? And X Clan, right?
Boom, boom.
And that helped all of us, right?
Yeah.
Poor Righteous Teachers, you remember them?
Yeah.
Brand Nubians.
Yes,
Right. So
yes.
when they started coming out with those tracks, I was questioning things in the Bible, and then I was confronted by a brother on the street who was with Malachi, and he asked me a question, and I couldn't answer the question, and I was humble since then. Once I couldn't answer a question, I said, "Oh, I'm in a religion that I can't answer questions. I need to examine this more." And then I started, studying some of Malachi's books, and my mother was going to throw me out of the house. She was going to burn all my books, and I had to bet my living condition to live in the house. I had to bet her that I could beat her. I was 20-something at the time. I had to beat her 47-year-old pastor in a debate. This is how I started.
Well, you started off debating,
and she's the judge. I made her the judge, and I said, my mom is a staunch Christian, and she was the judge, and I said, you can be the judge, and if I lose this debate with your pastor in front of you, you can kick me out of the house.
Right.
4 hours into the debate, she kicked him out of the house.
Right. Wow. Your mom's kept it real.
Yeah, she said this embarrassing. After that,
She kept it 100.
Legally went to the courthouses, and I'm in the particular area at that time. I'm no longer allowed on the property of any Seventh-day Adventist property. He went and got the court records and put it on the door, and I can no longer come into the premises of any Seventh-day Adventist church.
That you must have did damage.
Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. It was my first debate.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. You study martial arts too, and
Under the Gracies, they gave out 5 black belts at the time in America, and one of the black belts they gave it to was Jacare, the alligator, and he was my teacher. Small man, very calm, never raised his voice, and he moved on you very slowly, and you just realize that you can't breathe. You're moving like this, and he's moving like this, and you can't breathe, and he's tiny. Yeah, I learned calmness a lot through him.
Magic powers. I hope RZA listening. Shout out to the RZA. Yeah, that's crazy, yo. Damn. So he did the alligator. All right. So let's just jump right into it, bro.
Let's jump.
Man. So you were saying that and you have proof of the Neterus. The Neterus are. Explain to the audience what the Neterus are, and
which way is looking into the screen where I'm
Right there.
facing the screen? This is the camera here?
Yeah.
Okay, this is good. So when my computer is hooked up, maybe a little later, I'll be able to show some. I'll be able to show a lot of things. But for those who don't know, The Neter were our ancient ancestors. These were the gods, as people started calling them, that were on this planet and taught and educated people along the Nile Valley. They were supreme beings in the sense that they had the ability to manipulate matter. They could manipulate their DNA. They could do photonic entanglement without being a photon, which means that photonic entanglement is the ability to have a photonic matter be in two places at once, or one thing in another place, and it's affected by its twin in another place. They could do bilocation. These were just supreme beings that eventually became the Christian angels, them and the Anunnaki. But these were beings such as Osiris, Aset, Nabtet, his other wife, Ptah. These were ancient beings that came here, set up a colony around 34,000 years ago. They set it up after the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki set up colonies first, but they are the first ones to set up spiritual information on the planet, and that's why you can't find any spiritual advice writings before the Nile Valley culture. You can find history, but you can't find spiritual writings. These were the Neter. After a while, the Neter were made into what the Greeks called mythos. Originally, mythos meant truth. Mythos in the dictionary is any story that you tell verbally is a mythos. The Cometians had a word called mythin, and it meant true legend, something that was factual. It came from the word ma'at. The root word is empty, which is mit. When they started establishing Christianity, they had to make these beings mythological because they didn't fit into the chronology of Jesus and Abraham and Moses and all those good guys.
Wow, so you saying Ma'at, and you saying I'm not Ma'at, but Osiris and them were real.
Ma'at too.
And you got Ma'at too?
So my debate. So first off, before we start, officially from Brother Killah Priest.
Yeah.
Who won, and what do you think about the debate between me and Jabari?
You won. I believe that you won.
And that was a debate based on this same topic that we're discussing.
Yes.
Yeah,
I didn't see the whole thing, but the first round it was over. Like the first, I was like, man, oh man, the sun, that was good.
Everybody likes talking about the sun on the head.
Yeah, that was really good. He set himself up for that one.
Yeah. So, yes, Ma'at. There's a Fifth Dynasty record in Taurine called the Taurine Papyri. And the Taurine Papyri is a papyrus of the legendary rule time period of the kings before human kings started ruling. Human kings started ruling after the Younger Dryas period. So there was definitely a cataclysm that took place around 11,900 years ago to 12,000 years ago. There was a cataclysm, and around 6,000 years after that, people started coming from their underground subterranean protective areas, and that's why you have records of people ruling around 6,000 years ago, because before that the earth was in a cataclysm. Well, prior to the cataclysm, the beings that ruled were recorded on the Taurine Papyrus, and one of them was Ma'at, one of them was Tehuti, one of them was Osiris. In order too, it was Osiris, Set, Heru, and then they passed it on to the followers, what was called the followers of Horus, or the followers of Heru, and the followers of Heru ruled for 13,420 years. This did not
13,000.
13,420 years. They were called the Shemsu Hor. The Shemsu Hor. This is where the Bible gets the concept of men of renown. So in the Bible in Genesis, our Bereshit 6:3 and 4, we can start from 2. It talks about beings that came down. Nephilim came down, and when they came down, their children were called the men of old, men of renown. And the reason why they're called men of old was because they came from a descendancy that was older than physical men.
Could we pull that up, AD? So when you get a chance, yeah.
And it said men of the Shem, men of the name. This is Bible stuff, but Shem was a word that meant renown in name, because the Shem Suhor were the followers of Heru. So the followers of Heru were the ones that took it upon themselves to...
It's Genesis 6.
Yeah, Genesis 6, 1 to 4. The followers of Heru took it, were the copiers of the Heru and Osiris story.
Right.
You could go to Blue Letter Bible and it will say Shem. That came from Shem Suhor, or the Shem. That was an ancient one.
What translation?
Just King James.
You can go to King James. If you go to Blue Letter Bible, it'll actually show you the Hebrew too.
Yeah. The fallen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So the
So you saying these were actual people, man? That's crazy.
right. So they weren't Homo sapiens. They weren't people like us. We descend from them. We descend from these higher beings, but they didn't come. They weren't Homo sapiens because at the time, thousands of years ago, even if we go back 600,000 years ago, 2 million years ago, you have different types of men. You have the Heidelberg Brigendis, you have the Australopithecine Bishopi. Then you have an interesting creature called the Bascop man. And the Bascop man reigns around 115,000 years ago to around 10,000 years. It's called the Bascop man.
Right. I'm going to text Ngozi. I just got to text him.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
continue.
So the Bascop man, and he's a short little man with a large head.
Okay.
And if you were to see him today, you would place
He's a
him...
short man with a large head?
All of them were. They were very short, around 4 feet, and their heads were about this big for their body, and they had a V-type bottom and a rounder type head. They're called the Bascop man.
Are you serious right now? This is serious.
This is evolutionary research.
Okay.
They're called the Bascop man. It's just one of the many evolutionary mans, and he's a short man that you today call a gray. You call them.
I know. I heard about the big head scientists.
Yeah, you wouldn't call them a human being. So human beings or Homo sapien come about around 300,000 years ago, and that's a result of Anunnaki manipulation. But the Neteru are not particularly Homo sapien. They're beyond. Are they what we should be? We're not supposed to be limited to Homo sapien,
Right.
Either. So yeah, human. The word human is just any bipedal creature that descends from the family of the great apes. So we're all in the ape family. There's different types of creatures. So the Neteru were just more advanced. The Neteru are what everybody on the planet Earth are trying to be. Everybody wants to have superpowers. Everybody wants to be telepathic, like Ingo Swann. Everybody wants to tap into the renaissance of 7.8, 7.9, and 9 frequencies to be able to communicate without moving their mouth.
Right.
And have superpowers. But that's because they want to be like the so-called angelic beings. And I would say to my mom, I say, Mom, remember Jesus said to us, those who believe in me will be able to do greater works than I? And she would say, yes. And I'll say, what are some of the works that he did? He multiplied loaves of bread. He did fish. He levitated. He did all these things. I said, when I go to church, how come if I do one thing, they call me a witch or a warlock? If I make this levitate or do something, I may do something on the show, but if I do something, they automatically attribute it to evil. But if you want to be like so-called Jesus, then you should be trying to tap into yourself tap into the surroundings to gain your supernatural. It just means very natural. You should be very natural. So those were the Neters, and the Greeks and all the ancient people recorded them as real beings.
Wow, that's crazy. What do you say to somebody that'd be like, that's not real? Like, yo, that was just
two debates. So I already beat this one guy. We'll just call him Ministry because I don't even want to say his full name because he's a troll now. But he came immediately into the Lion's Den and immediately came to me on that topic. So
Right.
the Jabari thing was actually the next debate.
Right.
So when they say that they're not real, I say we have to go by what the culture says themselves. See, this is where white supremacy and racism comes in, where they were.
Did Russell leave?
Where Europeans believe that they can state what a culture believes, as opposed to going into the cultures writing themselves.
Right.
So the cultures writing themselves puts the Neteru in what's called cartouches, or what was originally called Shen or Shenu. There are little circles with a line at the end, and the king's name goes in there, and only a king's name goes in there. Only a living, physical king's name goes in there, and the Kemetians themselves put the Neteru's names in the Shen for a time period of rule. So people say to me, well, the Neteru are principles, and I say to them, so are you saying the principles just have a specific time period? Because if Set and Heru, they're ruling 200 and 300 years. See, this is where it gets uncomfortable for people, because their rule goes beyond what we consider normal lifespan.
Okay.
So the Christians had to say, no. Only Methuselah and the biblical guys can do that. Who are these Neteru ruling for 300 and 200 and 700 years? How is that possible? But the Kemetians themselves recorded them as physical beings. When I
Every time I look back, I'm just looking
Oh,
at
you're
some
looking
of the
at the
chat.
com-
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
looking at the chat room.
yeah.
So that's cool.
So anybody that disagrees with it, they can contact me for information. I teach Tehuti Brown at Facebook, or if they truly adamantly disagree and think I'm wrong, then they could set up another debate and end up like Jabari
Wow, that's crazy.
or the other guy that I actually debated somebody right before Jabari on the same. Actually, no, before Jabari was Unk West,
Right.
and then before Unk West was another guy named Ministries on the same topic. And
What about Zoroastrianism? Because they spoke about beings, and that kind of like old.
yes. Actually, I had
You drink tea, pardon me.
No, just water. I actually have to.
Well, you drink tea on the show. We get you some water. Get us some water. Yeah, on this tea. I know you do kung fu, so I expect you to drink tea, but water is good. Color water.
So interestingly, when we go to Zoroastrianism,
Yeah.
thank you, brother. Actually, could you?
You want to bring your bag?
Yeah, my bag just was a full thing of water.
Did Rasul leave with his bag? Just joking.
That's
Rasul,
right.
he has the arts. He has the arts. Man.
So one of the symbols of Zoroastrianism.
Rasul left. Let it go. Go ahead.
I actually have it on my computer. I'm going to set this up later, but it's a man
Right.
inside of on top of a disc with wings, with these wings and these two things coming down. And that symbol is the same symbol as Heru Behutet. It's the same symbol, and it's the same symbol as Shamash. Shamash was the Anunnaki, or the god
Son.
in the Babylonian,
Right.
that was a sun god, which became the Hebrew word Shamash in the Bible now.
Wow.
So in the Bible, when it starts off with saying that God created the heavens and the earth, and then
Could we get that scripture pulled up? Hey, D, when you come back, just keep it because he usually pull it. Go
okay,
ahead.
yeah. So when it talks about the sun in Blue Letter Bible, the word there is actually Shamash, and Shamash is actually the name of a god that existed before the Bible or the Septuagint was even written. So the reason why a lot of these cultures are similar, Zoroastrian, and a lot of these other cultures are very similar, is because the root of it goes to Kemet, and then other cultures branch off, because you can't trace Zoroastrian and all these other cultures pre the pyramid text. That's where the pyramid text right there. You can't trace them back. So the information along the Nile kept spreading and spreading, and as it got to other places, of course, it got diluted and understood different ways based on where you lived and the animals that were around you, because the letters were written in animal. All original letters are written in animal form. So the totems change, and then things change based on where you are. But it starts in the Nile Valley. But you notice this, that you'll never see a Zoroastrian a guy debating or knocking at your door.
Never.
You'll never see a
never
Buddhist debating or knocking at your door. You'll never see that, because the men of peace and spirituality are actually not running around trying to spread. The Chinese guy in the mountain, he's fine with just being in the mountain with the spirituality. You have to go to him. He doesn't go into the village. You must believe in Buddha. And,
That's deep.
Yeah,
That's deep. That's heavy. That's heavy right there, yo. Man, you gonna let.
You have to seek the truth.
you have to-
Yeah, seeking the truth.
Exactly.
Wow. You got to seek the truth and it'll be answered. Jody says Shamash Hebrew means servant. Thought it was a son. Yeah?
Shemesh. Just go to Blue Letter Bible. Type in son in the concordance, and then you'll see wherever you see the word son, you go to tools, and it'll say Shamash. Shamash is the name of a pre-existing god before the Torah was written.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit that super chat. And if y'all want to ask some questions, he's right here. I got some questions for you too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, I wanted to see the proof of that how they really exist and all that.
Yeah,
too. So it's
I
crazy.
got to So let me ask this, AD.
Yeah.
If I put my computer and we go online and I put the computer here and it goes online, how can we just?
You said StreamYard.
Will StreamYard, just a regular StreamYard, it will go to here?
If you send me the link.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's what I'll do. Is this?
They want to know what's your site. True Seeker wants to know what's your site.
Okay,
We
so
get to that.
just my you just can go to my Facebook, Tehuti Brown, on Facebook, and then from there you contact me. You can say something to me and then friend request me, and then I'll know who you are, and then from there I can give you information based on. You can also see my debates on the Lions Den.
Yeah, you're gonna
and
love
some of
this
them-
chat room. They're gonna be right on it. Yeah, so
Oh,
you're
yeah.
gonna be at home. I mean, feel free to just let loose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Whatever you gotta say, just say it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's the way we feel here.
Yes.
On Facebook, on Moon.
On Facebook, it's Tehuti Brown.
Brown.
Tehuti Brown, and that's how you find me on Facebook.
Right here, right?
There it is. Yeah, that's me. Yes.
I'm gonna put your Facebook on the screen so they'll be able to see.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, Tehuti Brown, Amun Hotep.
And then what title would you give yourself?
What do you?
Like, what would you consider like professor, teacher?
So my students call me Saba. They call me Saba, and Saba is a word that means a student and a teacher in Kemet.
That's the student and
Yes,
teacher.
student and a teacher, because yes.
Should I put slash
44 trumpets. Shout out to 44 trumpets.
fitness guru or anything like that?
No, you could just keep it Saba, teacher, knowledge. Yeah, the fitness thing I do on another. Although I do have my fitness picture up on the thing.
Oh, you got your
I have my
studying,
picture
huh?
right
You got to
from
know
the-
your arts.
Yes, you have to be.
You got to know your way around in the dark.
Yeah, you have to be physically and mentally fit in this world.
You got,
Okay, so it's gonna look like this.
So do you believe in the, angelic beings? Are these angelic beings are the same as the Anunnaki, and are the Anunnakis the same as the Neterus? Or are they just different forms? People call them.
So the
different
first
names?
question.
Yeah.
First
go ahead.
question is, do I believe in the angelic beings?
Yeah.
So, angelic beings is a concept that was taken by Greeks to create the term a messenger. So the Anunnaki and the Neteru were giving messages to people, teaching them. This is where the concept came from. They were full of understanding and full of knowledge. When this got into the Canaanite language, the Canaanites started calling them Mala or Malaks. Malaks. Malak from the word Mala, which was a word that meant full, or a king, somebody who's full of knowledge.
Like Melchizedek?
Yeah, Malachi
Wow.
Zodak, Malachi Malak. The Muslims say Malaikat. It's a root word that goes into the word full, and it represents being full of information, and that information was to be passed on. When the Greeks got this, they said it in their language, and they said angelos. And angelos is the same word for a messenger boy. So the same thing that the Greeks would call a messenger boy that would deliver an envelope is the same thing that they would call the guys with the wings. It was just Angelos. That's why Angelos was a common name. You could be Michelangelo. It was a common name. These angels are interpretations of different cultures' contact with supreme beings. So the Greeks themselves never had any. The Greeks themselves never actually had any ancient spiritual book. Actually, before the Odyssey, the Iliad in 900, there's not even record of them writing anything. So they started calling different cultures supreme beings angelos or angels. And then the Phoenicians started calling them malak, mol, or malaik. And this is why you find the same word for angel in the Phoenician is the same word for king, because it was those supreme beings that were also the rulers over the people. So angel and king was the same word in ancient times.
So it's above, so below.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's exactly actually what they were doing. The as above, so below. They were trying to build kingdoms as they had where they were from.
So when they made the images of them with wings, were they wing? Could you describe them?
Yeah, it was called the Paut. In Kemet, the Bak, the Paut, the Ba, all these ancient terminologies were images of beings with wings because it represented being free of gravity, free of being trapped by gravitational force. So even the oldest spiritual word that you'll find on earth, the oldest word for spirit is Ba. And it is a man's head with a bird's body. And that bird's body is the falcon or the hawk because it has one of the best visions and foresight. While it's hunting its prey, it can foresee. So when you see ancient people drawn with bird wings, which is where the angels concept came from, it was symbolic of two things. One was that in the physical, these beings were seen coming down to earth, and the only thing the ancient people could associate something coming down to earth would be a bird or something that flies. The other thing is that their goal was to teach you to be an immortal. An immortal meaning that you have the ability to exist beyond the electron realm. The reason why you can hear my fingers touching this is because electrons are touching it back. When you go within the electron or inside of the atom or in the quantum realm of muons and taus and gluons, and you go inside of that realm, you're no longer governed by what kills you here. So you have the ability to be free, and that's why on page 89 and 87 of the Purim Haru, it specifically says, make me Sekhmet and Anpu, make me free like the Bach, like the bird. I do not want to be held to my body. So I teach people how to do that. I teach people how to practice that while you're alive, because in Kemet, that's what it was about. You practice death while you're alive because they don't consider you dying. They don't consider you ever dying. So you practice how to be conscious. While today they call it lucid dreaming.
Yeah,
they call it
names.
astral travel, but it was the ability to leave your body and get past what's called the energetic conflict when you're in a state of sleep paralysis and your body doesn't know what realm to be in touch with, and you feel this when you're in your bed and you can't move, is because your body is detaching from the nerves that are touching the bed. And it's called energetic conflict, and it's beginning to separate and create that echo. And then when you come out, you're able to move freely like a bird. So in ancient times, the supreme beings who could move freely were drawn with bird wings, and that eventually went into all the cultures. All the cultures had bird wing creatures.
Right.
Even the Quetzalcoatl, Aztec, everybody had the bird wings.
Yeah. I got a hit from my man Ngozi. He wants to call in. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
And I'm sure. Peace
Yeah,
and
go.
Ngozi.
Yeah.
I don't think I've talked to the.
Just a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I've.
If it's too loud, I can lower it.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I've talked to Ngozi before.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great, man. I love it.
He's a little passionate. Just so you know.
No, he's on the phone. No, it's deep. He talks fast.
I've heard him. Yeah.
Man, this is deep, man. The Society of the Neterus is
Called the Zeptepi.
called the Zeptepi.
The Zeptepi was the name. It meant on high, or the time before. It was the time that before Homo sapiens were ruling.
Right,
Yeah, called the Zeptepi, the so-called mythical time.
right. Okay. So what do you say, like, well, here's Ngozi coming. I'm going to just still ask my question for
Sure,
you.
yeah, I want to hear him, yes.
Put it on vibrate, priest.
Okay. Oh, it don't matter. He already called in. Peace, we have Ngozi on the phone. What up, Ngozi?
To the whole family, peace and love.
Say that again, brother, because I just got you on speaker now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said peace and love to the family. Mayat Hotep, Puja Seneb,
Oh,
Shalom, Assalamu Alaikum, and power, peace, power, and love to the family. How y'all doing?
All the schools.
Peace. He called everybody out.
This your first time. interacting with each other. I see.
Yeah, last time I saw Ngozi, he was in a preliminary with a brother from Naga World called Ruben, and they were battling about the E1, B1, and one of them asked me what I think of it, and I said, I'm not too interested in all of the E1, B1, and all that, but that's the last time I saw this brother in action.
Oh,
He
okay.
was pretty good.
Right. Indeed. Yeah.
I say, brother Tehuti. Peace and love. Peace to you, brother King, Killah Priest, man.
Yeah.
I'm here, man. I just wanted to tell brother Tehuti, you did an excellent job on your debate, man. Debating Zion Lex, man. You went in, bro. I had a debate with him. I beat him before, but you did an excellent job as well.
Okay, thank you.
Bro, the way you did it, I didn't even see it coming, because the way you did it, it was like I thought you wasn't gonna, even understand the language, and then you turned around and showed that you did the whole time, and you just killed it, bro. That was slick, yo.
Yeah, you saw Anderson Silva and this white guy who were fighting. He was killing Anderson Silva, and to the end, I did that purposely, and I had to. Can you still hear me, Ngozi?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
I had to be very calm and pretend something in order for him to show what it was that we talked about on the phone. Even though I knew something that he was asking me, I just had to sit there with a smile and let the whole crowd say, "Oh, he doesn't know," and all these things they were saying, because I already had what he was talking about in my file, so I was confident enough to be calm and make myself look like something in the beginning for him to come out like the bully, "Look at you," and then for me to just hit him in the neck right here.
Wow. I never met Zion Lex yet. That was crazy, man. I gotta get him on. Huh? What you was about to say?
I said he did an excellent job the way he did it. He broke it down. He showed Israel. He showed the crunching lion and how R became L. He's talked about the timeline and the chronology. It was just good. A lot of people really don't understand, medunetir or those languages that exist at the time and how Semitic linguistically even developed. And he showed the comparisons of, this is not what a lot of people think it is. I think he did an excellent job.
Right.
Thank you, brother.
It's a nice breakdown.
And it was a trick debate because the debate we agreed on had nothing to do with medunetir. He made that the debate, but we agreed on the phone that it was the debate topic wasn't even what you saw the debate topic on. I had to keep repeating what the topic was because we weren't even debating the topic that we agreed to on the phone, and I still won. I heard so.
Yeah, it's about to be crazy. I know.
I honestly don't think that anybody can ever, in the so-called, it's nothing wrong with practicing the faith if that's what people want to do, but I honestly don't believe that no one in the so-called Hebrew community can prove, like the question that you asked, brother, about, woolly head, black Africans, prove that they call themselves Hebrews, especially coming from the places that we come from primarily. And it's obvious that none of them really can. That's why they throw these red herrings in debates, and they really can't answer that question because there is no proof of that. Yeah. And then, as you spoke of earlier, and I heard you on the show, when it comes to the land of Canaan, we know that there was, Egyptian territory, and other people had hands in it, and later on people become mixed, and other groups of people started to develop. So it's not a one-way street when it comes to that area in the land of Canaan or Canaan, as they said, because it was a zone of confluence, So it's just funny, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like a part of the matrix, part of the neuro-linguistic programming of the matrix is to get us attached to fantasy over factuality, and they do this to us in by giving us fairy tales as we were a child. The compliments that we get when they say you did very good, you did fabulous, and the root word of fabulous is actually fable. So from the time you're young, you're hypnotically being controlled. You're doing marvelous, and a marvel is something mystical. It's something that's not historical. It's a marvel. It's something like Marvel Comics. There's several words like that when they compliment you, and that all deals with fantasy. and they get you caught up in the cartoons and the fantasy to take you away from what you wrote. This whole trick of the Matrix is to take our people away from what did we say? Why are we not smart enough to have our words said to the world from the date and time that we said it, not what somebody said about us? And that's what my whole theme is. What did we say as black people? Could we talk?
Right. But that goes against, what about saying that the Toodles are real? You know what I'm saying? That because most brothers would say that's a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? That's like fairy tale.
And that was the switch. The Bible became the real, and the Neterus became the fantasy. That was the. So most people would say everything that happened in the Bible, that's the history book. When you can't find archaeology on so much of the Bible, it's chaos. Yeah.
I tell, and I also tell you this: the Neterus are actually definitely real. I mean, these are the forces of nature. We see Shu when it's windy. We experience Tefnut when we drink water. We experience Ra when we deal with the light of the sun and the energy of the sun or the power of thermonuclear fusion. We experience the sky, which is Nut. We experience Geb because we walk on them every day. And then you're made of those components. All those elements makes up who you are. The true and living Neteru, if we look at it from an African perspective, is the divinity of man, which is yourself. Every attribute that we find in the earth and every attribute that we find in the universe, we find a totality of it within ourselves.
Now I got Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew calling me in. Hold on.
Hey, how do I connect to the internet?
Hold on, Ngozi. Let me get Mighty Hebrew in here. We gotta hit.
Okay.
Hold on.
Your web lore?
Whoa.
Web core? Okay. Web core. I see it. Okay, gotcha.
Hold on. Oh, here we go.
Those are ones.
Mighty Hebrew.
Here comes Mighty Hebrew.
You're gonna do
You gonna do
You want me to check out Killer Priest and let him in? Or?
No, it was
you
cool.
gonna do a conference call?
I just gotta, let me see. Yeah.
It's about to go down.
Yeah.
It's about to go
It's
down.
about to be real.
Sound effects?
It's about to get real. Yeah, we got counted for sound effects. It's about to get super real. Hold on, Ngozi.
The laughing and the, okay, let me see.
Let me see if we pick up at
Did the other brother leave?
Nah, he's still here. Ngozi's still here.
No, the brother was here when I came.
Yeah, Rasul had an
yeah,
appointment.
yeah,
He warned us in advance. He had to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can.
Well, hopefully he called back in. Hold on. Oh no, there's too much energy in here, yo. Hold on, Ngozi. See if he picks up now. Yeah, I mean, y'all can continue building.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah, so the Neteru, like the brother was saying, Tehuti are definitely real if you're dealing with it the way we see it. The forces of nature, our surroundings.
Nah, bro. Nah, that's one way of looking at it. This brother said that they are actually beings. And did you tell me what plane they're from?
No, because they're not from one.
Oh, okay, one region.
Not from one plane. As far as physical, they set up from the bottom of the Nile upwards. But as far as where they're from outside of here, that would be like Sirius, Orion.
Oh, okay. He said that they're from Sirius and Orion. I want Mighty Hebrew. If you looking, call back in, brother. No, you hear what I'm saying? Ngozi, this is another level. This is another level right here.
Yeah, he got.
I was seeing that the brother is actually saying they on another plane. I mean, on another plane.
Yeah, but I mean that's this school of thought. That's how he see it. And the thing is, when you deal with nebulas or clusters of stars and galaxies, and look at Sirius and Orion.
Yeah. Yo, you still there? Energy. Yo, y'all both call back. Hold up, man. I don't know what's going on, man, because my phone can't take all this energy. We need a phone that can call it.
So I'm gonna
I'm gonna let them call back.
How do I send you? So here's a
Yo,
stream.
man, if y'all still with us, bro.
Okay.
We had the Gozy just called and Mighty Hebrew, so it was about to go. It's about to go down. I got 6 bottles of
Compose. Yeah,
six.
if I can
I
get
got
this-
6 apostles of it's about to go. Oh, it's on. It's
Here
on.
we go.
We got Mighty Hebrew on here.
Shalom. What's going on with the family?
Shalom, brother.
Hebrew Israelite Sovereign National Prize. What's going on, Tahuti?
That's the Hebrew me. That's my Hebrew.
The Hebrew version
Hebrew.
of you. Yeah.
Our mom had 2 children. One went to the Nile and one went.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I hope the Gozy called back in.
Yeah, I just seen Ngozi was on there right now. You know, I'm
Yeah.
just with the family prepared. We repatriating, hallelujah. You know what I mean, to Africa. So we leaving. You know what I mean, in a couple of months. So we out of here. How's the fam?
Yo, that's good, brother. You got to throw up that black. Yo, look, the chat room is lit up right now. It's off the hook right now. There's a lot of minds up in here, yo.
Alright, so boom.
Mizrael Yashriel says shalom and to the Mighty Hebrew. Hey,
Shalom.
yeah. So he about to go into showing about the Neterus to me and
Okay, that's the same thing when we start breaking down with Allahayim is. You know what I mean? Where are you in the etheric state right now, or where you crystallizing down to right now, Tahuti? Where you at? Because I just came on. I didn't get to hear.
Where am I crystallizing to?
I love it.
Yeah, where you crystallizing down to? We pulling down from ascent to descent. We on that Sephardic tree of life. We there yet?
You're on the tree of life. The Sephra.
Because you was
Sephra.
talking about the Netas. Are you talking about how they came down here from ascent to descent?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I haven't got into it yet, but yeah, I'm talking about them physically and also them in multi dimensions. Yes, both.
Absolutely.
Not in detail yet, but yes.
Oh, let me try to get Ngozi back on. I just want to hear all three of y'all on the phone together.
Funny, Killer Priest.
Hold on, let me.
Priest, you funny, man.
Yeah, I know. I just gotta hear all y'all voices together at one time. We might can make a song. Hold on.
Look, after that, I gotta go, y'all, because I'm on a date with my Isha.
Oh, no. We do it next time. Brother. Because if you're on a date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tahuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
Yeah,
I'm saying he getting props from a Hebrew, so that's that's love right there, bro.
I think Tahuti would say the same thing about me if I ain't mistaken. What Tahuti say?
already has.
Would say ain't no Hebrew that can fuck with me, man.
Yeah, Mighty Hebrew is definitely more advanced than any Hebrew. I wouldn't even limit him just to the word. I tell him this to his.
Wow.
I don't limit him just to the word. The word Hebrew does not encompass
his mind.
Him. Yet he's not just a Hebrew. This man is. We talk about the Neteru, the ancient.
Oh yeah, all brothers.
All. We talk about many different things. Not just. We're not sitting in the Bible just talking. So he's
right outside.
He's advanced. I think he's going to be the one that's going to take the Hebrew Israelites
to the next level,
to the higher level, and then they can come to me.
Wow! Oh! that was a love shot.
That was definitely a love shot.
That was a love shot right there. To the mighty
But brief. I just want to say something briefly because I just heard y'all talk about the Manatha Stella.
Yeah.
I can't hold this in. I gotta say something.
Go ahead, bro.
So, I mean, me and the brother Tahuti, we discussed some matters. I looked at it more than once. The question was asked, could we show anywhere in our history that we ourselves called ourselves Harapu or Harapu, mistranslated into English as Hebrew? Now, me personally, I would have went to the Qumran caves, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and used the book of Yonah, Jonah chapter 1 verse 9, where Jonah himself called himself a Hebrew. Now that's what I would have used if it was me, because that's an archaeological finding, and it's also anthropology.
Could you say that again, brother, real slow? It's a lot of big words.
Okay. If the question was asked to me, Tahuti asked a simple question. The simple question was, is there anywhere in archaeology can you show where our people themselves called themselves Hebrew?
In a certain time period.
Right. If it was me, because me and Tahuti discussed this, if it was me, I told him I would have used the book of Jonah, but from out of the Dead Sea Scrolls, from out of the Qumran Cave, chapter 1, verse 9, where clearly you see in the first person singular in the Nikwada of the Hebrew grammar, you see in the first person singular, Jonah calling himself a Hebrew. And Tahuti said within 45 seconds, you would have won that debate.
Yeah.
But what happened when you look at the Medunetir Stella that my close comrade and brother Zion Lex is using, it's not saying in that Stella that we ourselves called ourselves that. But it was an outside nation that was speaking upon people who today, if you're dealing in academia today, are arguing if it's even Israel or not. But that's a whole nother different debate, a whole nother topic. But the point of the discussion, people have to really listen to Tahuti and listen to the question. The question was simple. The question was, can we show any archaeological evidence as Hebrews in the first person singular saying that we were Hebrews? And right there, when I said that to the Lord, what did you tell me, Tahuti?
I said if that was the debate, you would have won in 45 seconds. Now, let me clarify. I do have to clarify something. I said that we picked a time period. So if that was just the question and Mighty Hebrew brought that, then he would have won that debate in 45 seconds. Particularly, though, the debate that I had was...
Not 40. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Particularly, the debate I had with Zion Lex was we picked a time period, and the time period that we were focusing on was the time period that Hebrews were around in the biblical time period. That would have been, say, from Abraham, if they say Abraham is 1820 BC, all the way to King David, when there should have been millions of people proud to be Hebrews and Israelites because King David and Solomon had countries. So we actually picked a time period. So if I just asked that to Mighty Hebrew, just that alone, and he presented Jonah, he could have won it right there. But me and Zion Lex picked a time period, and that's why he went to the Medunetir Stela that far back, because it was within the time period that we discussed.
So the Medunetir is a little bit before the Dead Sea.
Way before the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls are anywhere from 200 BC into the 80s. It's not even written by the Dead Sea Scroll books are not even written by the people whose names on the book.
Right. Right, got you. But they would have been, weren't they strangers? Strangers in the land?
Well, look, I didn't even know. I didn't know he was using a time frame.
Yeah.
If he was using a time frame, the only thing he had to do was use the laws of Manu,
I'm sure.
or he could have went into the stands of the Zion or the Purana records of the Indus Valley. But he can't. But that's a different story, a different topic.
Listen.
But I gotta go.
I know, your mind. You just said something. That was profound, brother.
This is
all right, sit back to Tahuti,
you know
bro.
what I mean? So I want to hear him do his thing.
Yeah, do your
but
thing.
I gotta go.
And me and Mighty Hebrew are working on some things, right?
Okay.
Me and Mighty Hebrew are working on some things, even musically.
Oh, okay. Y'all got some music coming together?
Well, he wants me to be on a track because he heard my bars.
And you rhyme.
Yes.
We gotta get into that. All right. Yeah. All right, brother.
You're an animal too.
Okay. You're an animal.
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You're an animal.
Okay, I can't wait to hear
Okay.
him. I can't wait.
But
Yeah.
I love all Israel all over the four corners of the earth. I gotta go. I love all
No-
y'all that's striving for righteousness' sake.
No
Yo,
doubt, brother.
Tahuti, man, when you done, you know what I mean? Tomorrow sometime give me a call. Yo, priest, call me.
All right.
Prince, Safe said he gonna contact you. He gonna head on out to LA to come see you, man.
All right, tell him I'm here. Yo, and if you could get in touch with Zion Lex, I would love to get that brother on here, man.
Absolutely.
Brother Zoom.
Big
All
shout
right.
out to Zion Lex.
All right.
All right, shalom.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, now
Man, that was great. The Mighty Hebrew. All right, back to you, brother. This is your show.
Yes.
Do your thing. Do your spill. Let's go.
okay, so yeah, so I have my computer set up for when questions are asked, and I know you wanted to get into extraterrestrials and
Yes, I want to get into the extraterrestrials. I want to the Neterus. You said they were from what they were from all over the regions of the universe.
yeah. Well, the particular focus always goes back to Orion, Ursa Minor area, Sirius A and B. The focus always goes back to those areas. There were substops such as Mars. That were substops for them, and I was going to show some things.
Let's get into it, bro. What's up? Whatever you want to do, let's do it. Let's do
Okay.
it. No hold back on this. Yo, if y'all hating, make sure y'all hit that super chat. You are now. If y'all got any questions for Tehuti, he's about to show us right now
I'm going to show you some things about the Neteru.
about the Neterus. These are extraterrestrial beings. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what,
let's
that's
do
what
it.
they call them.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go into just gonna show a couple things. Is the screen?
So on the left here is what they can see.
Oh, great. Okay.
Not yet. Once you show it, I can pull it to the side.
Once I show it. Oh yeah. So it's
this is what they see now, and then this is what I prepared to show them. So once you have it up here, I'll switch it.
okay. Good. So I'm gonna click on this. Is that screen? Is that?
Now they see it.
They see that? Oh, this is beautiful.
So what they see here is what they see. What
Oh,
you see here.
beautiful.
And this is me preparing it on the left.
Okay, good. So what you're looking at is a symbol similar to the.
Okay. Here we go.
I'm just
Gotcha.
gonna say what this is.
I'm with you now. Go ahead.
So this is the symbol of Kepera, and it is the word for evolution. It is a word for evolution because in Kemet we didn't have a creator. Nothing in existence is created yet.
Okay.
Everything is still in a process of being created. You're still evolving. You're still growing. You're still learning. So your creation process has not ended, or else you wouldn't be growing anymore. So in Kemet, we didn't have created. We had Kepera, which was evolution, to evolve, to transform. But instead of getting into that, I want to just let this be clear that this is a Kemetic image. Okay. Let me ask you, Killer Priest, and you, brother. I'm gonna say everybody. What do you guys know about crop circles, and what do you think of them, the real ones? Because of course, there's people that can go and make them, but the ones that are unexplained.
The real ones, I think that they're real because I've seen someone walk around in them. And that person that I've seen walk around in the crop circle was Erykah Badu.
So
I seen him walk around in it.
When I say real, I mean there's some crop circles that people make, and then there's some that are unexplained.
Yeah.
They pop up too fast. They pop up within 24 hours. They have electromagnetic energy. The radiation in the stems have changed. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who do you say? Who do you, from your knowledge, who made those? Regular people or something beyond the regular person?
Who made the crop circles?
Yeah. Who would you? Or do you know enough to comment? Do you ever get into it?
I would have to say I'm open. I'm open for
Okay.
to see.
Okay. So
What do you think?
I'm gonna say it's interdimensional extraterrestrials. I believe from the interdimensional ones that are able to enter this atmosphere, not from other planets, but from other realms. within our atmosphere.
And I want to clarify that too.
Go all the way, bro. If you say it for other planets, feel good to say it.
That's it.
Okay.
Not from other planets.
Yeah. You said for
Other
realms.
dimensions.
Okay.
I want to show. I want to show a video.
You believe in other dimensions, but not planets. Okay.
I want to show this video here.
Make
Okay,
it
so
clear.
this is a
Just
video.
make sure we got him.
You showing the video?
So shout out to Dominique Green. We're gonna answer that question. Go ahead.
Okay, so some of my students, I have a student. His actual name is Krishna, and he goes into the Dalmers. He goes into this area, these stone. It's like stone buildings, and he goes there and he does. I can show a picture of it. He does a pendulum.
Singing? Okay.
A pendulum, and he calls orbs. These orbs come into the room and they start multiplying and flying around. That's the interdimensional beings that the brother here was talking about. That not necessarily, he's saying they're from other planets, but they're from beyond just what our seven senses. That's what you're saying, right, brother? That they don't have to literally come from Pluto, but they could be right here, but you can't see them because they're from another place right here. That's right. That is right. So here's a video.
Diesel?
Yeah,
shoot. Hey, Diesel got a check. Green check. Go ahead.
So here's a video, one of many videos of the orbs actually forming the crop circle. So here's a.
Here we go, y'all.
You see these little orbs flying around, and you'll see them. And then what you're going to see is you're going to see people walking around. These crop circles turn up sometimes in a few hours.
Now, what if I was to say, bro? Because what if I was? Okay.
Hold on, let's keep looking. I'm going to fast forward it actually to the part where they're actually. Here we go. So here's a. So they fly around, and then you just see the circles opening. You'll just see it happening. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Yeah, there's nobody walking around. There's nobody. But regardless of what's thought, because
Nah, come on. That's you saying that's an orb.
Those are orbs that are doing that. But regardless of what side anybody is on, the fact is that the crop circles have not been. The ones that are unexplainable have not been disproven. They've disproven the ones where people can go and make it. It takes a long time.
Right.
But they haven't proven the ones that have Carl Sagan's information in it. There's information that only Carl Sagan was able to decipher, and it was in crop circles. That's a whole lot. You know of that, right? Right. So
it was like a digital code
show
in a
that
circle.
again, brother. Can we show that one more time?
The video?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Let's
let's
have to look at that again.
Okay.
For my audience out there, for the chat room, yo, y'all just come on in. You got Lily Wolf.
Look, priest.
Yeah, so watch it.
Look at this. Watch this.
Yeah, watch it.
Notice how fast they appear.
It's crazy.
Here it comes.
That's the
See those
part
arms?
I
Now
wanna
watch.
see that one.
Look.
Okay, now
Look at them forming. Boom.
Oh,
boom.
wait a minute.
Boom.
You know what? I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see
I
that?
didn't see that.
That's
I
why
was
we
just
had to
watching
see
the
the-
light. I was watching the light.
Yeah.
Do that. See, that's what I'm saying. Do that again.
One more again.
That's crazy. See, I didn't see that. I was watching the light, and I wasn't watching the create.
Look what they making. Look what they making.
That's why I'm glad I said it. Bring it back.
Yes.
This is how they making it for us. They're communicating. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Wow. That symbol looked crazy too.
And there's an electromagnetic field
Yes.
that's detectable with detectors.
Yeah. Whenever they investigate them,
Somebody said binary codes.
Yes, they were in binary codes. That's the one. That's the Carl Sagan one. They're in binary codes that only Carl Sagan and people into computers could understand. It was made 30 years after the Carl Sagan one. It was deciphered in a crop circle. That's a whole nother story. But what I want to say is that these entities, these existing conscious entities, are manipulating and changing physical matter, and they can't be explained. Now, this symbol here that I showed you is the Khepera symbol that everybody in the chat should associate with ancient Egypt. We won't get into what all of this is, but we know that this is Egypt. This is not China. This is Egypt. Okay?
Right, definitely.
Now I want to go into this is one of the unexplainables. Here is Eastfield, Alton Priors, Wiltshire, August 21st, 2005.
Crazy.
Does that look similar to the
Crazy.
to the image that I just showed
That's
you?
crazy.
So we're gonna go back, and I think I put them side to side, right here.
JJ Jr. Oh, I watched some of the chat room.
Oh, okay.
He said, I think it says Tupac's alive. Go ahead, brother. Yo,
Yes.
good brother. Go ahead,
Oh
go
no!
ahead.
I clicked it. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay,
turn it
don't
back
worry.
on. The power of the energy is heavy.
Yeah, the
The
energy.
Neterus.
Plug you into the wall.
The Neterus.
Yeah, that'd be good too. Yeah, plug me into the wall. And
Yo,
we'll-
what do y'all think about what y'all just seen, yo?
Yeah, let the comments come in while I'm back up while I pull it.
Alan said, hey, man, he just showed, hey, listen, Alan Caswell said, hey, what kind of crack y'all smoke?
See,
Yo, listen, have you just saw, Cha-Ching said that was demons. And that would just help your case a little bit. Dove Lady on it, YouTube. Man, oh yeah, we got to bring back the question for the brother who dropped that.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, it's locking.
Miss Salona's like,
sorry, it's plugged in.
she looking, but Miss Salona's like, yo,
We're still connected.
yeah, she's looking, she's
computer
looking.
is-
On the streamline.
Well, the Hebrews, just like
It's
by
all-
the Hebrew,
it's
and
all-
I wouldn't expect the Hebrews because they believe in the angelic beings, So, that was crazy.
All Hebrews,
believe in the angelic beings.
all Hebrews acknowledge. Most Hebrews
Yeah,
acknowledge these things that I teach. The difference is
yeah,
who they're saying they are.
right,
They're saying that these are fallen angels, but they acknowledge.
right.
Like when I talked to the brother JJ7000 on the Lions
I
Den.
think that's him.
Oh, he's on there too.
So somebody said JJ. Yeah, JJ.
Okay. He acknowledges. So the Hebrews acknowledge that the Neteru and beings are real, but they say, well, those are the fallen angels in the Book of Enoch.
Right.
That's where we battle now.
Right. The fallen angels
Yeah,
in the
'cause-
book of the fall. In the book of Egypt.
Yeah, the Book
fallen
of Enoch.
angels.
So this is juicing back up.
Right.
So you'll notice that the responses that people give to these things, a lot of them are shock responses.
Right.
Like if somebody says something and it questions what you acknowledge to be true,
Right.
you may go into a state of cognitive dissonance. You may go into a state of reverse reasoning where your adrenocorticotropic and neoprenophrim start to cause you to feel threatened. So you grab at whatever. So the comments may be just emotional or ad hominem, but they're not factually addressing.
see 'em too.
Yeah, they may not be factually addressing something because I don't expect anybody to factually address it when they're in when you're scared and shook. You're not going to be logical and talking like a doctor. So
It's a shock term.
but anybody who wants to challenge something factually, then we can have a discussion as scientists. But usually they don't.
Yeah.
And I haven't even finished. Wait till I haven't even begun.
Very nice.
Thank you.
The four angels. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, the four angels at the four corners of the earth.
Okay,
With the
we're back.
four trumpets, blast the trumpets. There you go.
Okay, we're back. Is the screen
Back. Yeah, it's time for some more tea for me. This is getting heavy. All right.
Do I have to reconnect? Or are you broadcasting still on the StreamYard?
I'm gonna share the screen and then you'll.
And I heard you. I read what you said, Tori. No, I already know.
Okay.
Shout out to Tori. Tori in the building.
Do you see? Okay, there we're back.
Okay.
We are back in business. Okay.
Interdimensionals. This is going to have us looking at things that govern and rule the things that you do see, right?
That what?
Well, it's things that you don't see governs and rule that what you do see. So it's certain like interdimensionals, almost like what AD said about.
Yeah, when one of my verses, I say red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet is the visual light spectrum that's received between the eyelids. So,
Oh man, we gotta hear you spit, bro. Whoa. Oh, this is great.
So those 7 colors is all you can see in the visual light spectrum. So you should never, which is only 0.005% of reality. So you should never judge things by what your eyes can see if you can only see 0.005% of reality. You're in no position. You're not qualified to judge reality. This is the Matrix.
Right.
So
Yeah, we can't see gamma rays. We can't see ultraviolet visually. We can't see, so many things that are happening in frequencies.
Right.
Now, dogs and cats can probably see different frequencies. Dogs can hear other frequencies.
Right.
Cats can see in the dark. They got night vision.
When we can't.
When we can't, well, we only have a certain spectrum. Dogs can hear in a different frequency. That's what
Right.
dog whistles. We as humans don't hear it.
Right.
But the dogs hear that.
Right.
so here we are back. Is it?
And before we start you going to it, we just have one question for somebody for you. It says, this may be a trivial, but when the Exodus happened, was one God versus another, and the reason Moses won was because the Egyptians turned away from the true Most High? We can go. That's gonna take you some time, man.
I'm gonna go light.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole nother.
Yeah, that's take
but
off.
but I'll say this. So to the brother there, this brother's name is. So first of all, thank you. He gave you the super chat. They send money.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dominique Green. And the question, and this is he's the cat's in my food bag.
Oh,
The
shit,
cat's-
I got him.
No.
Yeah, the cat's in.
I didn't warn you about the cat. The cat is off the meat rack.
Yeah,
You
that's
might
why I
wanna
didn't.
be
That's
one
why I
of
didn't bring my
celestial
spider. I was
beings.
gonna bring my
It
spider.
hasn't been opened.
Okay,
I can put it over there.
we'll put it here. Yeah.
You want that? You want that again? You have a spider?
I was gonna bring the spider here, the spider that was on my hat.
Yeah.
If you look closely when I was debating Zion Lex, there's a spider moving on my hat about this big.
The spider was moving. The spider is living?
Yeah, her name is Charlotte. It's a spider that comes in my debates. When I'm debating something and I have my magic hat on,
Right.
you'll see something moving. It's a living tarantula like this, moving. You'll
That's
just see
crazy.
That'd be good for your video.
No, he has the hat. I told him get me one, but not just to get me a hat. He has to give me a real spider. The spider that's telekinetic.
Don't bring it here. I got arachnophobia.
No, I wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying. Yeah, but I'm saying the brother just informed me that was a real spider on his hat, and I'm looking at his hat. I'm like, that look cold. He got the spider on there, but the actual spider was. He's a magician also, yo. We're gonna get into that. He does with the dark arts, and he showed me some stuff. I was like, oh man.
I'll do some things. I'll do a couple of things. Maybe we can grab. So we'll do some things in the future. I mean, like a little later.
And then real quick, shout out to Hugo Rivera.
Shout out to Hugo Rivera. Oh, you back, man? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Absolutely,
Please,
Credo Muta. Yes, I've heard of Credo Muta, and yes, he was revealed to the Western world through David Icke. But I want to go back to the other brother, the Dominique Green.
Yeah. I told you they're gonna come. Man.
Yeah. So Dominique Green.
Shout out to him.
I just want to tell you that the question that you asked, and this is not an insult, it's a loaded question with an assumption within the question. Let's go back to the question and analyze it.
I can't
can't
go
go
back
back-
to it now
Oh,
because
poor-
it's so many
Oh, that's so many people
have
Okay.
gone down. But
So it was about.
Egypt, the god of Egypt.
Yeah, was it one God versus another, and was the Most High prevalent, and did this? So first of all, we have not established. It has not been established that the story that you see, sequence for sequence in the Exodus drama, ever happened in actual Kemetic comport. Does it comport with the Kemetic stories? Meaning that even if you have whites and blacks in America, and they've been fighting for over 400 years, right?
Yes, correct.
Regardless of how they feel about each other, both of them have stories about each other.
Right.
Because they've been interacting for 400 years. You can't escape that in history. The so-called Jews and the Germans, even if they don't get along and even if they lie or whatever they say about each other, there is archaeological records of what happened between the Jews and the Germans, between Iran, Iraq, America. There is not enough information to confirm that story is a historically, factually backed story to say who won it. To say who won it means that you're only going by the Bible that you have in your hand. The Bible that you have in your hand has to comport with the rest of the world's reality. You can't have what's called solipsism. Solipsism is where something only exists in your mind, in your reality, and it doesn't matter what the outside world is doing. It's just whatever exists in your reality, and then you project that reality as if everyone is supposed to accept that. So as far as any battle between a Hebrew god and an Egyptian god, I have not seen that in archaeology. I have not seen that in any documented records coming from both sides or either sides, because I'm still waiting for a document that would be 1400 BC. If they say Moses was 1400 BC, there has to be records that date to 1400 BC. Like the good brother Mighty Hebrew, bless him and peace to him, but he brought the Dead Sea Scrolls, but the Dead Sea Scrolls are 200 BC to like 100 AD. The biblical ones are young in the Dead Sea Scrolls, because the Dead Sea Scrolls is not one book.
Get it?
There's no record that dates back to 1400 BC of some supposed war between Egypt and Israel. Whenever I get into knowledge, I try to start off humble like a baby. I say, I don't know anything.
Right. That's the best way to learn.
Start me off fresh. I know nothing. I only want to go by what's tangible, historical, that can be comported by cultures together that lived amongst each other. I can't start off by saying, Jesus loves you. No, who's Jesus? Start from I'm an Eskimo. I never heard of Jesus. Prove to me there's a Jesus. Start from the beginning. Don't just knock on my door. Jesus loves you. Never heard of him.
Right,
who is he?
right.
Oh, you know who? No, I don't. You're hypnotizing me. I don't know who he is. So there's no record of that. I can't. If somebody wants to debate me on that topic or wants to present that, that can be brought up. But I have no record, and I have insufficient. I'm like a forensics officer. I have insufficient information to say anything of that ever happened, because there's no record that comports with it. So I can't. No Hebrew god beat an Egyptian god in actual history. In the Bible, the Hebrew god won. Yeah.
You saying
in the Bible?
You saying I know what you're saying. You're saying football. I was bringing down a football game. Got to watch both teams in the Super Bowl. Have an account of what happened.
Yeah, imagine you just one team says no, we never we're in the Super Bowl.
Right.
And one team's like, we killed you.
Yeah, got you.
You have to start off from the beginning. Okay, I don't believe in anybody. Let's go to facts.
Got you. That's another debate.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's
another thing.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, you want. Yeah.
I want to see what's good with this. Go ahead.
Okay, so here we are with Tutankhamun scarab beetle, the Khepera beetle, 1325 BC, and then we have these images here. This image that I showed earlier, and then we have 2005. All of these images, of course, similar, because they're all coming from similar consciousness. Whether you want to say the consciousness is of the dark evil, or whether you want to say it's of the good, we're all acknowledging that it's coming from a consciousness that's similar, because they all look the same. Okay, whether it's good or bad, we can debate that later. But it's coming from.
I don't even go into all of that.
Yeah.
Whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, the good or bad.
That's where Star of David, and that's Molech. You know what I'm saying? If you go deep into.
Man, okay. So now we're gonna get into another image that's popular that everybody acknowledges is Egyptian or Kemetic, as they say. Okay, here we are. These are the wings of Horus, or the wings of Heru. They're called Heru Behutet. Heru Behutet is Heru, the one who flew around. We have here the temple of Edfu. That's the first image, and then we have here from Ramesses the third, same image, same consciousness. Okay, the wings, the sun disk in the middle, and now we're gonna go back to the crop circles again.
Right.
And here's another one.
Wow. So they
boom. We see the disc with the two legs sticking out, the wing sticking out, and this is a Heru Behutet. Crop circles. We're seeing crop circles that are matching ancient cultures. Okay. Now it's gonna get a little scary. Okay.
That's why I like to go. Give me
now
right to the scary part.
So now we're gonna go into
PG Cats. Close your. I like to kick people off the chat room. Get off the chat room if you're light and hard. If you're still on John.
What I want to do actually before I present this, I'm gonna take a quick second. I gotta go to the restroom real quick.
Okay.
You guys talk. I'm gonna go there and come back. I don't want to get into this while I'm. So I'll be back, y'all.
All right.
Okay.
Well, this is a good time
Yes.
though to go in. Yo, man, hit the subscribe. And tell everybody to come on through. This brother is known as the champ of the Lions Den. We had Ngozi call in. And Ngozi, I want Ngozi to call back in a little bit later, because I want to see what this brother presenting, because this is his night. And the brother said, so they hit me right now. and enough respect to the cats who lost, because you're not. I don't think you really lose in a debate, especially if you're debating on some positive level. Like he said, with the chi masters, you always can learn. There's always room to learn new stuff, always room to grow. I'm not saying being a complete idiot, but growing is being empty. You know what I'm saying? Learning is becoming empty and absorbing, and you weigh the good and the bad. You chew it. If it's good for you, then that's cool. If it's not, you spew it out and you start over. Use that knowledge, spewing out. But you weigh where the Libras at. Where my Libras at? You know what I'm saying? My Libras should step up, and they should be the ones that step up in it. This is y'all moment, because y'all shine in this moment, because now we in a judge state and we weighing the rights. Here we go.
They'll show you both sides, but they won't be able to pick one.
They're always confused, huh?
Well, they're gonna be like, I don't know, left or right, up or down. This is both sides.
Right. It doesn't go even. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, they make good lawyers for that reason, though.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because they'll be able to present either side of the case.
Whoever winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's it, man. So make sure, when y'all come on out here, if y'all disagree, just still come on and say your point. You know what I mean? The brother's open for that. He's open for disagreement and things like that. So, I know the chat room, I don't brag about y'all all the time.
Always.
I said my chat room is off the hook, so you're going to enjoy it. So they'll disagree, and then they'll come into the questions. All right, here we go. You're back.
Okay, I'm back. So, one thing about the people that call themselves Kemetic, one thing I give the Hebrews, one of the many things I give the Hebrews and other religious people props in, is that they know their scriptures. When they're debating and talking to each other, they're saying, Daniel 7 verse 9 says the word there is naka, and that's white wool. Ezekiel said this, and they're actually going into their books.
Right.
When it comes to Kemetic people,
right,
it's all the theories. We'll see the wind of Shu tells me that the cup of Pisces is in the third lateral reverse, and it's all theories and stuff.
Right.
Because once you start going into that world, you can kind of make up your own fantasy world. The Kemetic people don't want to get into the actual stories of the Neteru and the stories, because those stories, was that?
Let's keep it real.
Yeah, those stories are talking about some supernatural, strange things that we can't comprehend in this world. Oh, do I need this? No. Okay. We can't comprehend.
We hear you good.
It's optional.
Just to hear yourself.
Is it? Okay.
Sound effects and music.
Oh, okay.
Your voice is so smooth, though. You good, bro.
Thank you.
You good. You got. Go ahead.
The stories are supernatural stories, so they don't want to go into them. I'm gonna go into one, and we're gonna analyze the story. It's about Heru Behutet. So Behutet means to expand the wings and fly.
Okay.
So this is in this right here is in the Legend of Heru Behutet. Okay, this is a very popular publication, Legends of the Gods, the Legend of Heru Behutet, and it's a story of Heru and his fights, and it mentions a particular interesting deity. So let's look at it now. I'm just going to read a section of it because it goes back before this. And when he saw the enemies in the heights of the heaven, he set out to follow after them in the form of a great winged disc. Now, if you ask somebody, what is going on right here? What's happening right here? Who is this that saw his enemies in the heights of the heavens and then went out to follow? He's consciously following them, and he's following them in the form or the shape or something that looks like a winged disc, or shall we say a flying disc. a disc that can fly. And how would ancient ones describe a disc that can fly? The only thing that they saw fly was birds. They're going to associate this thing with having wings. But they're looking at it, and it looks like a disc. It's a disc that's flying, and it's chasing an enemy in the sky, in the heaven. And he attacked with such terrible force that those opposed him, they could neither see with their eyes or hear with their ears. Now, what does this kind of fight sound like?
And this is in the Egyptian.
This is the papyrus. Over here is the papyrus, medunetir, and over here is the translation. Legend of the Gods, the Legend of Heru Behutep. These are found in the museums. These are the stories that the Kemetians have that Kemetians today don't read. They don't get into this. They just take a symbol and say it's the Heru's my heart and the will. No, what is the actual? Were the Kemetians intelligent enough to write about their own self? That we're back to that again. I say yes. Each culture can write about its own self based on how it wanted to portray itself, based on the customs and the context around its own self, not based on our understanding. Today, in our understanding, we would have something that flies, and it still has wings, a plane. Today, in our understanding, we have things, but in ancient times, they would compare it to right. So he's following after them in some type of winged disc. He attacked with such terrible force. So let's picture this. Something is going on in the heavens, and it's very loud, and it's distorting sight. This sounds like explosions. This sounds like a war that's taking place, and it's so loud the enemies can't hear. There's something in the air that's distorting their sight. And it says that they could neither see with their eyes nor hear with their ears. Each of them slew his fellow. So now, so much confusion is, just imagine a bunch of flying things in the sky, and there's so much explosion going on that the enemies don't know who they're aiming at, and they can't see, so they're just shooting and accidentally shooting their own.
Sound like a UFO.
It sounds like a UFO war. So it goes on to say,
this is what they said they seen.
This is what the Kemetians are saying themselves, without our interjection. I'm just reading what it's saying. Somebody could,
brother.
Somebody could say the thing about Kemetic information is that there's no explanation for each of these things. So Kemetic teachers stay away from this because they can't say, well, eyes represent this, and the ears are symbolic of this, and the fellow man slaying his own is a symbolic of your heart chakra moving to the left pulpit. There's no teachings where Kemet say that.
Right.
So they just pretend that these stories don't exist. I'm the Kemetic, or I'm the brother in Ma'at that's gonna go into the papyrus. I have a room like this, and I used to use books as my blanket. I put books over me and sleep in the books and wake up studying since I was a child, and I was not pleased with how the so-called conscious community was portraying, ignoring their own stories. But it goes on to say,
use the word pseudo. But before you finish, brother, we get to that. My man Dominique came back to rebuttal what you said. She said, "I like what you said. Kingdoms rise, fall. Maybe it's coincidental. Yeah, coincidental. They fell. I don't know. Thanks for the response. His story written, victorious. True that.
Oh, look. History is written by the victors. Check. I wanna just address that real quick.
Yeah.
So first of all, you're welcome because you thanked me for the response. And again, you can contact me, Tehuti Brown, on Facebook, and we can get into more detail, Dominique, where we have more time. Definitely, I'll show you papyrus, and we'll get into it. But he said history is written by the victors. But in actuality, let me ask you, brother, the story of the Exodus, where did you hear that story from?
Honestly, I first heard of Exodus from the movie Exodus.
And then where after that? Where did the movie get it from?
Yeah, from the Bible.
Right. Where did you hear the story of the Exodus from?
Yeah, I'm tripping out. When I first heard the Exodus, man, I don't know, church.
So it's all the Bible. So when he says history is written by the victors, we have to analyze in the Exodus story, who were the victors? Were the victors the Egyptians? There's no Egyptian record. Were the victors
the Israelites were the victors?
And there's no Hebrew record.
And
there's no ancient Hebrew record of it.
Right.
So history is written by the victors, but in this case, it seems like nobody wrote about it because once again, I can't find a Hebrew story of an Exodus story that dates back to the time of when it happened. It's supposed to have happened in the time of Moses. That was 1400 BC. So therefore, I mean, think of how many hundreds of thousands or millions of people this affected. How many people will be writing this in their diaries? You've been in this place for 400 years, and now finally the God of your heaven came. They split seas apart, and firstborn babies. Hundreds of thousands of people would be writing about this in their diary. And I can't find one piece of archaeology of even a Hebrew saying it happened. There's my next debate. I want a Hebrew to show me where a Hebrew said this happened. Forget about Kemet, forget about any culture. Where did a Hebrew of the time ever say the Exodus happened?
Without the Bible.
No, with the Bible. Yeah, with the Bible, because the Bible doesn't date back to the time of the Exodus. The stories would be written in around the time that it's happening, or even right before it, or even right after it. So there has to be some dated evidence of this story somewhere around the time period. So maybe I just haven't found it yet. I'm not trying to be insulted, but maybe I just haven't found it. But
you throw love bullets, man. It's hard. Yo, man, if y'all coming in, man, it's getting heavy right now. I told you I was gonna get deep. It's thick. So, it's not for the faint-hearted.
When the time comes, Danny Salinas wants to show him the winged people.
And
get his opinion after
Pazazu?
After later, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the winged people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's but okay. So, in a moment in time, there was not a single creature alive. See, a Kemetic person couldn't explain what is this moment of time where there was no creatures alive, that there was some fight in the heavens, and Heru was shining with very many colors. Heru Behutet. So whatever this disc was now, this disc is shining with many different colors. So there's something in the sky and it's shining with multiple, not even just one color, multiple different colors. But this thing that's shining just destroyed all these other things that were in the sky and caused those other things to shoot their own allies. So it says, Heru Behutet shining with many colors in the form of a great winged disc in the boat of Ra Harmachis. And Tehuti said unto Ra, Lord of the gods, Behuti has returned in the form of a great winged disc, shining with many colors. Children, and it's broken off there. For this reason he's called Heru Behutet. And Tehuti said, the city Teb shall be called the city of Heru Behutet. And it goes on, and I want to go down here where it says, Heru Behutet said, advance Ra, took it upon the look upon thou enemies who are lying under thee in this land. Thereupon the majesty of Ra set out, and the goddess Ashtaroth. So who is Ashtaroth in Kemet? When you look up Ashtaroth or Astarte, that's an Anunnaki. There's an Anunnaki's name or a Babylonian goddess's name mentioned here, Ashtaroth, in the middle of this battle, where Heru is telling Ra, look on the ground, look at all these things that are dead. Remember, it started in the sky. Whatever started in the sky, then now he's saying, look on the ground, look at these, and Ashtaroth is there. There's no way in the world a Kemetic scholar or priest or wherever these brothers are on YouTube can break this story down. I want to break it down sentence for sentence. How is each of these sentences symbolic?
I need to copy that story, bro.
Yeah, I'll get you the whole. I'll get you. I'm gonna get you a whole bunch of things.
Why you don't think they don't want to break that down?
We were all grown up as Christians, and we still have a little bit of Christianity in us. We still want to take a little bit of Christianity with us. We want Jesus. We just want him to be black. We still want Jesus. We still want Christianity. So understand that a Christian man named Eusebius is the one responsible. Eusebius in 325 AD, when they put together the Nicene Council, Constantine had an advisor, and that advisor's name was Eusebius. And Eusebius, and I have documented record of Eusebius doing this, he took the time period of the Neteru's rule, and he shortened it down to months because it did not fit, it did not comport with the chronology of the Bible. They were trying to fit everything into Bible beliefs. So as Christians, they couldn't run around talking about this and talking about the Bible, because then people are gonna ask about who's Heru? What is he from the tribe of Judah? Is he a fallen angel? They had to get rid of the Bible. So there's no such thing as the Bible, because I think you had to check basic instruction. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I remember that song. Yeah. So, but there's many of them. There's one with 72 books. There's one with 66 books.
That's right.
So because they're deciding what they want. What do they want to control the people with? They're the ones deciding it.
Yeah.
The popes or the apeps. They're the ones that are deciding this. So by time we became conscious Kemetic, we never became spiritual. First of all, peace and love to those who have passed. Right. Peace and love to those who have passed. The Dr. Benz, Dr. Clark's, all those in the past that brought us Kemet, they were not spiritual. What ritual did Dr. Ben teach? What's the name of that ritual? What's the ritual that Dr. Clark taught? What's the spiritual ritual?
And Delbert Blair was a little.
Delbert Blair's my favorite.
Yeah, I like Delbert Blair.
Delbert Blair gets everything. Delbert Blair is my favorite. Delbert Blair was, but these were just historians, just dealing with history.
Right.
Peace and love to them, wherever they may be in whichever realm. But they didn't come to spiritually uplift us. No. They came to give us the history of it. So in the history, they had to go by academic history. And academic history was teaching that the Neteru were not real. The Kemetians were teaching they're fighting in the sky and shooting things and things can't see, and look at the dead people, and Anunnaki are there. No, but let's get up now. Now I want to
tune
really
in,
get
brothers.
into,
Tune in, brothers
really
and sisters. Tune in.
Now, what happened? So we have this image here. We have the Heru. Is the screen back on? The screen's on, right? Yeah, perfect. So we have this image here. Right. Remember the winged disc?
Right, got you.
Okay. Now I want to show you where else that image popped up, and everybody can go there live. I have a problem going there live now because I can't find how to go back that far. But you can go to this website, Saho. Let me just pull it up. Okay, so this website right here, this is NASA's website.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take a look at NASA. This is where you can look at the sun. Okay, so this is NASA's stereo website, 3D.
Is this Paul Cox?
No, I don't know Paul Cox. This is the actual NASA's website.
Right. Okay.
Right. I'm not sure about Paul Cox, but this is the website where you can go there and you can see kind of minute by minute the movement of the sun. And you can click on it. It actually shows it live. I watch it live. I screenshotted it here for this, but I watch it live. So it's GSFC NASA.gov, and it's Soho, and you can go and you can see, or you can go to Core 2, but everybody can go here, and so it shows the sun. Like
Which one's the
this,
sun?
it's in the middle, but all this is coming out of it. In the middle here, but this whole thing is the sun. But because the sun is not just the ball, the sun is also the light. We're in the sun, so the sun is also the light that is giving off. It's not like it cuts off and stops and the sun is finished. So, but this is the visible part that we can see on the Soho. Okay, so you see these sparks and things coming off of it. So every once in a while, things just pop up in the Soho by the sun. They don't come from anywhere. They don't come like a comet. They don't come out of the sun. They just pop up for a few seconds and then they're gone. Because you can watch it second by second, and it looks like something is either to our eyes interdimensionally visible and then invisible, and then it's not there and then it pops up. I'm going to show you what popped up by the sun. Let's take a look and see. And you guys now with all this information, tell me if this looks familiar. Here is, so this is back in 2017, right about, okay, here we go. Here we go. Can you guys see the screen? Okay, this is 2017 0816, and that's the timestamp there. And that's what it looked like at this second. Then something, and I've seen this live. I have the video of it live somewhere in my file. I just screenshot. Then, after a few seconds, you just see this.
Oh.
Is that a comet? We don't. It just popped up, and I've seen it pop up live. It pops up. I blew it up. There it is. And there's much more of these things. I have much more, but this is one that relates to.
Are you saying this is connected to the crop circle that we're seeing with the winged disc?
The beautiful thing is that I didn't have to say it. I didn't have to say anything. You see, I just wanted you guys, let your mind. What do you see? I don't.
Man.
I'm
It's
not
right there in front of my face.
Like I'm not on the sun to ask them who are you, but you're seeing the symbol in Egypt. You're seeing the crop circle. You're seeing the orbs making it, and then you're seeing something by the sun that it pops up and then it disappears. And this is just one of the things. Okay, now, so what I'm saying is that when our ancestors talk about these beings and they call them sun gods, I'm saying that these beings are 100% in tune with light energy and can't be burnt. They are the energy of light. They're in tune with it. When Ra says he's the sun, Ra is the sun, and Ra is the actual sun. And Ra, the being that walked the earth, is also the sun. If your consciousness is in tune with that thing, you are that thing. If I tell you two a story right now, and to you it's scary, and to you it's not, you get goosebumps. Your DNA, your deoxyribonucleic acid, your genetic structure changes based on just you thinking the story is scary. Then your skin changes. You're like, that story's not scary. My skin's not going to change. But your skin is changing based on what you're thinking. Your consciousness is what creates what you are. So if Ra can tune in, the physical being Ra can tune in the consciousness of light and the sun, then he has all knowledge of everything that light ever been through. So he can say, I'm the creator of that. And if Ptah can tune in with everything that deals with frequency and sound, then he can say, I am the God of sound because that's channeling through me. I am that. I'm walking as a man. I'm in this form, but I'm so in tune with it that I am also all sound, and I also can get that memory and knowledge. That's what the gods were. Now, we're not done. It's going to get scarier. Now,
scarier?
Yeah, we're going to go.
Let's get scarier.
Now let's go into one of my students. This is one of my students, DC. I don't go to Kemet, but my students go there and send me back images. And one of my students, DC, sent me back this. This is Ramesses, 1213 BC. This style in rock art is of the pharaoh, uniquely originated with Cometians. When I say uniquely originated, meaning that they didn't bring these stones here. This is actually carved in something that was already there. That's really hard to do.
Say that again real slow.
They did not bring the stones there that you see in the background of some of these Kemetic images. There was already a mountain there, and then they carved into the mountain like you would carve into Play-Doh or clay. They're
like chiseling. They chiseled in like ice.
They're carving into a mountain and shaping the mountain into another form. We're gonna get. That's not even what I'm focusing on. But this beautiful picture.
Dark, yeah.
This beautiful picture. One of the brothers I teach took on his trip to Kemet. Here's the brother right here. His name is DC. That's him standing in front. So all this is like a mount. See the mountain? And this is carved in. So they didn't bring these stones like how we build houses. They literally saw something and carving into a mountain to make these and all this. Now, this is him standing there. What's unique about the style of architecture in Kemet? What's interesting about
in Tibet they have structures like this.
Yeah. They have you've seen the video with the black sambo in Asia. Yeah. So what's unique about it is that they take the pharaohs, they're the kings. They can make multiple images of the same being and then put him in a mountain as a ruler. Now this is a very unique thing. That means that you see other cultures may carve into an existing object, but with Kemet, this is something that was done with the kings. It's like, and there's multiple versions. So when you see these images, there's like dual Ramesses. We'll get into why that is, but what I really want to focus on is the fact that it's inside of a mountain and it's a king with the beard. Now, the reason it's not really clear is because the statues are so gigantic that the person that took the picture had to stand several feet back to get everything in. Wow. I'd like to point out that this makes this Kemetic style so fascinating that they're not buildings. They're actually carved into the sides of existing mountains. So this one is a little, this is not as clear because the person's way back to get all of this in. Okay. Now I'm going to show you another one that's even a little more blurry. It's not as clear. It's a little more blurry than that. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, here's this one. This one's a little blurry, but tell me if you can still make it out. It's gonna come. So we're looking at the pharaohs inside of a mountain encased, and here's
Yo, if I got something to say, just hit the super chat or just come on in and say it, bro.
Here's
right here. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's another one. So what do you see here? What are you looking at?
I see what looks like a carving of a mummified, I don't know, some type of a being. I see a being in the middle.
And what is this? What are these? Does he look like he's inside of?
Yeah, he's inside of two columns or something. Like
Yeah.
that.
So this one, sorry for this picture, for not being as clear as the first one. That's because due to this beautiful Kemetic picture being taken from a little further distance, this one's a little further.
Wow.
This one's a
Just,
little.
just tell me what happened to me just now. What happened? Did you just take me somewhere? What happened?
This picture is a little bit further because this was taken by a different camera. I'll show you the camera that took this one.
Should have used the Nikon P90. Just saying.
This is the camera that took this one.
Right.
I'll show you. See if it pulls up. This is what took this one. This is called the Mars 2014 rover Curiosity. That's the one that took the last picture.
You killed me. Yeah, this guy.
So it's like 11 million miles. This is a little bit further.
Exactly.
I had to give you props on that, yo. Yo, you set me up for that one.
Exactly.
Yo,
That last
you
pharaoh.
set me up real good on that one. That was crazy.
The last pharaoh was on Mars, taken by this. The first two was taken by my students. The last one was taken by this on Mars, and I never said what it was. I just said you identify it.
Wow. One of my brothers said that they just went to Mars. They landed on Mars. You heard anything about that?
Depends if you're talking about people or or what they're sending there.
He showed me something, but I'm not gonna get into that yet. We just let's take this picture.
Okay,
Here.
so here we go. Here's another image taken by the rover on Mars. This image is on NASA's website right now. This is Spirit
Shout out
Rovers.
to Charles Martinez, man. Big up to you, Charles, in a place to be. Yeah.
Spirit Rover PanCam Everest Panorama acquired on the Sols 620, 622. These are the different sections of how it, because it's constantly taking pictures. October 1 to 3, 2005, from position in the Columbia Hills and the true summit of the Husband Hill Martian surface. So this is on the NASA website. I actually just put this on there today for you. So this is on the NASA website. How does it look? Looks okay?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Looks like a normal Martian thing, right?
Yeah.
Let's expand it a little bit.
Is it actually Arizona?
No, this is Mars. We're just gonna expand just a little bit. Oh no.
Oh wow.
This looks good. How's it?
Wow.
Looks okay.
Wow.
How we looking?
That's crazy.
How we looking?
Oh my goodness.
Let's.
Is that a black face?
let me.
Like the Sphinx. Like the Sphinx.
Let me put it on the next one, where I blew it up. And I'm not even saying what anything is. I'm just saying
Perception is crazy. Perception.
Let's just see what we're seeing, because we're seeing things that don't look like rocks and mountains. You can see the rocks and mountains. And then all of a sudden you see this other thing, and I blew it up here, and it doesn't look like the rock and the mountain. It looks like a distinct image of something, and I have much more images. It's gonna pull up.
I'm ready.
Here we go. There.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
exactly
it.
That's crazy.
That's it blown up. And there's beings with hats.
Let me look at it.
No, wait. What do you see? I'm trying to see.
You don't see the face? You don't see the African face? The Nubian?
Looking up to the side?
Yeah, looking to the side, looking up. Look at the cloud,
just a
the
head.
dark cloud.
Yeah, it's just a head.
Do you see it yet? I don't think AD still see it.
I don't see it.
AD. Look at where's your mouse? Your mouse. Okay, right there. That's the neck. Now go up. Now go around.
See, like
That's the hair.
type-
That's the afro.
type thing?
Oh, is it a profile shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see the wide nose and the.
Yeah, boom. That's the eyes, nose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now understand that we're looking at something that's millions of
Right.
years. We're looking at something that's
Still there.
that's very old, so it's not going to look as pristine even as the Egyptian
Is
ones.
it a carving?
Yeah, it's a man's head looking up. This is just one. I have
Let
whole,
me
I have whole
stand right
body.
this for a minute, bro.
I have
I
whole-
gotta,
I have
let
full
me see if
bodies
I can
with-
debunk this.
I have full bodies with hands and hats and everything. This is just one of the many things. The nose is exactly where it's supposed to be. This part of the eyebrow, this part of the eye is exactly where it's supposed to be. The
That's
eye
it,
is
because
exactly
lady showed me something that looked in the cosmos, when the cosmos looked like a person and stuff. That's it. That's it. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's a hair. I see the hair. Is it not laying down?
the nose, the mouth, everything is.
Is it standing up?
It's looking up. So,
Hmm.
but I have many more of these. But I'm just saying that. Let me go into one of my unreleased books. I just
Oh, we get a treat. Shout out to Triple JC and the place to be. You heard your joint. Tahuti Exciting Knowledge. Do you know anything about Pickle Man?
I don't know what that is. I've been asked 4 times about that. I don't know what in the world that means. I don't even know what it is. I keep getting asked that question.
You don't remember the doc talking about Pickle Man?
No. Here's a bifurcated image from the rover. That's one image right there.
Yeah, that's it. Crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of different images,
Yo,
but we're gonna get.
Israel is laughing, man. Oh, somebody said 6 from the UK. The Book of the Law by Aswa Anapaka. How would you say that?
I was Horpar Krat.
Haru
Haru
Raha.
Raha.
Tahuti Rahu Ra. You know anything about that, bro? Could you read that? That's a.
It looks like
ancient
a
language.
mixture. It's a.
Are they playing games? Because
No.
they said 666. Well, $6.66.
We could talk about
I
that.
know, the carbon.
I was Hor.
The Book of Law by
It looks like that's somebody's name.
Horpa Raka Haru Raha Tahuti Ra Hurrah Hooray. Say hey.
I don't even understand. I
A
don't.
lot of stuff, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But,
no, we don't have that book.
So yes. So as far as
read
I put my evidence together in much more than this of the Neteru, according to multifarious sources, not just one source, but according to the writings of the Cometians, what's left, the unexplainable akus, which the European calls a pyramid, the unexplainable diamond cut drilling that took place, the pottery cutting into the granite with laser precision, things that were not matching Bronze Age technology at the time, things that were not matching the intellect of people at that time. It must have been done by a higher thing. Now people always say, some people even say I'm anti-black. When I was in Unk West debate, they were saying that I wasn't proud to be black. Our African ancestors did this, and I'm saying the beings that I'm talking about look like me.
Right.
They just were more advanced than the other beings that look like me too.
Right.
They think that I'm just talking about little.
Sue, I know why you left it. Sue, when you see this, I know why you got out of here, bro.
Well, he did say he had to go.
He did that. He made that up from when we was coming. Yeah, he got up out of here. Yes, he did. He set that all up. Who works on your crib late at night? I know why Sue. Somebody got to fix his sink. Come on, man. It's late at night. Go ahead, brother. I know that brother for years. Go ahead.
Shout out to Cosmic 777.
Yeah, shout out to Cosmic 7, man. Shout out to Cosmic 7.
Corn Conjure. Have you watched Knowledge Forever by
Tom.
Damon T. Boot? Your opinion?
What's
on
your, the TV series Ancient Aliens? Your thoughts on Thoth? You know,
I don't.
Answer how you feel it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the.
He's talking about stuff that we would have definitely went into, and he's from the school. You know, you going in, brother? Go ahead.
Yeah, Tehuti is the. Thoth is the Greek English way of saying Tehuti, which is a word that means book. Tehut. Thut means book. And Thut is known as the Neteru of writing that developed the alphabet. The interesting thing about it is that when you look at Hebrew script, as they're calling it, you see, or any script, you see a development of the writing. When you look at medunetir script, you see no development. When you go to Wikipedia and look up languages, it will have parent language, children language. When it gets up to ancient Egyptian, there's no parent language above that. If I were to take of your children, and put them on an island, I could come back 40 years later, 300 years later, they're not going to say one word. You don't naturally develop a systematic language with verbs and adjectives and paragraphs just by being around monkeys. Like if I put you on an island, it's just a little 2-year-old infant, baboons, hyenas, and I come back 10 years later, he's not, well, E equals MC squared. He is not talking. He's going to talk like the bat, he's going to talk like that. The word for there's 2 words for I, or myself, in the so-called Hebrew language. One of the words is Enki, and one of the words is Ani. These are 2. When it says I have done this, especially in the flood story, because if a being comes to you and is pointing to himself and he's saying his name, and you don't know language yet, you're copying him. So you're pointing to yourself. Babies do it all the time. If I say dada, the baby is gonna do dada, and to him, the baby's imitating what he's seeing. One of the Hebrew words for I or myself is Ani and Inki. If beings were to come to a set of people and try to teach them how to speak, and is introducing I am Inki, the people would point to themselves too. Inki, they do the same thing. And if one is coming saying Anu or Ani, Ani, and the beings would say Ani. And now you'll find that the term for I is actually the term for 2 Anunnakis, Ani and Inki. Language, these Cuneiform and medunetir didn't develop. These are languages that were brought and taught to the Homo sapiens that they were in contact with. You don't see developing cuneiform. You don't see developing medunetir. It just springs up all of a sudden, and it doesn't spring up as anything that's developing. It springs up with full adjectives, verbs, nouns, grammar, pronouns out of nowhere. That's something that's a consciousness that was brought. As a brother here, he could say brought interdimensionally, or some may say brought from another planet, but it's not developed. That's the Neteru.
Oh man,
I hear a lot of terms in the music industry, like especially like for example Rihanna. She'll put on a song, and in the song she's saying Ella, Ella, and it almost seems like they're chanting certain phrases on purpose.
They have to. They have to. This world is run on magic, and it's not us. What's your ethnic background? Would you say?
I'm
Aztec, Mayan.
My
is
mom's
South American?
Colombian.
Okay, so Colombian, right? And let's say us. Let's say Nile Valley or African. Let's say, right? For him too, African. But your ancestors were taught that it started. How race works? The race picks a spot, and then you start from that spot, and you cut off, like as if there was mud there, and then say a bunch of people just started coming out of the mud from Colombia, when in actuality, there was an evolution that took place, and people migrated. But when you trace the genes back, it goes back and back and back. Our people, so-called brown skin, because they say blacks and browns, that's another trick that Whitey made up. There's no blacks and browns. If your skin is brown, it's brown. This is black. I've never seen anybody like this. So it's brown and brown. But the brown people we lost our magic. The paler people kept it, and they're still doing it right now all over the place. We had what's called duality in ancient Kemet. We had what's called duality. So duality was to make something double itself. It was the echoing of yourself to make something more powerful. The Masons took this and they created the concept of P's and Q's. They say, when you go to this interview, be on your P's and Q's. Do you have any idea what P's and Q's is? P's and Q's is please and thank you, but in actuality, it's the letter P looking into a mirror that forms the letter Q. If you take the letter P and put it in duality with itself in a mirror, the other side of that mirror looks like a Q, and this side looks like a P. So be on your P's and Q's, because it was the concept of do unto others as you want done unto you, a duality. So they invented the checkerboard.
I just looked into the mirror right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's heavy.
And so when they created the religions, they created the religions with symbolic duality all throughout it, based on the letter B. And they tricked you and hypnotized you into believing. Watch this. Say the alphabet, and I'm going to stop you as soon as you're wrong. Go ahead and say
I don't know the alphabet.
No, just say the alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E,
And
F.
say the alphabet.
Ooh.
The regular one, you know. It's not
A,
a trick.
B, C, D.
And. When did I say eh? You know when I said eh? At C.
Do that again, because you just play with our minds and stuff right there. Wait, what just happened?
Say the alphabet. The regular one.
A, B, C, D.
Eh.
So you're saying the English alphabet is incorrect?
No, the English alphabet is not named after what it really is. Watch this. What's the letter Z? What's the letter Z in Greek?
Something else.
Zeta.
Yeah.
What's the letter B?
Beta?
Right. What's the letter A?
Alpha?
So what's A and B? Alpha,
Alpha and
beta. So
Alphabet.
as soon as you get to C, you're out. You're out. The alphabet is only A to B.
So you're speaking of the Greek alphabet.
I'm speaking of the one that they're
What about Omega?
The word itself, alpha, beta,
Right.
is only
Alphabet.
A and B.
That's it. Yeah, I got you.
It doesn't cover all the other letters. They did that purposely. They
Yeah,
named
they be lying.
They named it alphabet. It's a part of a magic. I'm gonna tell you this. I do magic. I'm taught by some top magicians. Like
This brother got it.
Oh, it's
Kung
good.
Fu magic and top musician. Oh man,
This is
magicians
good.
and top magicians, hypnotists, NLP artists, the teachers of David Blaine, the teachers of Chris Angel, not Chris Angel, not David Blaine. They're teachers. I know them. I know the tricks of the Matrix because I know magic.
Well,
so I know what's going on the
Yeah.
other side, and I can see it. Alpha Beta is one of those things. That's why you sing it. You sing it because it's a magical chant.
Abracadabra.
If I say count to 10, you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I say the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Why are you singing it? Because it's a chant.
That was the indoctrination.
It's a magical. That's a spell.
Well-
That's why when you write the letters down, that's what it's called, spelling.
Because you're putting a spell.
And when you connect the spells together, it's called incursive.
Incursive.
These are magical things that I know about.
He
and
ain't going in now.
And when you curse at somebody, you're cursing them because you're using these bad words and stuff.
And it's
Well, they say magic is the art of language.
Magic magic is language. Magic is sound. In the beginning was the word. It was Rob. They got that from Kemet. So the Bible says the logos concept, which is not even a Hebrew concept, logos, but in John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, and the word was God, because in the word for word in medunetir is a mouth.
Okay.
It's a mouth, and that mouth says Ra. That's the God. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. That's what the Kemetians were saying. In the beginning was Ra, and it was a mouth. It was sound frequencies. Everything in existence is based on sound frequencies.
Yeah.
So they trick you when they create the alphabet, teaching you the fantasy. But let me tell you something. If the Hebrews call it the devil, whatever you want to call the bad force,
Shaitan.
if you call it the vampire, the whatever you call it,
Dracula.
one of the keys is you have to accept it. So when it's all done, they can't say we didn't show this to you. That's one of the keys. So you have to accept the lies. You have to accept it. So as soon as you're a baby and you say alphabet, A, B, C, D, and you've accepted that the alphabet has more than just A and B. You're automatically in a lie. Then you start singing it. You start singing, next time, won't you? This is a magical.
Sounds scary as hell.
Magical indoctrination.
This is a magical
I never
indoctrination
liked singing
because
it.
of the letter B. The letter B is where they want you to stop because that's the B is number 2, beta. See, the alpha male, as they call it, there's 2 things going on. There's the alpha male from the word alif. Alif is the bull. That's the strong bull. Then the beta is a frequency because you have 4 different frequencies in the brain. You have alpha, beta, delta, and theta frequency in the brain. And the beta frequency is the frequency that's in tune with the reptilian brain, the part of the brain, the oldest part of the brain in the back of your head that deals with the adrenaline, that deals with fear.
The cerebellum.
Yeah, that deals with keeping you alive. It keeps you in a state of panic and pandemonium and pandemic and all of these pans, and you're like this, and you can't. That's why when they say meditate, you relax and you breathe. They never say meditate like this. You can't, because that's the beta frequencies, or they stop you at the letter B, because the letter B is the number 2, and the number 2 is how they have you trapped in that number 2. It's actually a magical. So every religion that they gave you started with the letter B, the magical word that you say. So you have a Christian. What was that?
Yeah, you heard me. Yeah.
As a Christian, what is
caught that right away. This guy catch frequency. Go ahead.
What is your holy book called?
The Bible.
Starting with the letter B. When you walk up to a Hebrew, what is your first book called? Bereshith, with the letter B. Now you go to a Muslim, and a Muslim may say that doesn't include us. What's the first sentence in your Quran and belief? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah. Is this a coincidence? All 3 of the monotheistic religions start with this letter B. It's called
You got the Bhagavad Gita.
The Bhagavad Gita starts with the letter B, because the letter B is the number 13.
And so
that's a 1 and a 3, a 1 and a 3 put together.
The cerebellum with the B.
All those things that deal with the letter B. These are all magical.
I like that.
These are all magical things.
So the B is a 13.
Because 13 is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, L, M, M. That's for Mason. 13 is the Mason. We take the M and turn it upside down. It's a W. You put the W in the M. That's the worshipful master. That's the compass in the square. It's a W on top of an M. That's 13. That's why there's 13 stars on the dollar bill. We already knew about all that from 93. The 13 stars, the 13 arrows, the 13 colonies. They base on 13. They give you Jesus Christ. You think that's not 13, but it is.
It's JC.
Right.
Julius Caesar.
And JC is J, the 10th letter, and C is the 3rd letter. C is 3 and J is 10. That's 13, because he's the 13th one with 12 disciples. So all of this is based on the number 13 and the letter B. They even make the name of God sound like the old Latin word for 2.
So 2 is B.
How do you say God in Greek? Deus.
Yeah.
How do you say 2 in Spanish?
Dos.
They even make the name of the God sound like the number 2. Unos, dos. What's the name of God in Greek? Dios, dos. It's the same sound that you're hearing. So when they bring in Biden and Bo and there's another.
Oh yeah, huh?
And they bring in Kamala.
Now you allow be free, bro.
So A alpha is 1.
Yeah, man.
B beta is 2.
Yeah,
I think it's interesting with the correlation of astrology to where Aries is A and Taurus is B, the bull.
Well, that's where they got it from. See what? Because they reversed it. A originally was the bull. That was Ptah. That's what. Let me.
Let's go in. Let's go in.
This is good stuff.
Yeah, this is about to get deep.
Hold on.
I see.
Let me make sure we didn't miss anybody back here. 21 Hebrew.
21 Hebrew. He retracted his message.
But I'm just gonna give him a shout out. Oh, you already got this one.
Come on, Hebrews. Don't.
Did you already get conjure?
Yeah, conjure.
Yeah.
I caught that one.
Already
Finally
got
caught
that
a name. No. Let me shout him out. Shout out to Conjure. He said, "Have you watched Knowledge of the Forever Times?"
I think we did this one. That was with the ancient aliens.
Oh yeah, we did do that.
Okay, and
I
then
like that. Knowledge for the was that Ghost? Shout out to Stocks, man. Stocks always been telling me that, man.
No, one more here.
Watch that movie. Watch that. Every number is infinity. There's no difference. Comment upon the verse for us. Amen. Amen. That's what he said. Yeah, I know you. You better go to the almond. It said every number is infinite.
I
Infinite.
have a song about that.
Yeah, every number is infinite. There's no difference between comment upon this.
Okay, here. I'm gonna put this on the screen share.
All right, y'all checking that out? Somebody said they love 13.
Mm-hmm. And Jesus plus his 12 disciples is 13.
That's what it is.
Yes. Yeah. Shout out to the Tree of Life. You got number fire, man. Make sure y'all tell them we over here. Thank you, Wo Beats. Oh man, this is heavy.
Yeah. So
you about to break down the bull, right?
Yeah, I'm just the
astrology. Is that you?
Now that is a ringtone right there.
Yeah, my shit is clock radio speakers.
Somebody call me in the middle of the night with that ringtone and be like,
Batman. I can't answer Batman.
He has Batman calling him, man.
My computer's I can't.
Yeah.
People call Batman. Batman call him.
Man. Brother, man, this is very enlightening, different. You got props from Mighty Hebrew, Ngozi. Those are our champs that came on here so far. That was very stuck out. You got, I think you kind of like
those are the
stepping
guys
up.
that come for people's heads.
Yeah. You kind of you got they props, and then you got my props. Yeah, because I saw what you did on the debate with Jabari, man. I was like, wow.
That must have been your favorite. You got to see me and Kamisha in the Moor. Me and the Moor. That was worse.
I gotta check that.
That was the judges said I destroyed him in the first. That was pretty bad. That was a bad one. But.
You know what it is? It's your style, yo. you come off like you really don't know. You just be empty and poof poof. That's what's good. All right, here we got.
From Colombo. It's not
Oh, you get it from Colombia. Yeah,
Colombo. Colombo?
He was the master of that. Yeah.
I watch him 5 hours a day. I used to watch him 5 hours a day when I was young. Yeah, he comes off like he's in a dirty coat. Yeah. He's so humble that the killers befriend him and end up telling him how they did it.
Everything,
Yeah. And they're crying together. And he's taking them to jail.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Colombo, y'all.
I never really saw Colombo.
You got to check it out.
It's
you got to
great.
check it out. My cousin put me up on him. He was the nicest in the world, yo. He would bust you with kindness.
He would kill you with kindness, too, huh?
Yeah. He was just like, hey, that lady over there that's dead. Do you know who? He know you did it though, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to the 21 Hebrew University. Said, can you explain how they went out the firmament to take those pictures? My bad on the track. Yeah, that's okay. So just explain how they went out. So the firmament.
Firmament. Here we go.
Going to the heavens. How they went out to take those pictures.
Okay, so
we're gonna get to that.
Yeah. Let me so
we got you, brother. We got you.
Yeah, a lot going on. All right, so here we have the. Here we have the. This is in members and animals list of signs in Kemetic letters. Egyptian language made easy. Page 62, we see the bull there is the letter A. Right. In Kemet, it's called the A. Mm-hmm. And then we go back to 3200 BC, we see the bull's head.
The ox.
And we see it developing into the letter A. You see that?
Right.
Yeah.
And it develops into the letter A. The interesting thing about this, and then after this I have to take a little break because I have to eat every 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Are you in a regiment?
Yeah, I eat every 2.5 hours. So I eat at 6 and I eat in about 2 minutes. So
I do that too. I go every 3 hours.
Oh, every 3 hours? Yeah.
You're a trainer also, right?
Yeah. I do fitness training. I train competitors. Yeah, I try to get into every field and be good at it.
Oh, okay.
That'd be good to talk about that later if we have time about nutrition and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm really into that.
I do people's diet plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, definitely.
Very important, everybody, to stay physically healthy. Because it's your temple. That's your temple. That's right. So here it is. Here's the B. Mm-hmm. Sorry, here's the A, and we see the development of it. Now, the interesting thing about this, and this is what I talk to Hebrews about all the time, is what is the Hebrew language? Mm-hmm. that was originated by Hebrews that was given to them from their God. Because these letters here are deriving from other languages. So what was that language that Adam spoke? If Adam was the first man and he was in contact with God, and God was the first he spoke to, then whatever that language was, that'd be passed on. But we have here that the popular Hebrew language, and even the Phoenician language, seems to be developing from medunetir, the medunetir script. And each of these symbols have a story, whereas the Hebrew letters don't have a story of how they got like that, why they're like that. Why is this a bull? Why is Ptah the god Why is he the bull? So this is the letter B, and this is the bull, and it means to opener because it represents the bull's ability to open its enemy, and it became the ox head, and that's where the concept of alpha male came in. And so they reversed it because they created astrology. Astrology is completely invented by Greeks, by a man named Claudius Ptolemy. He invented astrology by taking medunetir concepts and medunetir concepts and distorting it into what's understandable for Greeks because they didn't want to go by the strict laws of what the Kemetic said, that astronomy, astrology means Astar, it comes from a goddess Astar, and logos. Astar logos, it's the stars talking. But what it was astronomy, which you use the stars to plant your farms, to know
the seasons,
how the animals go. It wasn't you're born in April, so your horoscope says today you're gonna meet the girl of your dreams. They stole all that Horus and scoping. That was the Eye of Ra. So the whole thing is stolen. But I gotta take a.
All right, real quick. Are you a Pisces or a Sagittarius?
Neither.
Wow.
I'm neither because I don't acknowledge any of those things. I'm actually what they would call the Aries. Is what they would
Okay,
call.
so you would be an Aries if you did acknowledge
If
it.
I did acknowledge it, but I don't acknowledge it because it's not anything that our ancestors.
Gozzi's are Aries. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's not anything that our ancestors taught. We didn't teach that. We're taking something that was stolen, distorted, and then we're going by the distortion as opposed to saying, what did my ancestors say? If I'm from, say Colombia, what did my ancient Colombian ancestors write about this science? If you're from Kemet or Nile Valley or Nigeria, what did the ancient Nigerians say about this? What do they teach? Because the European always seems to think that he has authority over all spirituality, and what he teaches, whether it's Bible, astrology, we have to go to. It always goes back to Greek. Notice that Bible is a Greek word. Aries is a Greek word. Zeus, Theos is Greek. Jesus, Greek.
Jupiter, Zeus.
Jupiter, Zeus, and Aries, Mercury. What were we teaching before they invaded us about these topics? And that will help us tap into our frequency. Do you notice that when you go, let's say when you go to the Aztecs or the Mayans, you don't find them in a bunch of different religions? Like when you go study them, if you're in the tribe of that tribe, you're locked into that. If you go to the Buddhists, you don't find one Buddhist who's reading the Bible, one Buddhist who's Assalamu alaikum. All the Buddhists are Buddhists. All the ancient cultures, they stuck discipline. They stuck discipline on what they did. But us, we want to mix and match and take and convenient and do this, and that's when your frequency is off because you can't be coherent on one thing. Is discipline. Be one thing, stick to that. If you find a fault in it, move away from it, but don't be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Your brain is all over the place and it's confusion, and that's why I actually, even though I break down Hebrews all the time, but I can respect that a Hebrew Israelite, at least, when he says the Hebrew, he says, I go by Torah. When you find a so-called Kemetic brother, he's like, Hotep, Namaste, Ashe. He's all over the place. But the Hebrew guys are more disciplined, even though I think that's not the truth. But I can respect the Nation of Islam, discipline. He's in that.
Christians.
They're disciplined. In the conscious community, what's the spiritual system of the conscious community? We're everywhere.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Indeed. No. Hey, man. Cats got to step it up, yo. They got to step it up. If that's the problem, and all over the place, bro. Stick to one, and you gotta have some sense of spirituality to you, bro. We don't lost that. See, that's what you know who was talking. You can't lose your spirituality. Talking about what the scientists and all the trusting.
Can't get emotional.
And trusting into these scientists. These scientists are not on point. They're not 100% right.
And that's because there's no such thing called the scientists. So there's scientists all over there's Chinese, there's Indians, whites, and they agree and disagree. That's one of the reasons why they're scientists, because they're probing.
Right.
Whatever is the latest thing that they agree upon, they'll teach that, and they may. And by the way, this whole thing that we've been talking about, interestingly enough, is the shirt.
Right. It's crazy. Caught that on.
Yeah, the shirt is the whole the whole session is on your chest.
Indeed, man. Thank you, brother.
Priest always dresses appropriately for the topics of the podcast.
Indeed. Notice that. Yo, I just want to say how point you are. You're on point, brother. Let's go back to that question for that brother.
Which one? Which one?
21.
And I have to take a little break just to eat my meal and be fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain how they went outside the firmament and took those pictures?
Who went outside the? Let me explain this really quickly. So I'm gonna say right here on camera for everybody.
Right.
The moon landing was fake. Nobody's gone out there. None of that. So some people may think that because I'm teaching a certain thing that I'm saying that they're out there.
Uh-huh.
No. The human flesh can't.
I agree with you.
Yeah, we are not out there. Can you send machinery and satellites? Yes. Metal and machinery can go out there. It's us. They didn't go to the moon. They didn't. That's another beautiful session. But they didn't go there. They were in Arizona. There was wind blowing. It's horrible. No, that we didn't go out to any firmament and snapshot any pictures.
Right.
But they can shoot physical objects. Metal and physical objects can go out there. Cameras can go out there, and there's satellites that can go out there and take pictures. But no, we didn't go out to any. We didn't pass the Van Allen belt. No, we didn't. But physical objects can. They found all kind of debris out there. There's objects out there.
I'm almost doubtful about also the equipment making it past the Van Allen belt, just because there's so much magnetism.
Some of it, some of it didn't, and I can show you.
Okay.
Shout out to
Elon Musk's
brother.
equipment that said he went out there, and I can show you a mouse running around.
Yeah, the whole thing about him launching a car out there.
No, some of that did not. Some of that is fake. Not all the equipment.
I used to think Elon was such a troll for that, man. Launching a car into space. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy that.
No, I have a video of a mouse on the.
Yeah.
And they were in. They didn't go out there. No, but I'm gonna
All right, take your break, brother.
take a little
Take
break.
Your break.
It's just me. You guys build and.
I gotta talk to that brother.
Shout out to Satoshi.
You said that right, huh?
Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, man, I have a
Nice
problem.
name.
Yeah, that's a dope name.
Just wanted to say hello and see how you've been doing. Great show.
Thank you, brother. We just kicking it, man. We keeping it. He said you just came.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah, that was good. Hey, listen. Like the brother was saying, as he go take his break. Man, this is. I told you it was gonna be deep today. And yeah, brothers that study the Kemet, and the Kemet, and the books and stuff like that, you have to step it up, because we as people, we can't lose our spirituality, bro, and entrusting into this. And I'm just saying this to build. I'm just building right now. I'm just building. It's for culture. I'm talking to the culture.
There you go.
Okay. It's today's the 22nd.
2/2/2.
2/2/2.
February 22nd.
Something happened on it. Oh, shout out to Cosmic 777, man. Oh man, he got all sevens. Lunch for y'all. Thanks for the knowledge. Yes, exactly. You know when you cats say something real deep, you go,
Yeah, I got that from you.
Yeah, because you're eating the food for thoughts, brother.
Yeah.
Just eating the food for
That's a good way to
thoughts.
put it too.
I got this book called All the Tea in China. No, I said that. The reason why I said that is because this is what I'm saying. Real true knowledge is based on letting the words resonate. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Word, Tehuti, I didn't know you was that tall, man. It's like the brother came in. And we got to talk, huh?
Should be 6. I was a little over 6'2.5", and I grew myself
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, and plus the arts, practicing the arts.
Yeah, and I'm like 6'4" and a half or something.
How tall was Dr. York?
At times he was 5'7", sometimes he was taller.
No, get out of here. He shapeshift?
Yeah.
Get out of here, man.
Dang. I'm
Dr.
5'7". I want to
Dr. York,
shapeshift.
man,
You know what I'm saying?
In your eyes?
I saw him. I saw that.
You saw him float too? Could he fly? Because he said he floated in jail.
I don't know about that, but I saw him change sides.
Oh, okay.
I saw him in different sizes, and people say they try to challenge me on that. And you can't challenge me because it's just what I saw. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I saw him at 6 foot something my height, then I saw him at 5'7".
He was wearing no lifted shoes.
I saw him as a little 8-year-old playing with the children.
Get out of
wow.
here. My uncle said he saw God. You know, my family laughing. I know my family laughing. I got an uncle that said he saw him. You know what I'm saying? He told us that. He told us that for years, yo. Well, who knows? You know what I'm saying? That's what he said. My mom, you know, they call him crazy and stuff. But, you know, my family look.
Well,
yo.
Beats says he needs a girl to shapeshift to Janet Jackson.
Huh?
Well, Beats.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yo, man. Yo, I'm glad y'all are tuned in, man. I told you, if that stacks, yeah, we gotta see some of your magic when you come back on here, bro. Because I'm into the dark arts.
Yeah, you know about sigil magic too, right?
Yes.
Ooh, we talk about sigil magic and logos.
What's that?
It's like we'll talk about it. We'll wait.
Yeah. No, I just try to catch on. I'm just trying to catch on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he with her. That's why he got out of here, yo. Yeah. He playing that early. He's sharp. He was down. You know, Rasul used to be with the. Ever heard of Lost Children of Babylon?
Yeah, and I saw a video you guys did, and it was supposed to be about ancient texts and quantum.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see much of that in the video, but I saw him with the book. He had a Dr. York book.
Right.
So I know he's.
He had it here.
Yeah, he had it on the table.
Oh, that was mine.
That's your book?
Yeah, that was my book. Yeah, I had a book. Yeah, exactly. I had a book. I had a bunch of books that York made back in the days.
Did you come in after? Did you study while he was?
I knew of Dr. York, but I never really came into meeting him or anything like that. But I've heard a lot about him. You know what I'm saying? And then I never really was a part of, you know what I mean, Dr. York, but I've seen a lot of his, I know a lot of them, bro, you know, coming up in New York. And he used to live down the block from me. Well, his first school was.
In the Flatbush?
Yeah, in Bushwick.
Bushwick.
Yeah. Yo, before this episode is over, can you listen to the conversation with the dead? Oh, Conversation with the Dead. Yo, those are deep cats. Yeah, I heard it.
Is that a song or what?
They're like, also,
Was that a
you
group?
guys are blowing my mind on this one. Good looking, bro. That's like a Conversation with the Dead is like a alternative. They be saying some ill stuff. They like want to say
So it's a group.
yeah, it's a group.
Oh, okay.
I think there's a man and his girl, and they be talking about mad stuff like Conversation with the Dead. They talk about like esoteric stuff. But they sing about it. They play ancient harps and the lyre, stuff like that. Yeah, I know about that group, man. Somebody said I was scared of York. No, I'm never scared of York. It's from my neighborhood, yo.
Priest ain't scared.
Nah, I was scared of York.
Priest a lion.
Yeah, exactly. York remind me of Kane. You get that vibe? And they from the same neighborhood, yo. Yeah. Remind me of Kane. Yeah, right. Exactly. One just became a king of rap. The other was a king of, because I know when he used to sing and stuff like that. I'm gonna stop talking off the air for y'all. Get back to y'all. So, no doubt. Yeah. So I know my man. This is Masril. Oh, there you go, Masril Yesharel. I know you got something to say about this. Trouble Man. Yeah, the vibration helped me heal. Oh, that's good, brother. See, at the end of the day, like I was telling them, this is all about learning. Cats who catch feelings and go too deep, and I like what you said about the conscious. Brothers, where did we become so lost with this dialogue that we getting that we can't deal with truth and facts. Getting caught up in all of this and just getting so emotional and reacting off of just emotion instead of just listening to words. If we're powerful, as we say we are, we should be able to, oh yeah, the Wing People. Yeah, we gotta play that. You ever saw that video? My song, The Wing People?
It's part of the super chat.
Oh, okay.
We'll play it for him, and
Okay,
then we
we'll
have to
play
get
it.
his reaction.
Yeah. So it's like, when did we lose that? When did we lose? Because we have to do some working on ourselves, man, for our spiritual growth before we can go further. I mean, you can go further, but when you get there and you don't have no grounding, this goes for all nations, all people on the planet Earth. I just start at home because at home is so broken, and they thinking they got it right. Nah, I got it, bro. I got it. Nah, man. We should be able to have beautiful discussions and dialogue on touchy subjects, just like if you was in the house with your family. Touchy things, because we all need work, and we are growing together, and we're learning together. Like the brother talked about these Anunnakis. These Neterus. They're a team. When you're coming together, they're coming. If you want to reflect that and put that out there into the universe, and that comes back to you, and it's become a circle, a rotation of energy. You become so much energy that you become that light, and you become the shine. And you are shine. You are an enlightened being. Now you can walk around. Yo, the brother up. You know what I mean? You okay, brother? Me? Yeah. The jewels, man, the jewels. Yeah, okay, no doubt.
We gotta be delicate on this floor because they were downstairs and stuff. They have delicate? Yeah, they have a newborn downstairs. I always tell priests walk in. Oh, yeah, you're good though.
We used to walking in the temples in the great pyramids and the great statue. So we walk heavy, huh? Right? It's like that gravity. We could put on that feather.
I'm hearing big footsteps.
So you're the astrologer. You in the heavens. You in the heavens. That gravity, that gravitational pull, brother. Man, I just got to tell you that you on it, man. I told Mighty Hebrew. I said, yo, man, it's gonna be real good because I enjoyed. There's certain podcasts that stick out when they come through, man. And you moving up there real quick. Now you just Mighty Hebrew and always Ngozi and Mighty Hebrew. Who else we had that went there?
You mean on those subjects?
Yeah, on these
Besides
subjects.
Chris Ransom?
Chris Ransom. Yeah, I wanted to get him. It was like a neutron and electron. I just slammed them together. See him and Ngozi talk. You don't know about Chris Ransom? No. Yeah. That shit out there. I made a mistake and put them on the phone together.
Yeah, without putting on the podcast.
Yeah. But it still went crazy. It balled over the top with Rasul and Chris Ransom. But it ended up good. Just long at the end of the day that we all learned something and something new.
You guys wanted to see some
yeah, come on.
Some magic or something?
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's ask the audience if they want. I don't know. Do they want to see?
Y'all want to see some magic, or y'all want to still? Yeah, it's up to y'all in the audience, man, because this is getting so good. We opened up the Pandora box. We don't want to close it. We got 339, man. Let's make it 400.
It's actually the most viewers we've ever had at one time.
I told you, brother's coming incredible. He's also the champion
of the Lions Den. Lions Den is a debate league. Go to the Lions Den. It's just Lions Den on Facebook.
Right.
Look up JJ7000.
Is that a Hebrew? I heard it.
He's a Hebrew and he makes a lot of noise. He's but he's good. He's good. He has a good heart and he's hype. He's hype and but he's respectful though. He's good. He's a good brother. He's actually the one that runs the league.
Right.
So just go to Lions Den Debates. I'm the champion over there. I'm also the champion of Son Eder. Son Edwards.
They named you that?
Son Edwards said I beat his Floyd Mayweather, so in his he said I have the belt.
Yeah.
And then I beat Zion Lex, and Son Eder refused for the voters to count. He said, "You guys are all idiots," because all the people in the audience were picking me to win, but Son Eder couldn't have me beat both of his guys. So currently, I guess I stand as the House of Consciousness champion and the Lions Den champion.
Wow. And I view Zion Lex like that's the champion. As
Everybody
far as
says
deep
he's
Hebrews,
pretty- yeah.
as far as I don't know, Zion Lex and maybe Mighty Hebrew, because Mighty Hebrew can go a little bit, but Zion Lex is definitely like he's like the Hebrew scholar. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody told me he's the top, and he's
the top.
Did a video about me today.
He did one about you today. Okay,
Yeah.
let's move on, brother. Let's keep on, man. Go ahead. All right. So y'all want to see some magic
I could do
for
something
this brother
I
too?
could do something real quick.
Yeah.
Do you have a marker? Do you have a marker? I have one.
Yeah.
I have a marker here.
Okay.
Paper right there.
Indelible marker. I just ate, so I bring my utensils with me. We'll use two of these. These ones haven't been used yet. They're clean, but I carry my food and my meals with me.
Got you.
So we'll use these and try something a little bit, okay?
Shout out to Ghetto Houdini.
Get a Houdini.
You know him?
No, only from you. You mentioned them. Yeah. Do me a favor. Think of something that you really, really like and just put a symbol on the fork right there. Something you really like and just write a symbol that represents it. You don't even have to write what it is. Just a symbol right there so we know this is your fork and it's the only one that we're going to use.
All right. Write the symbol?
A symbol, anything you want to write that represents something you really want. We're going to talk about impossibilities. Right. And go ahead and pinch the fork right there with all your fingers.
Pinch the fork?
Yeah. And try to bend those. They really pull it down. Like, how solid is that?
Solid, yeah.
Is that pretty good?
Solid, yeah.
Okay, good. We're going to go with, we're going to show that fork to everybody right there. Get a good look at it. Everybody see it. And what I want you to do, we're going to get him involved. Okay. You think of a number, and I'm going to hold the fork like this. I'm going to hold it right here for everybody. Right. But you think of a number, any number you want, from 1 to 5. Say that number. What is it? Say it out loud. What is it? I'm going to hold the fork like that. What's the number you're thinking of?
Just say it out now?
Yeah.
2.
2. I'm going to hold the fork like that. I'm going to grab it here, and I'm just going to wave it like this. You hold your hand like this. When we count to 2, slowly bend your pinky finger up. Can you do that? Yeah. I'm going to hold my hand like this. Here we go. 1, 2, bend it up. And I want to see something of this work. Yeah, keep it like that. Just look at the fork and tell me if you see anything.
Wow.
You see that happening right there? So we're just going to take a good look. And what I want you to do is take your finger and pull on that. Try to bend it. Just pull. How solid? Is that pretty solid?
Yes.
You can't even move. That's pretty solid right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold it just like this. Okay? Now what we're going to do is this. Hold your hand like this.
Yo, this is crazy, yo. Go ahead.
Hold your hand like this in a fist. Everybody's going to watch. I'm just going to hold the fork just like this for everybody to see. Okay? And this time you, Killah Priest, think of any number and I'll hold it like this, just like that. Everybody, there's no bends there whatsoever. Feel that, Killah Priest? Make sure there's nothing there. Okay. Yeah. Think of any number again from 1 to 5. Say it out loud. What's your number?
4.
Watch this. I'm going to put the fork like this. Hold it. There's no bends there. Are these pretty straight, Killah Priest?
Yeah.
Is that bent?
Yes.
I'm going to hold it here. When I count to 4, spread your fingers like that.
Right.
And the fingers of the fork are going to open with your fingers. Okay. Can everybody see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to grab it here and I'm going to blow on it. Let's count to 4. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Open your hand. You see that? Yeah. So you see all 4 are open now?
What? No, wait. You didn't just bend that with your fingers right now.
I just blew on it. You go like that. So see? Now try to put your finger there, Killah Priest, and pull as hard as you can. Try to bend it.
It's really bent, yo.
Try to unbend. Is that pretty solid?
Yeah, solid.
I mean, you can't really do much with that. Now we're gonna do this. We're gonna take a whole other fork, just like this. Hold that one, and you know what we're gonna do?
My hands are still like this.
Your hands are still like that. You can't really bend this. I mean, you could go like this and try to bend it.
Yo.
You can bend it like that, but it's too solid.
Wow.
I'm gonna try this. Watch. We're gonna try another fork like this. There's no bends whatsoever on the fork. Right. We're gonna put here KP for your name, Killer Priest. That's KP.
Right.
And over here we'll put an X, and this represents something you want to separate from.
Right.
Take a look at the fork and make sure there's
You
no.
said put X. My X.
Yeah, X from X. Okay.
Okay, good.
Go like that. Now try to go like this and try to bend it. Go like that and try to bend the fingers. Go like that. Go really feel it. Is that pretty solid? Pretty solid, right? Everybody get a good look at the fork. There's none. Take all your might, Killer Priest, and go as hard. Just grab it and go like that. Just really try to bend the fingers. Grab that. Try to bend. Is that okay? Don't hurt me though.
Okay.
Is that pretty solid? You can't do nothing with that. There's no bending of that. I'm gonna take this right here and squeeze right here. Squeeze that. Squeeze that. Now you're gonna follow what I do.
Right.
Go around like this and keep going.
Right.
I'm gonna take this fork, and as you're doing that slowly, just start. I'll go like this. Just start twirling it in your fingertips, just like that.
Just bend that fork
slowly.
like that?
Remember, priest, there is no fork.
Yeah, slowly do this. Do this when I'm at your fingertips.
You want me to do what you're doing?
Yeah, with this hand, this same hand, go like this. Do this. Start doing that. Tell me if you feel anything happening at all. Anything at all. Do you feel anything happening at your fingertips? Slowly do it. Yeah. How do you feel?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Wait, keep going. Do you feel that bending in your hand?
This guy
You-
is,
you feel-
this
you
is
feel-
crazy.
Is it bending? Can you twirl it upwards?
Yes,
Twirl it
yes.
upwards. Do you see? Look. Yeah, twirl it upwards. Do you see it twisting now?
Yes, I feel it
You
twisted.
see that?
Yeah, that's
Take
crazy.
a good look at the
Yo. Yo.
Is that a 180-degree twist?
Yeah, I twisted the fork, yo.
You twisted it? Let me see.
Listen, look.
Oh, you bent it?
It's
Oh.
Twisted 180
Yo,
degrees.
my
You gotta,
fingers
you gotta
right there.
turn it a little bit because we can't really see that perspective.
Bro, you can grab it yourself. It's twisted.
Yo.
Try to do this.
It's
Watch-
twisted.
watch
Okay,
this.
there's the twist.
There's
There's
a
the
twist.
twist.
Try to do this. Take this with your fingertips, just like this, just your fingertips, and use your muscle. Don't bend it, but try to twist it. Go like this and try to just twist it. Go like that. Really try to. Is it solid?
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna do this. Watch. Send the energy right there, and I'm gonna put it right here. And tell me if you feel any heat at all. Do you feel anything? It feels normal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, watch. I'm gonna show you guys how I do this. This fork is twisted. This one is not. We're gonna put this fork right there. This fork is not twisted. Okay. I'm gonna grab these, Killer Priest. When I count to 3, grab this and try to bend it down. We're gonna go 1, 2, but don't stab yourself. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Here we go. 1, 2,
wanna stab
3.
myself.
Just grab it like that and try to pull it down. Pull it as hard as you can. Pull it. Pull
Down?
it. Pull it. This way. This way. Is that solid?
It's solid, yeah.
You can't really do that. Now try to go like this and grab the bottom. Try to twist it. Is it solid?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
show you how it works. You hold the fork like this.
Right.
You just blow on it. Watch. 1, 2, 3. And you can actually see it twisting. Do you see anything happening at all?
Yes, it twists.
Do you see that? Look, it keeps
Yo,
looking.
yo,
It
AD, you
keeps
see
going though.
this?
Do you see it happening though?
Yes.
It keeps going though. It keeps going. Do you see that? And now it's twisted. Do you see that? Now remember, this fork here represented something that Killer Priest wanted to separate himself from. We have KP over here and we have X over here. Here's what we're gonna do. Get this close. Hold your hands like this, Killer Priest. Okay, this part is you and this part is the X, okay? There's a twist in the middle. What I wanna do, we're gonna blow on the fork, okay?
Right.
Count to 3, start blowing on the fork. Blow on it. Get this on camera. Get it with
At the
you.
count of 3?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, blow on it. Okay, watch. Watch this. You can just look at the fork and really focus on it. And tell me if you see anything happening. Watch this. You kind of focus on it. You see it just kind of.
What?
Yo.
What kind of fork is that?
Yo. Yo, this is crazy.
That's forking crazy.
Yo.
How do you do that?
Yo, you know when I got my glasses?
Is it hot? Is there a heat source
No,
filled
yo,
in?
it
Maybe
just fell apart, yo.
maybe he has a blowtorch he put on the bed and we can't
That's
see it.
crazy.
How did it just fall off like that?
Straight up, yo. Yo, that is amazing.
Bruh.
Yo, that was amazing right there. Yo, even look, Mojito's bugging out. The cat is like, I'm not going over. He knows something about it. Yo.
That's crazy.
Yo. Yo, this is crazy.
There is no fork.
No, but I bet. Yeah, my glasses coming down. Yeah, let me look at it like this. Yo, this is.
And you get
Yeah,
to
that's
keep
it.
both of those. Those are your super.
Wow.
This one represents that nothing is impossible. Whenever you see this fork, it represents that this should be impossible and it's not. And this fork here represents separation from negative energy. And you get to keep that too.
Wow.
Yo, good looking, bro. Forking amazing.
Forking amazing.
Yo, this is crazy.
Wow.
Yo, that was crazy, yo. Damn. So I guess my which hand won't work. I can't step up to you going, which hand the coin is in.
Man.
Yeah, that's a real magic, yo.
Thanks so much, brother.
Wow, that's crazy, yo.
That's crazy.
This is beautiful. Man, oh man, dang man.
Do you do card tricks too, stuff like that?
I've done a lot of everything. Yeah,
I got cards.
Yeah, I've done a
Yeah,
lot
if you
of.
want to, but this is enough. He
Yeah,
bent the
How
fork,
much?
yo.
How much of this is being used by the subconscious mind? How much is the subconscious involved?
It's hard to.
Or is this more illusionary?
It's actually both because it's.
Did y'all see that?
It's actually both because
Somebody said fork. Fantastic.
Your subconsciousness is heavily involved in everything that just happened, and and I like to do magic where it happens in the person's hand.
Yeah.
Because you like you're holding is twisting. You're like I like to do
That was very Magneto.
Yeah, this was crazy.
Of a
yo.
trick.
Yeah, that's
You know?
crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't
You're dealing with
And
the
that
elements.
could be a subconscious thing because I know there's illusionary tricks where it's just a quick of the hand to be an illusionist, and then there's actual magic where you're dealing with mental
Yeah, it was
powers.
crazy,
I mix both of them because I do this for a living, for entertainment, and I do it for motivation. I'm invited to motivational things, and I use this for motivation. But the magic that people are thinking of, like the subconscious magic, it works a little slow. So I have to mix both of them because if I was just to depend on just that, it wouldn't. We'd probably be staring at this thing for a long
Just staring
time,
at it,
for
yeah.
breathing and all of that. So I have to mix it up and add the other part of it to speed it up. But the thing about illusion is that you're not supposed to be able to touch it when it's done.
Yeah.
Illusion is just a trick of the eye.
Yeah,
There's
he's
a
letting me
force-
have this.
the force of
So
God. It's not magic force.
telekinesis is possible. You're saying?
Telekinesis is definitely
Indeed.
possible.
Okay. So that's
telekinesis has
that's beyond
has-
law of attraction. That's
telekinesis
law
has
of,
happened in the Heart Math Institute. I can pull up the file on the DNA being unraveled with the subconscious mind. That's done by the Heart Math Institute. It's a real thing that's happening. What the U.S. Military Command did the study where they took leukocytes. They took leukocytes out of test subjects, put them in a room. The test subjects would watch emotionally disturbing or emotionally provocative. It could be porno or it could be horror movies. And the leukocytes, the white cells in the spit in the next room would move as the person's having reactions. And they took it all the way from L.A. to Arizona, and the leukocytes. So space and time has nothing to do with it.
They did that with plants, where they had one plant in one room and another plant in another room with a wall, and they destroyed one of the plants and tore it up.
I have the whole documentary on it.
And the other plant was reacting and could tell that the other plant was being destroyed.
And the other plant reacted to the person that did it. So after the people came back into the room,
Open your third eye.
It knew it, and that was a plant.
And the plant was reacting on the things it was hooked up to, not to the other people in the room, but when the one who ripped up his friend, the plant knew that was the killer, and the plant wasn't. So not only is the plant connected telepathically, but the plant also knows that that person's energy who did it is still with you. That's what the Book of the Dead.
See, that's why you got to save the plants and eat meat. Save the plants, y'all.
AD knowledge.
What are the comments saying about the magic though? Did they like it? I hope.
Yo.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the chat room's lit.
Yeah, it was light up when you was doing that.
That was lit. Right
This is the
there.
first time magic's been done on the podcast.
Well, we had.
Yes. Well, we had the one.
We had. Nah, not like that though.
We had a magician on
didn't,
Zoom.
but he didn't do it. He didn't do no magic. Remember, he said he can't do nothing because he's not here.
Yeah.
I seen him do it, but I was up close with him.
He was
real
on
good.
America's Got Talent.
But nobody live came in the studio.
Nah, you the first cat.
Yeah.
You the first cat
That was
that
awesome.
I'm
actually.
glad I could bring that.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
actually
That's awesome.
dropped it about the Neterus and turned this and then showed the pictures. Yo,
I got questions, but we'll take it by
Connecticut, we got a problem, yo.
Kimmy,
Kimmy, we got a problem, yo. We got a problem.
we
Either
need-
you gonna read.
we need to address Snapchat. I mean, Super Chat. When we
Shout out to Peace, the KP, KP the poet. I mean KP Cav the poet. I didn't know you was in Europe. Rasul, commanded Dr.
Recommended.
Recommended Dr. Ivan Vaughn. Yeah, found Harmho. Yeah, they be killing me with all these.
Perham Harrow.
Oh, that's the Book of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
Any other book recommendations for authentic roots of African spirituality?
Yeah.
Yes. but they're not going to be written by Africans. So he's asking if I recommend. So I'm going to tell you right now, and here's where a lot of people have a problem with me as well.
Right.
Is I read a lot of European translations
Right.
of the papyrus because those are the ones translating it.
Right.
And I haven't found fault in the translation until a black man comes out and translates the papyrus. I have nothing to compare it to say, well, the Europeans, a bad translation, the blacks did it better. No. I went into the words and found that we're all using European translations. So, Merriam Lithium. I'm going to recommend some books. Merriam Lithium, Volume 1, 2, and 3. Ancient Egyptian Literature. That is a translation of writings written by the hands of Africans. The Per Emharu, you can look that up as the Book of the Dead, and you can get Weisserman's translation, Faulkner's translation, Walsey Bud's translation, and I think Asa Hilliard. Asa Hilliard also had a translation, but they're all the same except for Budge has the advantage because Budge has the actual medunetir and the transliteration over the English, so you could look word for word at what word equals. So I would say Budge's is the best, but the best one for the images is Faulkner's Coming Forth by Day. It actually shows the plates, the photographs of the plates. Let me show it real quick?
Yeah, you could.
Whatever you want to do.
Good question about Zenku.
We still got the connection.
Yeah.
Good question about Zenku too. He asked if you ever heard of Bobby Hemmett. That was in my head too, because he.
Have I ever heard of Bobby Hemmett?
Yeah.
Me and Bobby used to have conversations in his living room and cause the dead ancestors.
What?
In the next
room.
Bobby
Hemmett. That's why I want you to. Yeah, Bobby Hemmett was.
Me and Bobby Hemmett, I would go over to Bobby Hemmett's house, and we would have debates and conversations that would get so heated that you could see the waves. In the air in front of us, you could see like heat waves in the air, and he had images of dead ancestors in another room.
Bobby.
And the pictures would fall off the wall. That's how heated. But it never got disrespectful. It was just a very passionate because we're opposites. Like I'm calm like this. Bobby Hemmett is not calm. Bobby Hemmett is hyper, and so when we talk, it's like Xavier and Magneto.
Yeah.
Is he still in his physical form, or?
That's what I don't. I'm trying to find him because all of a sudden I just stopped hearing about him. I don't see him on the Sonnetters, on the Any Conscious. I don't.
Yeah, I've heard he transcended.
I know something's going on with his health. He was getting something's going on.
I've heard.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out, and I have not seen any new YouTubes. I went to his website, and it wasn't him running it. So maybe I hope not. He was a good brother. Let me put this up, and then.
Yeah, I got you, Zenku.
And then we got to do a short bit, or at least something about nutrition, because I'm definitely interested on what he has to say as far as diet.
Killah Priest bars. I gotta hear some bar. I heard this.
Yeah, we're gonna play the winged people for you too.
I heard he raps.
You gotta see. You gotta hear it and see it. It's a video.
I'm gonna pull this up for the. Who was the person that asked that? That's a very good question. I want to ask.
That was ZenQ. I mean Zen. Right there. It wasn't even a.
Oh, we have another one here.
Okay, 21 Hebrews says. Deuteronomy 18:10, there shall not be found among you anyone that uses divination. Is that talking about or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch? Does this apply to magic?
Oh, this is getting good.
Yeah, I told you.
Deuteronomy's got all the rules. You notice that?
It's the law.
And Leviticus.
It's due to is the second. Second is the second
dual.
Law. Yeah, Deuteronomy is the second law. Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
you can have that.
Which, as he mentioned, was the fourth letter.
Let me show you. Let me put this on the screen. This is one of the advantages of. So this is from Faulkner's Book of the Dead. Now, the great thing about this is that if you want to take the time, it's been taking me years to slowly get familiar with the medunetir and translate it and look at it and decipher. It takes a long time. But the advantage of Kemet, of information that comes out of the Nile Valley, is that all the writings still exist in their form. It's not a translation. You can get a translation, but this is actually Annie's 78-foot long papyrus that his scribe wrote. It's
Right.
just there's a picture of it. The other religious organizations don't have any original writings
Right.
but this is an example of what's in Faulkner's Book of the Dead. It has the actual images of the papyrus and then the translation, and then Wallace E. Budge has the word for word translation. If you want to get into what's called the transliteration and the starts with an L.
I want to answer that
I
question.
forgot the word, but it shows as transliteration. It has how the words sound and the English interlinear. There it is.
Right.
Budge has the interlinear of it. So just look up Faulkner's book, Coming Forth by Day, and those are great books. And then you have to have the understanding of it because it's written in a lot of symbolism. It's not as straightforward. But the literature books are the stories of Kemet, like some of the ones I was reading there.
Mm-hmm.
Legend of the Gods is great also.
Legend of the Gods.
Yeah. So, what's that brother saying? Is he asking?
He was actually in Deuteronomy 18. He was referring to the Lord. It says, "There shall not be found among you anyone that uses divination, or I think that's magic, or observer of times, or enchanter." I think that's it, or a witch. Does that apply to magic?
Okay.
Well,
think that
an
question is for me.
enchanter can be a woman in a red dress.
Yeah, but
You know, she's enchanting.
But you got to look at it like this, right? Because at certain levels, because I'll just use Moses. He was given a staff to go in front of the pharaohs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know about the story of the serpent turning into a rod, the rod turning into a serpent. So it was used back then for certain parts, you know what I'm saying? In that story, you know, you're gonna break down what the serpent was.
No, I'm just listening.
But if you look at that, that was a form of, calling fire from heaven. There's different type of things that happen, and I understand what the brother is saying. He's just saying that is that magic? It is. You know what I'm saying? It is. But
Who knows the story about Joseph and the Pharaoh, and anybody familiar with that story? The Hebrews all know.
Bobby, Joseph and the Pharaoh.
Let me go.
This tea is going down. Very ill. Yeah, it's still, you know, at some point the tea
We have to get his input on.
get more
Okay,
beautiful.
I wanna let me put something on the screen here, just
Go ahead.
because I'm not gonna go through the whole story, but Hebrews know the story. We're gonna go before the Pharaoh thing. We're actually gonna get into this word divine. Is my screen still sharing?
Yep.
You could be saying this, you know.
Okay, I'm ready.
Black right now.
Oh, then it must have come off of screen share.
Did you ever meet Brother Monk? Unk?
Not
Unk
Unc
of the
West.
Amun Ra squad?
Unc West?
Yeah, Unk, yeah.
Yeah, there was a just for a little history on that. It was league versus league. It was not league because they're not a league. It was team versus team. Dagger Squad, Amun Ra Squad, which are
Yeah.
basically the same people,
Right,
versus the Lion's Den.
right.
And the only debate that fully went through with judges was the very first one, which was me versus Unc West.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was Jeremiah Judah versus Sean. That didn't really go as a full organized debate, but the actual official debate with judges and time periods and all that, it was me and Unc West. And it was about did Pharaoh Khufu build the pyramids? He said Pharaoh Khufu built the pyramids. And I said, it's impossible. And I went in there and I beat him. One of the judges fell asleep because he was in London. And he was on a different time period. And the other judge got bumped off, so he had to watch the debate, but he couldn't be in the StreamYard.
Right.
So what Jeremiah Judah did is he said, okay, until the judges come back, we'll just take it to the polls. So what happened on the polls was there was a sister that voted a tie, and she went back to the polls and voted for him. So that doesn't really count because you can't be a she was an official judge. So you can't be a judge and then judge for me and then go back and change your judgment as a judge on the poll. And then the other one was his own vote. Unc West went on his own poll and voted for himself. So he beat me by like 1 vote, but it was because it's his vote.
Right.
So that was all trash. It was all, but the official judgment that was done was in my favor. So I met Unc West by him challenging me and him getting beat in a debate, and that's how I met him.
Right. That's crazy.
He was very aggressive, and then he came back and he said he has to calm himself down because he said if I debate you like how I am, he said I'm gonna look foolish. He said you're too calm. You're a calm mother effer.
I'll be talking about.
Being calm is a superpower.
He said that's my weapon. Uncle West said that's my. That's what he said.
Quiet weapons.
Superpower to be calm like that.
Quiet weapons.
So let's go to is the screen. I'll do this one more time and then
It doesn't look like you're sharing yet. I see black.
Okay.
It was sharing just like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. What
I
You're
think
still on the
Kabbalah-
StreamYard?
I am.
Good question.
It should pop up right here. You should be seeing. Your
It shouldn't be black. Wait. It should show. Okay, yeah, that's what it should show. Okay. Oh, I'm not even in the I'm not even in the StreamYard anymore.
Somebody said light cobes. Who's a hamster? Somebody's hamster on the wheel.
I have lost the StreamYard.
Oh, okay. 21. Adam, he spoke Hebrew, Acts 27. Okay.
Who?
He said, 21 Hebrew University. He said Adam spoke Hebrew. He said Adam spoke Hebrew, Acts 26:14, and when they were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue. Facts.
Oh, so many things to do with. I wish I could show my. I don't know what happened to my screen.
Do you want to send me a new link, a new stream link? Email it to me.
Let me.
You can email me a new stream link.
Yeah. Let me do that. Let me.
21 Hebrew University said he's on one today. He's ready. He ready for the smoke.
Who's ready? Oh, he's ready.
Yeah, 21 Hebrew University.
not-
I told you this
not
chat
a-
room was going to come.
yeah.
They're going to come. It's good.
Talk
This is
to 21
good.
Hebrew. Can you guys?
Can we get him on the phone?
Can you call in? I'd like to address that calling in. I want to talk to you really quick. I'll give you a little bit of talk time. Mr. 21 Hebrew University.
Yes,
Shalom lakum.
Yeah. Man, we got to set up where they can call in to Stevie Wonder is moving to Ghana. Shout out to Tori. Stevie Wonder's out of here, yo. He's moving to Ghana.
Oh, I'm okay.
Tired of shit.
See, he
Got
really-
tired of the stuff he's saying. I love Stevie Wonder,
His
yo.
people were supposed to. His family loved me. Supposed to.
Stevie's?
Yeah, they saw me performing on the beach and they were trying to connect me with him.
Where was you performing on the beach?
Magic. That's what I do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna enter the broadcast. Okay, so I'm here in the broadcast
Add the stream.
Oh, this is dope. This is the first time we ever did this.
Yeah, this is good. So we're two places at once.
This is
Interdimensional.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Share screen.
I'm gonna actually. Okay, good.
Good. I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, make sure you mute it.
Yes. So,
Okay, so you're sharing now.
okay.
You're back in.
Okay. What were they dealing? We're dealing with so divine. Not working divine. Let's go to Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible live here. Blue Letter Bible Study Tools.
While you dropping that, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back.
Okay, you can get through?
Watch out for the wire, priest.
And then I got about maybe another half an hour.
Okay.
What was that?
That was a cat.
Cat trying to swing on.
Yeah, put your meat in there, priest, if you want to reheat it. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, let me can we go back to the brother's question about divination?
This one right here. Is it this one or the one before that?
There's one before that about divination and witchcraft, and
Yeah,
you just can't go back that far.
can't go back that far because it's really up there. So much has gone through since then.
Okay, let me
Let me see if I can get it over here. Let's see. Yeah, he's basically was just asking because the Bible speaks about there shall not be any time watchers or
okay.
enchanters. He's asking, does that apply to magic?
Okay. So what's the problem in the confusion comes in is that we're using European words and concepts to try to understand what we did in our motherlands in ancient times, and then using their perception of what they called what we did instead of using what we called what we did. So divination, I'm gonna do this. I wish the brother, we need to do some interactive thing too, also, so I can hear the person as I'm responding to them. But the word divination is the word nakas. Okay? Is the word nakas. And in this quote right here, where Joseph said unto them, what deed is this that ye have done? Won't ye not such a man as I certainly divine, or I can certainly divine? So we have stories of people in the Bible doing divinations or doing dream interpretations for the pharaohs, and the word that's being used for divination or divine is actually the word nakash. Now, here's what the European did. In Kemet, I'm going to pull this up here. We're going to go this.
You want to use a toaster, priest?
Real good.
Okay, here we go. My file's pulling up. So in Kemet, the original Kemetians were called the Nakash, the Nakas, or the Nechesi. This is where you get the word Naga or Nacha from, Nehesi, and it was an enchanter. This is thousands of years prior to any Bible or any Torah being written. They were the original Kemetians. They were called the Nechesi or the Nakas. The Caucasian took the word Nechesi and he put the word Nubian over it. So every time you see the word Nubian in a story in ancient Egypt, when they talk about the Nubians, there's no ancient word Nubian that existed. The actual word there is Nechesi. I'm going to try to pull it up right here. Let's see if we can pull this up. This will come up. So it's on there. So we look Egyptians. Ancient Egyptians called the land down south from the first cataract in the river, Ta-Nachesu. Ta-Nachesu. The Ta-Nachesu called the land between the second cataracts Wawat. And the region was very rich in gold. Okay, so Ta-Nachesu, the word Ta means land, and Nachesu was the actual people. This is what black people call themselves. When the European came about, and black people were associated with snakes, this is where the concept of Nagas comes from. They're associated with snakes as a symbol of wisdom, which is why the Bible, Jesus in the Bible says, "Be ye wise as serpents." In the Bible, is a serpent wise? No. Is a serpent any wiser than an alligator? No. Is a serpent any wiser than a turtle? No. What's the only time that a serpent was associated with wisdom in the Bible? It's when he was doing evil, when he tricked Adam and Eve, according to the story. So when Jesus is telling people, "Be ye wise as serpent," we got to go back to the serpent that was in Genesis, because that's the only wise serpent in the Bible, because regular serpents aren't wiser than any other reptile. When we go to the word for serpent, we're going to go there live.
Nakash.
It's the exact same word for the original people of the Nile Valley. So we're going to go to serpent.
Wait a minute. Oh man, I'm gonna let you finish building. So you're saying that the kemet was the word for serpent, or nahash, right? Nahash,
That was the
right.
original black people of the southern area of what's called Nubia, Sudan, Ethiopia. They were called the Nahesi.
Okay.
And the Europeans saw that, and when they created this language, they literally took that word and they put that word as the devil, because they've been always trying to make black people the devil in their stories.
Okay.
So they literally took the word for the ancient people of the bottom of the Nile that call themselves Nahesi, and they put it right here and in Genesis as the serpent. See the serpent? When you look at serpent and blow it up, see that Nahasi? Naches? That's a noon, a hard H, which is like a cha, and a sheen right here. That says Nachas. That was the name for black people of the Nile Valley. And they were the people of the serpent, because all ancient cultures associated with the serpent as a symbol of wisdom, because it represented what the Indians called the Kundalini. The Kundalini, which was rising of the serpent, the rising of that coiled energy inside of you that develops care. Care developed the word kind, and kind comes from the word Kundalini. So that was the Nachas, the Nachesi, and they took it and threw it in the Bible as divination and serpent. But if you ask a Hebrew Israelite, show any ancient record of anybody speaking against this at the time. All these stories that people are reading are Bible stuff way after it already happened. Then people are writing in an opinion after the event. While the pharaohs were doing divination, supposedly, where is there any culture coexisting at the time with a document written at the time, looking over at Egypt, saying those Egyptians are bad people? We can't find any writing, and they can't present the Bible. The Bible's a young book. There's no ancient book of Deuteronomy. There's no ancient book of Genesis. There's just doesn't exist. I love my Hebrew brothers, but it's just, let's just deal with actual facts. There is no ancient book of Deuteronomy where there was any Israelites saying anything bad about divination while divination was going on. I could write bad about you and your mom after you guys die, but I wasn't there saying anything to your face. How come?
Yo, 21 Hebrew. Come on, bro. Step it up. We in it. We in this deep.
So there's no if we're going information for information, we have to do things based on the time
Might have
periods.
to have him call in, man. We're gonna get a line where they can call in.
Yeah, and they can call in on the phone or something, and we can and also all you guys out there, you can contact me on my Facebook. You can contact Jeremiah Judah if you feel that you're a good debater, and you can present your case in an organized debate fashion. The Lion's Den is a place where you can state your case. There's time periods kept, 15-minute rounds. There's interactive rounds. There's 3 to 5 judges. You can actually come there and have a cordial, organized, live debate, and you get a certificate of win.
Wow.
When you win, you can contact me at Tehuti Brown, contact Jeremiah Judah. JJ7000. You can look that up and you contact him and see how you can get in these debates and bring conversation. And if anybody is in the area and they want to, do it live, maybe do something here. I don't know, but
we can do it. I mean, we building up slowly, man. We getting y'all brothers on, and I want to get Zion Lex on here too. If he'll come. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
In the room with us?
I don't think he's back in NY, right?
Yeah, I think he's kind of hyper. I don't know if he's coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Should we play Winged People?
Oh yeah, you want to break down that? My video, Winged People.
Oh sure, I don't know what it is. It's a track you made.
It's a song. I did a video.
Okay.
And check
you
out
probably
the,
like this.
There's a video for it too. You'll be able to see it.
Okay.
Probably
I'll
show
only
you
be able to hear it with headphones.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably show you pagan afterwards. Can't show you pagan.
No, he'll like that.
Look at that.
No, he'll like that.
I know.
And you guys out there, pagan, all these different words. These are Caucasian words that we never use.
That's right.
The word pagan just meant the encompassing mass of your nation.
Right.
Yeah, that's in one of my songs.
I gotta hear you rhyme, bro. That's it. Come on.
I said the word pagan just meant the encompassing mass of your nation. So the racists labeled every nation black as a pagan and called them savage to hate them, and said their class is forsaken. The nations, I can't even remember. That's from '90. But when we started cipher, we'll actually do a whole verse.
All right.
I'm listen to this. Okay,
let's
here we
see,
go.
let's see.
Ready?
Well, it's visual. They want you to break it down.
Oh, see, okay, yeah.
Do you really know? Or you talk what you know?
This is you, priest, right?
Yes, man.
Do you believe?
Turn
Or do
down just
you
a
know?
little bit.
Is your faith blind? Or is it as bright as the sun?
Descendants of Anu took on mortal fashion, built themselves statues in the image of themselves to worship themselves, built towers to themselves to remind them when they fell. They came from a station in space, an angelical race, giant in stature, helmet and cape that they wore. Visited this planet to explore a long journey from their own cause their race had war. It's said they called their planet the Bureau and that they were fallen heroes. They saw gold, saw trees and life more liberal. Astronauts with afro and locks, jet beam into a ziggurat. They crashed on rocks. 1.21 gigawatts. Some passed over crops. In the tablet legends, they said they opened the floodgates of heaven, describing their monstrous brethren, chopping up their grandparents in the 7 pieces. Now they looking for a region. They travel eastern, found the garden called Eden. They saw a being, forced to bow before Baal or BXL with the tribal reptiles. Now call the Rothschilds the X-Files. Life begins breathing hydrogen inside of high winds. Milky Way violin heard by the wise men, observed in Orion. The windows with no end, the black glass in the sea that extend. Within that sea exists carbohydrates. These gods were hybrids. It went back and forth till they mixed the star bread in the foods of thought with proteins. Protons and atoms produce the whole gene. From infinity to density, the matter, to atom to cell, to organisms, the metamorphosis, the waters of the living, to bodies back to God.
Okay. Oh, this is definitely not Basic instructions. This is not from then till now and all. This is
a little more. A little bit more.
Wow.
Deeper, yeah.
What you metamorphosize.
Oh, thank you, brother.
This is everything we just talked about.
Yeah.
That's why it was appropriately requested.
Yeah. Danny Selena, as always, man. He always come through.
He always
man.
has good
Shout
requests.
out to my Chicago brother.
That was
very appropriate.
Everything we just that was.
Yeah, that was. That's from the album The Psychic World, Walter Reed.
I gotta hear some. I gotta get some of your. I gotta listen to some of your stuff.
My latest stuff. Yeah. You're probably like it. Well, the stuff I'm doing now is.
I saw something when I went to your page to look up some of the conversations here. I saw. What was that?
Talking about the native one?
Yeah. I saw a native one.
Yeah,
that was an interesting story. It was very interesting. There was no beat to it, and it was like what really exists. It was good.
A little trippy.
Yeah.
My boy, he's on here now. Dave Florence, that's the guy. He did the animation to that. To the one you talking about, not this one. He did the one to the native one.
Yeah, that was good. That was you're definitely
I've been dabbling a little bit, doing a little bit. So yeah, my stuff now is like
it's definitely not gonna play on. There's definitely listen. Right. For everybody who just heard that, they heard that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Everybody that's heard that is hip hop. That's hip hop. Not this. Yeah. I can't get into any conversations about hip hop with anybody in this new age or what. I don't know what this kind of music is destroyed. That is hip hop creativity, knowledge, putting your soul into it. Not this weird weirdness.
Those who control the mainstream don't want this out.
They unsigned everybody.
It's too conscious.
I saw it happen. I was raised up on Lakim Shabazz, Karis One, and I saw them getting unsigned. And I saw Hurricane Chris and like this weird music come in, and all the guys I listened to, cannabis, everybody disappeared. I'm looking around in '97. I'm like, I'm alone. What happened to everybody? I'm just listening to old records because they
Too Short was trying to go conscious.
And
his record label wouldn't allow it. They're like, no, you're supposed to be talking about bitches, hoes, and drugs. You better stick to that, otherwise you out.
Well, they from the Bay, so they got it. They can get conscious. Too Short and
Paris. Remember Paris?
Yes.
The Devil Made Me Do It.
Yeah. The Devil Made Me Do It. He did it.
And Cam.
And what's her name? And the Biggie. I can't remember his name. Slooping the rap in the trap. Yo, come on. Nah, from the Bay Area, the King of Bay. It's Too Short in
E40.
E40.
Okay.
Yeah, E40. E40. E40 drops jewels.
Tell me when to go.
Yo, no, but he drops jewels. Drop jewels, both of them. Yeah.
That's real hip hop, ladies and gentlemen. Let your children listen to that. None of this auto tune stuff that's on the radio. They can't rap. You're welcome. They can't rap. All those guys are hearing on the radio. That is not that mumble stuff. That is to destroy your DNA.
Definitely Souls of Mischief. Torre, I just
Souls of Mischief.
Yeah.
The real Souls of
the real ones. Somebody said it on there.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Yes, definitely. They spit.
Souls of Mischief was wonderful.
Can we at one point soak some knowledge of you about nutrition, health, and diet? Right, Priest?
Oh.
If the timing is right.
Right on point.
Okay.
You would like to get your input as far as vegetarianism, or a little bit of meat, or hormones, testosterone, all that.
I do not promote vegetarianism.
Okay.
At least for what it is that I do, for the clients that I have, the competitions that they're in the body I teach people that there's 9 complete amino acid strands in meat that is similar to our physical makeup, and our body adapts to it better and can convert it into muscle better. So let's say, for example, if you try to get 12 ounces of protein out of beans. When you look at the ratio of the beans to get 12 grams of protein, you may have to get 20 grams of carbs because beans hold more carbs than, say, fish, which doesn't hold any carbs, or chicken, which is just protein, or eggs. So I wouldn't suggest vegetables as a protein source. I would suggest vegetables for other sources, such as spinach for iron, or such as nuts. Nuts not even a vegetable, but I would suggest getting avocado for fat. Each thing plays its own role. So when I create diet plans for people, I never mix the roles. So if I'm gonna go for like, say I design your diet plan, let's say you need 80 grams of fat. I'm gonna have your fat come from healthy sources, which is avocados, eggs, butter. Butter is actually wonderful. Butter,
saturated fat.
Butter is great. People are afraid of butter. Yeah. They don't know how they're eating too much of it. But avocado, walnuts have omega 3s in it. So I would have a diet plan where on your plate you would have a fat source, you would have a protein source, and then you'd have maybe a carbohydrate source. And I would design your diet where your carbohydrates are closer to where you need glycogen replacement, which would be after your workout. Your cells are looking for glycogen replacement because you're burning your glycogen, and it's looking for sugar, simple and complex carbohydrates and sugars. Simple sugars could be dextrose. Dextrose is found naturally in honey. But I just buy dextrose, like pure dextrose, and dextrose is the good sugar that actually replenishes your glycogen after you've worked out. Whereas table sugar does the opposite. Table sugar takes the molecular structure of vitamin C. So when it gets in your body, it imitates the vitamin C. So the peptide that's in your body that's designed for vitamin C, it thinks the sugar is the vitamin C, and it screws in and takes in the sugar. So when you get the vitamin C, it bounces off that peptide. The peptide is already full, and then the sugar is actually AIDS. The sugar is actually AIDS because what does AIDS stand for?
America's dying slowly.
Priest got all kinds of acronyms.
Because he writes. That's why he has to be creative. But immune deficiency.
Yeah.
And immune deficiency comes from foods that you're eating.
Autoimmune deficiency?
Yeah. Immune deficiency syndrome is AIDS. It doesn't come from sex. We can do a whole nother show. AIDS is not a sexually transmitted disease. We can do a whole nother show on AIDS. AIDS is not a sexually transmitted disease. AIDS is the sugar that you're eating. That is what's depleting your immune system, so that you get sick and catch whatever is.
No, but dextrose is good.
Dextrose is good for
fructose.
Fructose. It depends because there's artificial, and then there's the fructose that's inside of
fruit.
But that is not good for rebuilding muscle. It's good for energy.
For energy, yeah.
For energy, but it's not good. It sits in the pancreas, and it's not good for rebuilding muscle.
Yeah, fructose has glucose and sucrose.
Yeah, so that's not good for that. So different sugars. That's why when I develop people's diet plans, I separate. They say sugar good for you. I say there's no such question as what's good for you.
Compared to what?
So is spinach good for you?
Compared to what?
Right. It can be, or it can kill you.
Yeah. It has
it has iron. If you raise your iron levels, you can die. It's all, I proportion everything on a scale, and I take somebody's weight. I take your weight, your body fat. I take the amount of exercise you do, and I calculate a percentage of calories at the bottom, and then I decipher how we're gonna fill those calories based on the goal that you.
Yeah, because you can get kidney stones from spinach.
Yeah.
There's a lot of anti-nutrients in plants. Yeah, they tell you to eat leafy greens, but that can work against your metabolism. Okay, that's
my
awesome.
man Fourth, you know Fourth Disciple, the producer for the Clan.
Where heard that name? I think I heard you say that in one of your songs.
Yeah. He the one who did the beat for Bible, for basic instruction. Yeah. Fourth Disciple. He's RZA's top. He's part of the 36 chamber beat.
Fourth Disciple. Yeah, I heard his name.
Disciple, Killah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, yes, I heard.
That was that's Shabazz. Yeah, Shabazz.
Yeah.
Shabazz. Yeah, Killah Priest. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What about him?
He's very good with nutrition. He always been like the nutrition wizard of the clan. You know what I'm saying? Out of all of us, he was always into the herbs and stuff like that. He told me that he been listening to Dr. Africa. You heard him?
Leola Africa, yes.
Or
That's
one of
that's
them.
the name he's trying. That's the name.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Leola. They call him Dr. Africa. It's actually Leola Africa is the full name. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that he was suggesting. He said that we have to start cooking a lot of those greens because we can't really juice them because
It's very impressive that he can have. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, man, they
have information on the Anunnaki and diet and magic and nutrition.
Well, it's all part of the same body.
It's knowledge.
Thank you. Yeah.
You got the head, the body, you got the legs,
mind, body, and spirit. It's all connected.
Yeah, it's I think we should all be like that. I don't want to cut you off, Priest. Sorry, the fourth disciple.
No, he was just saying that the doctor said, Dr. Africa said that you should cook your greens because you can't juice all your greens. That you should cook some of the greens because they have
oxalates.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell everything. I'm gonna say this to my vegetarian brothers and sisters. They always tell me, this is a little small debate that I get into. They say eat fruits and vegetables because it's natural. And I say to them that it's not natural. It's not natural. Everything that you eat, we found and we had to process it. Because they say eating meat, that's not but your body has to process it. If you just grab a raw potato and bite it and swallow it, you're sick.
Yeah.
Cooking it is unnatural. That's not a part of nature. That animals don't cook their food. Cooking it is a technology. That means that you're altering its molecular structure so it can be adaptable to your body. So if you go and take a potato or something and just start biting and eating it raw like that, your body would have such a hard time digesting it. You have to cook it. So everything is unnatural. We have to alter these things to eat it. It's not bad eating anything unnatural. What's bad is if that unnatural thing is harmful. Because people always say, eat natural stuff. And I say, you're a vegetarian, right? They say, yeah. I said, you like honey? They say, yeah. I said, it's not natural. Honey doesn't grow anywhere. Honey is a chemical that's made by the technology of bees and only bees.
Poison ivy is natural.
Yeah, you can't. A bee makes that with its brain and its intellect and technology, and you steal from them. And you eat it, and you're saying that this is natural because I'm vegan or I'm vegetarian.
Right.
No, you just stole from another creature's technology, and that honey doesn't grow anywhere. Now we have the technology because people always ask me because I have my pills that I carry. And they say I don't like pills. I like to eat natural. And I say to them that we have the technology to take substances out and put them in a pill. So if I want creatine, I'd have to eat 10 to 16 ounces of steak to get 5 grams of creatine. But how much? That's over protein just to get when they have technology where they could extract the creatine, put it in a pill, and I pop a pill and I have my 5 grams. Yeah, it's unnatural, but it's better for me.
And creatine is the #1 most studied supplement. So you take creatine, huh?
I take it on and off in different supplements, in different pre-workouts. Some of them have the different types of creatine. But absolutely,
creatine monohydrate. I'm looking to be taking soon once I drop a few.
Creatine monohydrate is awesome. It can. You have to drink a lot of water because what it's doing is it's taking the water and putting it in the cell, and so you have to drink a lot of water, or you're going to be congested. You're going to cramp. But other than that, creatine is wonderful.
And it creates more ATP in the brain. It's like a mind booster. I'm going to be taking that pretty soon. Y'all will be able to tell when I'm on the creatine.
Yeah.
CLA and all that? You take CLA?
No, CLA is pretty much not proven enough for me.
Gotcha.
But alpha lipoic acid. Alpha lipoic acid is much better. Your hembind, HLC, those things are great. CLA, I've not seen it proven enough. I have more proven things that I prescribe to my people that has helped them. Then I don't like to waste my time. I like to experiment on something and use my body as a guinea pig. And then I say to my clients, I did it. But if I take something and I see not really working, and maybe some other professionals, I just say I'm not gonna.
And macronutrient ratios will change for person to person, right?
It takes me an hour to
do the macronutrient
do the macros for each individual because even if they're the exact same size, they may have different goals.
Yeah.
Some men may store fat more on their nipple area. Some may store it more here.
Yeah.
Some women may store the fat more here.
Okay.
And so those are different body parts that get different type of work. In your regular daily work, you never work this. This muscle, what it does, it's a pushing muscle, and it goes like this. In your regular day of moving around, you're hardly doing that.
Yeah.
So if you say I want to develop better triceps, those are 3 muscles, then I may have a diet plan based and an exercise program based more towards that.
Yeah. I've been going lower protein lately just to prioritize hormonal health.
Then you have to go higher fats.
Yeah.
Fats.
Which I have avocados every day.
Yeah,
coconut oil.
Fats is good. I used to be 320 something pounds. I gained a little bit more weight during this COVID thing, but I went down to 200 pounds at 11% body fat at 6'4".
Wow.
And the competitors were asking me if how is that? So when I get to the gym and I flex my bicep, I can flex it sideways. So I hold my arm out like this, and when my bicep flex, I don't flex my bicep like this. I flex it like that for people to see, and there's a line down here because a bicep means 2. So when people flex like this, it's an illusion. They're just showing you one side. Bicep means 2. So if your body fat is lean enough and you're healthy enough, you should be able to hold your hand flat like this and flex, and there should be a line going down here.
There should be 2 muscles there.
Yeah, one here, a long head and a short head.
I used to do that a long time.
What's that?
So I used to do that a long time. I got to take off this.
Yeah, and that's how you know your body fat is on point.
So your favorite carbohydrate source would be tubers and fruits, or?
My favorite carbohydrate source is only on my cheat meal. I hate carbohydrates.
Really?
I don't like
rice. Anything like rice?
I eat rice and orange chicken every Sunday for my cheat meal.
Cheat meal.
But I don't like rice. Is maybe the only one that I like. But I actually wish I never had to eat carbohydrates because I don't like any of them. I only like them on my cheat meal day. But through the day, I don't enjoy eating.
Would you consider yourself mostly keto then?
No. No. I eat a lot of carbs. I don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I eat what I don't like for the bigger goal.
Interesting.
I don't.
So you don't like it, but you know it's important.
Yeah, so I eat like it's
So your protein source is going to be what? Beef, chicken.
My protein source is mainly chicken and eggs and white.
And lean chicken.
Yeah, I eat 100%. I eat all
organic chicken breast.
Yeah. Make sure it's not hormonal injected.
Of course.
And I eat that. I recommend beef for males, but not for women.
Yeah. Wow. That's good for testosterone.
Yeah, and beef prolongs.
That's what you've been saying.
Yeah, that's why I eat beef. I eat beef every day.
Yeah.
But people are like, "Oh, you're not supposed to eat red meat like that." I'm like, "Man, you don't even know what I know."
Beef prolongs the female's menstrual cycle. A woman's menstrual cycle should only be about 2 days.
Now, I'm only having a little bit of beef.
Women supposed to eat beef.
No, they're not.
No.
And the beef and the bad food is what makes a woman have this whole long, weak menstrual cycle. When their menstrual cycle should only be about 2 to 3 days.
Because men need testosterone, and then the women really don't.
Yeah, and I don't use beef for testosterone. Although beef can help your testosterone.
The saturated fat.
But it's people don't know the fat. Fat is good for you.
Yeah.
Fat is
especially if it's grass fed. It's grass fed beef.
I eat fish. I eat 2 fish meals every day. 8 out. My next meal is in in half an hour. I eat in 40 minutes. I eat 8 hours.
That causes it, man.
So no fear.
You gotta talk, man. I gotta get on this diet.
No fear of mercury.
AD talks the same way.
No. There's mercury. There's mercury charted fish. So,
okay.
So all fish has nothing to do with mercury. Mercury has to do with animals that live underwater for a long time, where there's large deposits of mercury and they can collect it and they live a long age. So a fish that has a short lifespan doesn't collect the mercury. It's those old fish. That's bad. I can't eat that. I'm very sensitive to mercury, and I lose my memory as soon as I eat a mercury type fish. But I eat whiting. Whiting is nothing.
Okay, so white fish. So cod.
Cod is great. I can't eat cod because it doesn't have enough fat for me.
Wow. So salmon.
I love.
Whiting, that's the East Coast, but they sell it right there over there.
Oh, at the Ralphs.
I eat whiting. Whiting is the only fish on my diet. It used to be tilapia, but I could not find any good tilapia. The tilapia is a
Wild
great
caught.
fish for you,
Yeah.
but you can't find it wild caught in California anymore.
Yeah.
And the tilapia that they're selling, it tastes good. It is raised up on blood and guts in China. It's the most unhealthy thing. And you can't find. I'll just say a certain store because I don't want to get a certain store that we all get our healthy food from.
I know what you're gonna say.
That's extremely expensive.
WF.
They were selling it, and they got caught mislabeling. It was actually farm raised, and they were calling it. And they
wild caught.
I like pavilions.
WF called it WC, and they got caught on it. Wow.
That just means West Coast.
Yeah. But yeah,
okay.
Host food. I said it.
So eggs.
We say it on here.
Free
man.
range eggs.
Sorry, host food. I go to y'all a lot, but yeah.
I'm gonna tell you also too the little cage and free range and all that doesn't mean much of anything.
Yeah.
What they do to make it technical, so they can put that on the label. They cage them and they let them out for a certain time of the day, and they cage them back so that they can say that it's free. They were walking around.
It's a half lie.
But legally they can put, and then they make the egg more expensive. But there is Eggland's eggs is great because it's the chickens are really free, and the eggs have extra omegas. And
what's the name of it? Eggless?
Eggland's eggs you can get, and I eat those. I eat about 6 of those a day.
Now, Priest doesn't eat pork. Even if it's organic, is it bad?
So here's the problem with pork. So first of all,
pork or beef.
So first off, pork to me is the most delicious food meat ever. Nothing compares to it, and I can't touch it.
Right.
I walk by bacon, people eating pork, and I just smell it. I smell it. I have to be disciplined to not touch that creature, touch that. It has nothing to do with the Bible.
Right.
It's because and another thing too, the ancient Cometians ate pork on a regular. The thing that you're calling pork today is not actually what it is. That thing in the farm, that pink thing called a pig, was never in the wild. That's not a wild thing. The real wild animal was a wild boar. You remember boar's head?
Yeah, boar's head.
It doesn't look anything like the pink thing rolling around. It has these 2 tusks.
Yeah.
It's strong. It will kill you. It hunts. It hunts animals. It's not.
It's a wild boar.
It's a wild boar, and that's what the Cometians ate. This thing today, along with dogs and stuff, this is a grafted new creature, and it holds a worm called the trichnosis worm. That's a parasitical worm that can live through 200 degrees of heat. It can live through heat. That's a problem with pig. Is that usually, so all meat has we have bacteria in us.
Yeah.
All of us have it. But usually when you add fire to something, it kills it.
Right.
The pig has a worm in it that can outlive the fire.
Wow.
So after you cook it and you eat it, the worm is still there, and then it gets into you. And it starts.
So even organic ham is off the table.
As long as it has because remember, organic has nothing to do with it having that you could be organic.
I mean, it's more pure.
Yeah, but
it's more pure evil.
It's another creature that lives in it that has nothing to do with it being organic. Wow. Now, if you go out into the wild bushes, you know, in the motherland, or go somewhere and find some wild boar, you're not coming across. But this creature today is it's not worth what it tastes like. And pig is very good for fat. A lot of bodybuilders I know, they like pork for fat. I just can't risk it because the type of parasite in it affects your brain.
There you go.
And that's all that I have is my consciousness. I cannot.
Nah, you lose that. Yeah, exactly.
I cannot play with my consciousness. So and turkey too.
Turkey too, huh?
No, turkey doesn't have the worm in it, but turkey.
It's a high level of tryptophan, right?
And I only put that on my client's diet for their nighttime meal. Because the tryptophan amino acid works with serotonin. It puts you to it makes you sleepy.
Yeah.
But it's good to eat to go to bed because only when you sleep is when you recover from your workout. You grow when you're sleeping.
Yeah.
But I would never put turkey as a pre-workout.
I kind of heard chicken has the same level of tryptophan as turkey.
I've never seen it. I've never seen that,
Okay.
and I've never felt the effect because I eat chicken all throughout the day. But I remember Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I remember the itis, and I remember.
'Cause I follow this certain diet guru online, and he suggests if you're gonna have beef, have it with coffee, because the coffee can lower the iron absorption and
Piece of
counteracts the
porky pig.
tryptophan.
There are these little tricks. That's why when people say is beef good, there's no good or bad.
Compared to what?
This is a scientific thing. Eat beef, put some coffee with it. Eat beef, have these. If you're gonna eat beef, have this. Super enzymes. You want to have bromelain. You want to have papain. You want to have an enzyme that can break down that beef, and you want to have milk thistle, which is an Asian dandelion. I prescribe that for my people because every time you eat, your liver dies, your liver collapses, and if you're doing bodybuilding and you're eating 5 times, I eat 7 times a day, 7 times a day. Your liver is getting a lot of work, especially if it's trying to break down protein.
It's like The Rock. The Rock has like 6 meals a day.
It's a workout.
Is it small meals?
It did. Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, it was me, the Rock, 50 Cents, Mickey Rourke. We used to all go to the Golds, and the Rock used to try to hide himself. We call him Red Riding Hood. He had this huge size 8X hood, and he'd wear it with these big headphones, and he'd work out here. Like say he's here,
With chains around his neck.
no chains, but you just have the big hood. So he'd work out here, I'd work out there. This is in Gold's Gym in Venice. So I'd work out here, he's there. Somebody grabbed him and tried to take a picture with him, did selfies. That he threw that man.
Wow.
But his diet, his eating.
It's a lot of protein.
Rock don't take picture.
He was eating lion's blood and when he was preparing for the Hercules movie.
Yeah, when
I
you
feel
eat
bad
like
for
that,
the lion,
when you eat like that, you gotta
What you drinking lion's blood for?
rebuild your liver.
Yeah.
And,
But it's like it was always protein and carb, potato and chicken, and then cod, and then
And
rice.
if you're gonna have potato, if it's gonna be a potato throughout the day, then let it be sweet potato, which is actually the opposite of its name. So
It's like pumpkin.
regular potato is a fast acting carbohydrate. It's faster. But sweet potato is a little slower acting, so it takes a couple hours and it keeps you satiated until your next meal, and it keeps you fed. White rice, fast acting. You can eat white rice, feel happy for the first half an hour, and then you're starving.
It spikes insulin.
It spikes it, and then it goes down. So I designed my diet plan where you get fast acting carbohydrate right after the workout, and then literally an hour to an hour and a half after that, you're eating your slow acting carbohydrate.
Got you.
To keep your, because you don't want your insulin.
If you have beef and rice, I want to pass out like a half hour later because the beef will spike your insulin just as much as pasta.
Yeah, so you don't want to. You want to keep it balanced, but
So you're not having any pasta, I'm sure.
no. But one of my like, goddesses. I don't call them wives because wife is a word that actually means bitch. I don't.
Wow.
Yeah, wife is the word wiffen, and it means bitch because the Europeans were associating their women with dogs.
Wow.
That's why everything you do deals with a dog. Your sex is called doggy style.
Oh yeah.
When you're in love, it's called puppy love.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're a man has a lot of women, you're called a stud. The woman is called a bitch. When she's mad at you, she puts you in a dog house.
And if the guy cheats on her, he's a dog.
Yeah, he's a dog. All of it deals with the love of dog. Dog comes from the word duke. The Dukins. It's a whole nother story.
Dog pound, Snoop Doggy Dog.
Yeah, so I don't
D-O-double-G.
call them wives, but I call them my goddesses. But
Goddesses.
yeah, I was just what was you just ask me though?
Oh man, we were talking about so much.
You just asked me something that made me even bring up.
Yeah.
You said something about
pasta.
it.
You don't eat
I
pasta.
just I'm putting that on her diet this week.
I like egg pasta. It's kind of a slower.
Pastas, wheat pasta, egg pasta. There's different kinds of pastas.
Yeah.
Some are slower, some are faster.
And the only good bread is sourdough. I heard that.
They're actually yes, because there is no.
Injera.
I haven't found good bread.
Because of gluten.
Yeah, the only good bread is breadless bread.
Yeah.
Which is actually like
That's the best.
Ezekiel or one of the breads. It's not. It's actually
Spelt.
sprouted bread.
Yeah.
It's not even bread. But bread is no. So first of all, bread is like a sponge. We won't even deal with the lack of nutrients it has, but it's literally a sponge that goes in your body that turns back into dough. It turns back gooey, and it sucks up. It dehydrates you. It bloats you.
Even sourdough?
It's bad. No, so sourdough doesn't fall into the category. I'm talking about the sliced
white bread,
with the guy
Wonder
smiling,
bread,
Wonder, all that stuff right there.
Hamburger buns.
Yeah, so I don't. Only on cheat meals, maybe I'll eat a garlic.
Pizza's out of the question. Cheese. Vitamin K2, calcium.
Yeah, cheese is. So it depends on your lactose intolerance. I always tell people that I can't say any one thing about cheese. Although a lot of cheese works like glue in your body, it works like rubber.
Yeah.
A lot of it works like rubber in your body, and the lactose. Like me, if I eat cheese, I get congested and I can't do it. But it all depends on how your body can break it down, because cheese can be very highly nutritious as well.
Yeah. I've been studying about the importance of calcium to phosphorus ratios.
But then you have the milk. If they're making the cheese out of the milk is all pus. The milk today is cow milk.
And even if it says organic, it just doesn't mean anything.
No, because your body that was never made to eat like a baby cow.
But we do need that calcium source. So
there's so many sources of
wow.
so many sources of calcium.
Interesting.
It doesn't have to come from. That's a myth that it has to come from
milk.
From milk.
What are you doing down there?
Yeah, even the adult cows don't drink milk.
Yeah,
that's real.
Interesting. Okay, I think that's all my diet questions. And protein is not as necessary as they say.
It's protein. The amount of protein,
the
amount of protein that people think they need to build a body is less than they actually need.
I knew it.
The myth was started. The myth was started because the idea that protein builds muscle. So people thought more protein, more muscle, but actually your body doesn't need the amount of protein. Okay, so also we must understand that. So I've taken testosterone. Okay. I've taken a lot of different things, all kinds of different things I've experimented with. The bodybuilders that I've trained have taken all kinds of different things. When you take testosterone, your body processing the food is much faster than a regular human being. The conversion of protein to muscle is more like an ape. Like an ape, a monkey this big, none of us can fight it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's strengthened. So when you take certain testosterones, and the bodybuilders that we all looked up to, that they all take it. Nothing wrong. I'm not saying anything wrong with it. But
Wolverine, Wolverine shredded.
Yeah, they all take all Schwarzenegger, everybody, all the wrestlers, Hulk Hogan, everybody you can. Macho Man, he didn't look like that's not.
It's steroids, right?
Right, all of them take it. I'm not saying that it's bad, because it can actually help you. But because they're taking it, their conversion of protein is higher. So therefore, they have to eat more protein.
Because of,
And now when you look at the bodybuilder and you say, well, he has 8 ounces of steak and another 12 ounces, we're not understanding that these guys
are on testosterone.
And you're not.
Yeah.
So you end up getting fat.
Protein.
And they get shredded.
Yeah, exactly. Because I just realized, I'm only taking 2 ounces of beef a day, which is like very little.
That's very little.
But for me, I feel for my goals, that's perfect. I might even go down 1 ounce a day, because it's fatty.
Yeah,
because the fat's good.
If you're using it for fat.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Interesting.
But gentlemen, we gotta close up.
I love it.
Soon, man. Yeah, yo, this
was great.
Yo, man, yo. Awesome. Yo, this was awesome, man. I told you when you get here, man. In the chat room, man, pick up to the chat room. Yeah, they still going on, man. They're the best. Barcelona's in the house. Sosa's in the house. Yo, no doubt.
303 people are still watching.
Oh, wow, man. That's good. That's good, man. Yo, but at this time, we got to land a plane, man. We got to get up out of here, brother.
Yeah.
This been a good build. I told y'all it was going to be crazy. You're going to come back on the show, man. You're not too far. Yeah, exactly. And, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, JJ Jr.
got someone trying to sneak in.
What do you guys think about?
Someone trying to sneak in?
Yeah.
Sneaking a last minute question.
Oh.
Semen. Right.
That's
He's talking about no fat.
Oh, no, having it.
No, semen retention.
Oh yeah,
for elevating body and mind. I'll say this real quick, and the next time I come, the next time, pardon the pun, but the next time, the next time,
real good.
Next time I come into this session, we're going to talk about that because we're gonna get into sex magic.
Okay.
But I'll say this that that I practice ejaculation, semen retention to have an orgasm internally like a female does. Women have ejaculations and they have orgasms inside without releasing anything. Men have ejaculations and always release. And I don't care how good your health is, you're always tired. After you ejaculate, you're not ready for round 2 in 3 seconds unless you're really but
18.
right. But normally you want to rest before you get into another session, and that's because that ejaculation takes a lot out of you. I've trained to do ejaculations to hold the release of it, and you can have the orgasms inside and have a similar feeling without, and it does elevate the mind, body. That gets into sex magic. We can talk about.
Yo, that's interesting, man.
Sex
That's
magic.
dope. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, the next time. That's a great question, JJ Jr. Sex magic, the next time.
I heard, yeah.
Nice. This is interesting
Get
stuff.
into that. Yo, man, that's crazy, man. Yeah. Yo, but nice question. We can get into that. Hey, if it's a lonely crazy shit, went round 10. That she ain't no joke.
Montauk Chia books. There you go. Not many people know about that. Montauk Chia books. That's right. Stay High, 175. That's an unknown jewel. That's not a popular jewel.
I told you.
Montauk Chia.
The chat room
is good.
They're
The chat-
woke.
I told you. I told you. I like this chat room.
I've been learning from the chat.
This chat room is nothing but scholars and yo.
I've
We
heard
got
that
even
in 10
Jody.
years.
Yeah, right.
I haven't heard Montauk Chia's name in 10
Yeah,
years.
man. Yo, big up to the chat room. Once I got the illest chat room on the point.
Facts.
Yeah, I got the illest chat room on the net. I'm telling you, yo. They don't deal with that, yo. Big up. You haven't heard that name in a long time. Yeah, every time somebody come in, they do the same thing. They go, yo, oh my God. Even when they forget stuff, they just come in. Right? They drop jewels. They can't even remember they come right in, right?
Yeah.
Do that with me a lot. See, the brother just dropped Deuteronomy 18. And I was like, wait a minute, where did he just come with this? And they just be like, yo, I'm ready for it tonight. Yo, shout out to the everybody in there. And Dave Flores too. Dave Flores did a crazy track, crazy video. Man, that brother is on the team. You know, him and his son and Roms too. 22, dope. Yeah.
Next time I come in here, we'll do some bars.
We gotta hear your tracks.
Yeah, definitely. You got tracks?
No, because I did that long time ago.
But still.
Now I just write.
They're like scrolls.
I just write and it's in my head, or I just record it. And I have verses and rounds, but
That's
I
crazy.
don't have
You mentioned Coochie rap. That's the best.
the father.
Yo, let me say this to everybody in the chat room. AD.
Yeah.
It's
Good
time to
show
let-
tonight.
Yo, it was a great show. It was a
We're
great
gonna
show,
see
man.
you guys on Wednesday.
We'll be back Wednesday.
Yep.
And yo, land the plane. Yo, Rasul, don't be ducking out, doing a fake. I'll see him later.
I want to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
I want to say.
Plug your information too.
Yeah, I want to say for those people who want to reach me, you can reach me at Tehuti Brown on Facebook. The brother put it up on the screen. Tehuti Brown on Facebook. Feel free to ask me any questions. You can also see me on the Lions Den debating. You can type in Lions Den or friend request me and ask me about that. You can join in that. The greatest debate league right now online. You can look for JJ7000. I want to give a shout out to JJ7000, the Lions Den. I want to give a shout out to my goddesses. I want to give a shout out to everybody who supports me. There's a brother named Terrell who says he just wanted me to tell you that he's a fan of you.
Tell him I said peace. Tell him I said
Terrell, Killah, please says peace. Shout out to everybody that supports me. There's a group called Naga World that supports me very heavily. Shout out to all the people of Kemet, all the people who study Hebrew, all the Buddhists, the Christians, anybody looking for higher knowledge, the Muslims or anybody that wants to raise, because we all start at certain levels and we all raise up to higher levels. Peace and love. Tehuti Amun Hotep, Lions Den champion. Peace.
All right. Shout out to Rem D just hit me. Yo. All right, that's it, man. You can land the plane. We said everything. We got it. So now the Toodles. The Toodles is a place. Kemet, please, brother. Kemet studies. Please open up, expand your mind, and open up to the spiritual realm. Also, you know what I'm saying?
I think we're gonna talk about that next time, and maybe even when you have your on Wednesday. I have a class at my place, but if you want me to pop in on a StreamYard and drop a couple jewels on a Wednesday,
definitely.
I don't even have to come here. I could just drop it from where I'm at and let the class see. By the way, this is being streamed. The Lions Den is streaming this to a bunch of people hundreds of people in Facebook right now.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes.
Peace to Facebook.
Yeah.
Yo, my Facebook page is not me, so don't even listen to it. It's fake. Don't even go to Killah Priest Facebook page. Just go to my IG.
Instagram only.
Yeah. If you see me promoting anything on there, that's not me.
And you know it's him because you go on live IG, right?
Yeah.
So you know it's not a fake page, it's him on there.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you guys Wednesday.
Peace.
Hotep.
You must gain balance within yourself.
I'll tell you what with the sun. Mars Stars. Silk with the sun, yo. Mars Stars.
Tell me everything you know.
Silk, hallucinogenic power. When Shiva was born, the seed turned to milk.
Yes.
And it snowed turmeric powder. One of her hands reached down and planted the Bodhi.
Yes.
Then handed out roti with chickpeas. Amongst the thick leaves sat the yogi, wearing big beads. Then here comes Jenna, the enlightener.
Are you ready?
You smell the spice as she entered. She painted the tiger in stripes with henna. The oldest scrolls, called the Riga Vita.
That's right.
Hair was non-ether, bigger features.
Yes.
Near the golden monkey, the stone toad, and the salamander. Before Alexandria was conquered by Alexander. Where the gods with the bronze head met the beast with the blonde dreads.
Yes.
Dalai Lama meets Brahma, they feast on non-bread. The Buddha was happy and chubby, rubbed the belly, feel lucky.
Good one.
The gods got mean and turned green like mint chubby.
Moving on.
Romulus and Remus, the she-wolf, gave birth to her puppies.
Yes.
A kid sat doing yoga, played with his pet cobra. He said, Father, I have no attachment. I am one with everything. The sky blackened.
Everything is
Then
connected.
came Vishnu from out of flying crystal. I Star Trek through Tibet, landed down near plants and insects. Approached the orange-robed monk that sat in front of the monastery. The temple of forgotten vows.
Brilliant.
Of silence, sweat drip from my brow. I bowed. Priest, return to Easter Island. Witness me coming down from a cloud. Holding the mic, hold back the crowd. Melchizedek inheritance, genetic transmission, mysteries of El Leon. Feel the wizardry as you impale to a stone. That's word to Ganesh, killing Dumbo. In the Laura Temple, a Ajanta cave in the jungle. Beneath the stars, many of the ancient gods depict bulls, snakes, birds, or card. Original manuscript held as archives, locked in the vault. Through the cobwebs and smoke, the living dead, spells said and ghosts. The deepest rhymes I ever wrote, beneath the shrine of the goats. Wet, naked, and soaked, from a baby male to Gabriel, riding Haley's tail. Comets hitting your conscience like 80 wells. The teachers in their pride, vain boast, they know nothing. This mic holds substance, and it is they who obey and truly succeeded in achieving total ignorance and sheer bliss. I'm here for years until I'm gone. I'll leave saffron. I leave saffron.
So, as he was the priest of Zohar, born inside of a stone egg, fell off the mountain, cracked, came up, he rapped. Perhaps I take you to the temple soon. You all meet your doom. The smell of perfume.
Accept the reality